Chapter 464. The Black Moon, Sek's main hall exploded. Saber Chi soared into the sky. The might of this slash almost sent the roof of the hall flying. Two extremely fast figures charged out. One of them was the Black Moon Sek's vice sect master Endlessine, and the other was a stranger covered in flames that looked like a demon. The two of them attacked each other in the air, and the saber chi and sword chi collided, causing an explosion. The two of them were sent flying, causing the Black Moon sect disciples to cry out in shock. He's evenly matched with the vice sect master. This is a peak expert of the 5 famous mountains. He uses a sword. Could he be someone from the Heavenly Sword Mountain? No matter who it is, daring to attack in the sect's forbidden area is provoking the Black Moon sect. Open the restriction and the barrier. Immediately prepare the talismans and arrows to kill him. The Black Moon sect was thrown into chaos as countless cultivators prepared to attack. No matter how high Chu Tian's cultivation was, with the Heavenly Een Mountains sect protecting array and tens of thousands of cultivators working together, he had no chance of resisting at all. Stop! Everyone stop! Meng Yingying shattered the wall with a palm and shouted at the people outside. Look who is in our hands! If anyone dares to sneak attack, we'll kill them. The Black Moon sect disciples' eyes almost popped out. The wall of the main hall collapsed, and when the dust settled, an incomparably large block of ice appeared in front of them. This ice mountain was completely clear, without any impurities in it. If it wasn't for the light reflecting off the edges and the cold aura, people wouldn't have noticed the existence of this large block of ice. It's the elders. The disciples of the Xianin sect were stunned to find that the elders, who were usually respected like gods, were actually all sealed in huge blocks of ice. Most of them were still frozen in a state of panic when they were running away. Although there were still signs of life, they were frozen in the ice and didn't have any ability to move or resist. Meng Yingying supported Qin Bingyu with one hand and slapped the block of ice with the other. On the surface of the large block of ice, several small cracks appeared. Stop! Everyone stop! The Black Moon sect disciples quickly stopped their attacks with talismans and arrows. Too sinister, too despicable, but how did they do it? These elders were all true spirit realm experts. Why were they frozen in the ice mountain? Meng Yingying looked at the Black Moon sect with more people, and her heart was a bit worried. This matter was becoming bigger and bigger. She really didn't know how to end it, but this was also good. They would teach the Black Moon sect a lesson first, and Chu Tian's name would spread across the Great Zhou country. At that time, no one would look down on them when they went to other sects. The two of them were on the verge of exchanging blows. Endless Een was the Black Moon sect's vice sect master, so his Black Moon demonic art had been cultivated to the great perfection realm. This was one of the Black Moon sect's main inherited cultivation techniques, cultivating extreme Een Qi. It could transform into demons and ghosts, making it hard to deal with. Chu Tian released the demon god sword and activated the flame demon transformation. Even so, he was barely able to hold his ground. Endless Een was filled with rage. These damn fellows dared to capture a sect elder as a hostage. If this matter was spread, the Black Moon sect would lose all face. The only thing they could do now was to defeat them in one fell swoop and use this person as a hostage to deal with the two women. Profound Een malicious ghosts. Endless Een did not hide his strength or slowly probe him. The other side was in the first true spirit layer, and although his battle strength was shocking, his spirit energy was too strong. Endless Een did not need to worry about consuming his spirit energy at all. He just needed to use his strongest move to deal with him. More than a dozen ferocious-looking ghosts emerged from their bodies. These ghosts were all wearing similar clothes to Endless Een, but they didn't wear masks, revealing a dried-up skeleton face. They held a purple and black ghost head blade in their hands that released a ghostly mist. They flew through the clouds, flickering as they appeared in all directions around Chu Tian. These were not normal undead monsters. Rather, they were formed from the extreme Yin souls refined by the profound Yin demonic art for over 10 years. Each one of them was not inferior to a true spirit cultivator, and if several extreme Yin source spirits attacked at the same time, even someone in the third true spirit layer would suffer. So powerful. This was the Vice sect master's strength. The Black Moon sect disciples were filled with excitement. With the battle strength of several dozen profound Yin malicious ghosts and the Vice sect master's own battle strength, it was hard for them to fight against experts of the same level. After all, he was the Vice sect leader. His position was high and powerful, and he had exclusive access to resources. Putting everything else aside, just the dozen or so vengeful ghosts alone would require a terrifying amount of resources to refine. After cultivating with this kind of status, it was not strange for him to be stronger than ordinary people of the same level. Chu Tian laughed. "I'm truly sorry if you didn't cultivate a demonic art. Perhaps you could fight me." Speaking without thinking, Dai. Endless Yin's ghost head blade turned into a 10-meter-long blade that slashed out like a dazzling beam. The several dozen profound, malicious ghosts seized this chance and charged at Chu Tian from all directions. Each person's ghost head blade turned into a dozen-meter-long blade that attacked him at the same time. Chu Tian's path of retreat was completely sealed. He had no other choice but to block them. But even the sacred light body couldn't block this kind of attack. When Chu Tian was about to be dismembered, the several dozen malicious ghosts let out pitiful cries as they exploded one by one. Like smoke, they were all sent to the little white fox, and the little fox swallowed them all in a single bite. What? Endless Yin watched as the profound malicious ghosts he had refined for several years was easily destroyed, and he couldn't help revealing a look of disbelief. In this short moment of being stunned, the blade glow slowed down a bit. Chu Tian's eyes turned white, and he obtained the innate spatial energy. He jumped out and dodged the attack. Spatial energy. Innate spatial energy. Endless Yin was shocked once again. When he turned around, Chu Tian was already standing behind him. The demon god sword source spirit was summoned, and the netherworld sword's power was released to its peak. Endless Yin did not even have time to send out another slash before Chu Tian suddenly disappeared. He turned into 8 figures that appeared beside him at the same time. 8 of them were real, and 8 of them were condensing an attack. Netherworld clone slash. Chu Tian did not waste time as he used his strongest sword move. Endless Yin found 8 dazzling sword glows that charged at him with extreme speed and might. Even with Endless Yin's strength, he could only block 5 of them, and 3 sword glows fell onto him at the same time. Ah! Endless Yin gave a pitiful cry as his protective cultivation technique was broken. Although he wasn't cut into pieces, he was still heavily injured as he fell down from the sky. The Black Moon sect's disciples almost collapsed. The sect elder had been captured as a hostage, and now even the respected Vice sect master had been defeated by the other side. Was the Black Moon sect really going to suffer a large loss this time? Chu Tian released the flame demon transformation and grabbed the heavily injured Endless Yin, placing his sword across his neck. Meng Yingying revealed a look of joy. There was another heavyweight captive. Then they could extort the Black Moon sect. The Black Moon sect was a sect with thousands of years of history. They had accumulated quite a bit. It was unknown if they had spatial crystals. Endless Yin was still conscious. His sword wound wasn't heavy, but the netherworld ghost flame was too sinister. His cultivation needed to suppress the netherworld flame that was invading his body, so he couldn't resist it at all. Do you think you can leave the heavenly Yin mountain alive like this? Ha! Ha! You don't need to worry about this. Chu Tian retreated to the square. He grabbed Endless Yin with one hand and waved his sword with the other. Your Vice sect master is in my hands now. Let's talk about the ransom conditions. These madmen, they actually wanted to capture the Vice sect master to extort the sect? Even if they captured the elder and the vice sect master, would they be able to relax? Once the various restrictions of the heavenly Een Mountain were activated, even if they had wings, they wouldn't be able to fly out of the heavenly Een Mountain. Once the heavenly Een Mountain's protective array was activated, they would be destroyed in an instant. What confidence did he have to act so arrogantly here? But the elder and vice sect master were captured. Most of the Black Moon sect's high-level members had fallen into the hands of these people, and the Black Moon sect couldn't even find a leader. You call yourself the Great Summer Country's envoy, but I think you are just helpers that woman brought. I'm telling you, the Great Zhou royal family has no hope. They have already been completely destroyed. What kind of storm can a trivial princess cause? Although I don't know who you are, there won't be a good ending for meddling in the Great Zhou country's matters. Endless Een gritted his teeth. This was the only possibility. The Great Summer Country had just been established, so why would they have a falling out with the heavenly Een Mountain of the 6 famous Great Zhou countries? They wouldn't do something like this unless they were crazy. But I'm very sorry. Chu Tian's mind was indeed different from normal people's. The Great Zhou royal family's princess? Chu Tian really didn't know Qin Bingyu's identity. The Great Zhou royal family was slaughtered, and Qin Bingyu was the only fish that escaped the net. This also explained why Qin Bingyu wandered alone and finally joined the Nangong family as a guest official in Imperial City, staying with the Nangong family for 10 years. Chu Tian didn't know what was going on, but it didn't matter. He would figure it out sooner or later. He had the advantage now. Qin Bingyu had sealed most of the Black Moon sect's high-level members. With these people's lives in his hands, the Black Moon sect wouldn't take any risks, so there was room for negotiation. The 3 of them were not afraid of the Black Moon sect at all. If the situation wasn't good, the 3 of them could return to Central State City or Miracle City in minutes, even taking a few hostages along the way. Unless the Black Moon sect had a powerful existence that could instantly kill the 3 of them, making it so they couldn't even activate their transport scrolls. But this possibility was very small. If Chu Tian used all his cards, not to mention someone like Endless Een, even a spirit transformation expert wouldn't be able to instantly kill the 3 of them. Why hasn't the Black Moon sect's true boss appeared yet? Where is he? Quickly say it. Humph! If the sect master wasn't in closed-door cultivation, how could you be so arrogant? 10 minutes. Chu Tian placed his sword on Endless Yin's neck. Call your sect master out to see me. Otherwise, I'll cut this fellow. You, no need. When the Black Moon sect's people were filled with rage, a voice came from the sky. I'm already here. Chapter 465. 10 figures were carrying a coffin carved out of red crystal. The surroundings were shrouded in a hazy, bloody mist as they crossed the sky. The coffin was lifelike, and there were demons and monsters carved on it. A thick, murderous aura filled the entire sky, creating a strong sense of oppression. Meng Yinying was a bit nervous. The strongest seems to be coming out. Chu Tian slightly raised his brows. 1,000-year corpse monster? The 10 people carrying the coffin were not living people at all. Rather, they were 10 corpses. They were covered in red corpse hair and were covered in evil red corpse poison. These were all characteristics of a corpse monster. These were 10 corpse monsters with true spirit cultivation, each one being in the 2nd true spirit layer. 10 second true spirit layer corpse monsters were enough to sweep through the Great Zhou country. But what was even more terrifying was that these 10 corpse monsters had clear eyes. 10 pairs of eyes gathered together, and it was like they were looking at Chu Tian from afar, trying to be mysterious. Chu Tian released his mind's lamp divine sense and swept over the corpse monsters. He was surprised to find that the corpse monsters had weak thoughts and spiritual energy fluctuations, which meant that these 10 corpse monsters had a certain level of intelligence. Chu Tian gathered his divine sense and entered the coffin in the middle. A strong divine sense came from the red coffin and instantly blocked Chu Tian's divine sense. The divine sense from both sides collided in the air, and Chu Tian's divine sense could not break through the other side's divine sense barrier. Your divine sense isn't bad. A voice came from the red coffin. This voice was not real, but rather it was directly transmitted to people's minds through the mind's lamp divine sense. Just a bit off. Chu Tian had never suffered a loss in terms of divine sense before. The Black Moon sect master clearly had the mind's lamp divine sense, like Chu Tian. This kind of divine sense could jump out of detection and directly affect a target. What was not simple was that his divine sense was a bit stronger than Chu Tian's. Is that so? Chu Tian's pupils abruptly turned golden. The divine sense power that was originally surrounding the coffin suddenly condensed into an invisible divine sense sword, which abruptly pierced through the divine sense barrier of the mysterious sect master. It was true that the spiritual sense of the mysterious dark sect master was slightly stronger than that of Chu Tian, but Chu Tian had transformed his spiritual sense into an invisible spiritual sword. Thus, the spiritual sense barrier of the mysterious dark sect master was like a big and fragile bubble, which could be broken with a casual poke. Ah! The headmaster of the mysterious dark sect cried out in alarm as soon as he was hit by Chu Tian's spiritual sense. The strings of the 10 corpse demons that were carrying the coffin were cut off, and they immediately fell from the sky. The huge coffin also fell heavily to the ground with a loud bang. Chu Tian's face was filled with surprise. This was because when he probed the coffin with his divine sense, the appearance of the mysterious dark sect master appeared in front of him. It was actually a little girl who was slightly more than a meter tall and had 2 sheep horn braids. She looked to be at most 10 years old and had a childish look on her face. There's no mistake. Chu Tian had a puzzled look on his face. The mysterious dark sect master is a stinky brat. Rude. You're the one who hasn't reached adulthood yet. The coffin suddenly opened and a figure flew into the sky. It was the little girl that Chu Tian had just seen, but her face was pale like she hadn't seen the sun in 100 years. Her little body was wearing a large red robe, looking like a doll at first glance. However, the mysterious dark sect master's eyes were dark red, revealing a maturity that didn't match her appearance. I am the mysterious dark sect's 18th generation sect master spirit. I have been the sect master for 15 years. Greetings, sect master. Greetings, sect master. The mysterious dark sect's cultivators all bowed down. Although the sect master did not look shocking, she was not simple. She was the most outstanding person in the mysterious dark sect in the last 1,000 years. She had cultivated the sect's profound dark devil art, demon corpse technique, and 9 netherworld meditation art to the perfection realm, combining it with her own situation to create a cultivation technique that she named after herself, the Een Spirit Scripture. This cultivation technique was not inferior to the cultivation techniques of the 6 famous mountains. So it could be said that although the mysterious dark sect master was the youngest of the 6 famous mountains, she was a genius of the present age. Chu Tian revealed a smile. This 10-year-old little girl's sect master was indeed a bit older, but she was around the same age as Chen Bingyu. She should be less than 40 years old. But because she cultivated a special cultivation technique or had a special bloodline or physique, she maintained the appearance of a 10-year-old little girl. The 10 corpse monsters all stood up and returned to their sides. Een Spirit's little body floated up and floated in the middle of the 10 corpses, as if she had no weight at all. Because she had just suffered a loss, the great sect master felt very embarrassed. Her childish face revealed a fierce expression as she spoke in a childish voice, a trivial divine sense secret technique. This one doesn't put it in my eyes at all. Why did you cause trouble in the heavenly Een Mountain and capture my mysterious dark sect's people? Chu Tian understood Een Spirit's strength. 4th true spirit layer cultivation, heaven spirit realm strength. Perhaps it wouldn't be easy to deal with her. Not to mention that Chu Tian could feel that Yin Spirit's spirit energy was very strange and strong. She most likely had many ancient cultivation techniques, and she had cultivated them all to the perfection realm. Her battle strength was even stronger than Clark and the other locals. Chu Tian did not say anything, and Enlacine said, "That black-clothed girl is the great Zhou royal family's princess. They must have come to take revenge for the great Zhou royal family. Don't worry about us. Sect Master, please make your move." Mang Yingying revealed a strange expression. Did these people make a mistake? Take revenge for the great Zhou royal family? There was no such thing. Great Zhou royal family? The great Zhou royal family did not have a royal family. In the past, the great Zhou royal family was raised by the 6 famous mountains in the secular world. But who would have thought that this fellow would have a hidden bloodline power? They had been hiding their strength, trying to become the 7th power of the great Zhou country and control the entire secular world. Yin Spirit thought back while saying in a childish voice, "It has to be said, the great Zhou king almost succeeded in the past. 18 years ago, the great Zhou royal family strength was close to the 6 famous mountains. He only used a few generations to reach this step. This is truly amazing. Bloodline cultivators cannot be underestimated." So it was like this. Chu Tian understood what was going on. Under the lead of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, the 6 famous mountains attacked the great Zhou royal family. The Black Moon Sect's master was my master in the past. Although he did not participate in the attack, the royal family's destruction was not the fault of the 6 famous mountains. Rather, they destroyed themselves. Yin Spirit said in an old voice, "If you don't consider yourself, you are nothing more than a nouveau riche. If you want to challenge the thousands of years of the 6 famous mountains, what difference is there from seeking death?" Chu Tian nodded. What she said was a bit reasonable. Chun Bingyu furrowed her eyebrows. Her memories of what happened 18 years ago were already hazy. She knew just how powerful the 6 famous mountains were, so she had buried this matter deep within her heart. Although her parents and siblings had been brutally murdered and she had always been filled with resentment, she had never thought about revenge. These fellows must have misunderstood. Chu Tian did not know about her matter at all. Yin Spirit warned, "Even if she is the last princess of the great Zhou royal family, the great Zhou royal family has already been destroyed, so she can't give you any promises. This one doesn't know what power is behind you. But if you go against the 6 famous mountains for her, this is not a rational thing to do." Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders. "Then how do you want to deal with us?" "Return the Vice Sect Master and the elders, as well as this so-called Great Zhou Princess. Then cut off an arm as punishment, and this one will swear in the name of the Sect Master to let you go. Pay, dream on!" Mang Yingying shouted, "We won't hand over big Sister Bingyu. If you have the skills, then come and catch me." Yin Spirit was filled with rage. She had already made a large concession. These fellows still dared to be this arrogant. Chu Tian's eyes turned. The Sect Master's corpse refining skills aren't weak, actually having 10 corpse monsters as guards. Only I don't know how strong these corpse monsters are. Humph! It's more than enough to deal with these 3-legged cats. Since the Sect Master says this, then let's play a game." Chu Tian said with a smile, "Actually, this one knows a bit about corpse refining, so I'll use my refined Yin corpses to challenge the Sect Master's Yin corpses. If the Sect Master wins, we'll release them unconditionally, and if the Sect Master loses, you'll help us and the great Zhou Princess rebuild the royal family. Of course, you can refuse at that time, and we'll just watch the hostage being killed. What do you think?" Yin Spirit seemed like she had heard the funniest joke in the world as she began to laugh. The other Black Moon Sect people looked at each other in blank dismay. The 10 corpse monsters were in front of them. Was this fellow blind? He actually wanted to compete with the Sect Master in corpse refining, Could it be that he could take out een corpses stronger than the 10 corpse monsters? Mang Ingying and Qin Bingyu were a bit stunned, naturally understanding what Chu Tian wanted to do. Qin Bingyu looked at Chu Tian's figure and found it a bit hard to believe. Rebuild the great Zhou royal family? He wasn't joking, right? I'll bet with you, but where are your een corpses? Don't worry, they're all here. Chu Tian took out 18 small scrolls and placed them on the ground. These scrolls were spatial storage scrolls made from the leftover materials of the space tower, so they could be used to store the 18 divine servants. Come out. The 18 spatial storage scrolls automatically opened and the compressed space inside was released. 18 dark, golden-skinned figures appeared in front of them. They were the 18 divine servants that Chu Tian had spent a lot of time and effort to make. Een Spirit said with a face filled with astonishment, "What kind of een corpses are these?" The 18 divine servants released by Chu Tian completely subverted Een Spirit's understanding of een corpses. Een corpses were divided into black een corpses, white een corpses, corpse monsters, and corpse kings. Unless it was a corpse king, the een corpses would be covered in fur. How could this fellow release a corpse king? The 18 een corpses looked very strange, but the energy fluctuations they released were around the same as the corpse monsters, even being a bit weaker. How did you refine them? You want to learn? Unorthodox methods, what's there to learn? Een Spirit disdainfully said, "I'll let you see how strong the corpse monsters controlled by the Een Spirit scripture are." She didn't see any movements. The 10 een corpses took the initiative to take a step forward. Chu Tian understood, using divine sense to control them. This was why when Een Spirit's divine sense failed in midair, the een corpses immediately lost control. This is only a een corpses competition. Een Spirit was worried that the same thing would happen again. If you dare use divine sense to control them, then the bet will be invalid. Don't blame me for being impolite at that time. Divine sense was very easy to control corpses, but because of this, experts skilled in divine sense attacks were the bane of Een Spirit's corpse control techniques. Een Spirit knew her own weakness, so she made her divine sense this strong. There was no one in the great Zhou country that could make her suffer a loss. But this Chu Tian was the first. Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders. Of course, I'm a person with a competitive spirit. Come at me if you have any skills. Een Spirit's hands quickly formed seals, and 10 seals fell onto the 10 een corpses. Een Spirit seal. External body incarnation. The 10 corpse monsters seemed to be filled with some kind of power. Roar! The 10 corpse monsters released a powerful strength, forming their own source spirits. Even Chu Tian was shocked this time. What was this? The corpse monsters also had source spirits. Een Spirit revealed a proud smile. It's too late to regret now. Chapter 466. The 10 corpse monsters released their source spirits. These source spirits were very special. They were all in the shape of ghosts and skeletons. There was wind, fire, water, darkness, and thunder, but most of them had different attributes. Some were good at long-range attacks, and some were good at close combat. Een Spirit's power was pushed to the peak, and her source spirit was released. Chu Tian had seen many strange source spirits in his 2 lives. The young Miss Book source spirit, Mang Ingying's mirror source spirit, and the Dongfang family's armament source spirit. These were all considered rare source spirits. Other than these, Chu Tian had seen mountains and rivers as source spirits, forests as source spirits, suns and moons as source spirits, and even gods and demons like him as source spirits. It was reasonable to say that no matter how strange, Chu Tian was used to it, but when he saw Een Spirit's source spirit, he was still stunned. The space with Een Spirit as the center was filled with darkness, being corroded by a strong death aura. Tombstones were erected around it, forming a graveyard in a short period of time. It wasn't a real graveyard. It was an image formed from spirit energy. In other words, it was Een Spirit's source spirit. This fellow's source spirit was in the shape of a graveyard. Chu Tian had never seen a graveyard as a source spirit before. There really were many strange things in this world. The 10 graves in Een Spirit's graveyard source spirit had already been emptied. It was the 10 child source spirits from the graveyard source spirit that entered the Een corpses, giving them the power of a source spirit. Each Een corpse had some kind of connection with Een Spirit. They had already become Een Spirit's incarnations and could use cultivation techniques with source spirits. Everything Een Spirit had learned, she had already poured it into the Een corpses through her source spirit, allowing each Een corpse to have several perfection realm cultivation techniques. This is the Een Spirit scripture, created by this one. Een Spirit only cared about wildly laughing. The 10 corpse monsters spoke at the same time, speaking in place of Een Spirit. What will your Een corpses use to fight this one? We haven't even started fighting yet. Don't be in a rush to talk big. All right, then I'll let you understand why you lost. The 10 great corpse demons were surrounded by demonic energy as they soared into the sky. Countless ghosts continuously entered and exited their bodies. Finally, they all gathered in their hands and condensed into a huge black seal. Profound Een palm print. The 18 divine servants didn't even have the chance to attack. 10 incomparably ferocious, profound Een palm prints swept over, and they simply had no power to resist. In an instant, they were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. When Meng Yingying saw this horrifying scene, she was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. Oh my God, these corpse demons also know this kind of top-notch secret technique? Chun Bingyu said with a serious expression, Een Spirit's cultivation has reached the perfection realm. In terms of attack strength and aura, a single corpse monster's attack power is close to that Vice Sect Master Endless Een. Although these corpse monsters are all in the second true spirit layer, the corpse poison and strength of the corpse monsters are not weak. Adding on what Een Spirit has learned and several perfection realm cultivation techniques, she might not lose to a third true spirit layer cultivator. Meng Yingying said in a voice of disbelief, how could there be such a powerful cultivation technique in this world? Actually, this cultivation technique is flawed because the corpse monsters don't have spirit energy, and their power comes from Een Spirit. Chan Bingyu said with a calm expression, this also means that Een Spirit has released the 10 child source spirits in her main source spirit, so her source spirit has been crippled. Most of her spirit energy has been poured into the corpse monsters, which also means that Een Spirit has become very weak. Although she still has the strength of a 4th true spirit layer cultivator, without the support of her source spirit, she can only be considered a normal 4th true spirit layer cultivator. Meng Yingying said with an emotional sigh, although she has weakened herself, she still has the ability to protect herself. No matter what, she is still very, very strong. Ha ha ha. Een Spirit was as excited as a child that had received a lollipop. Defeated, they've all been defeated. Your Een corpses can't even take a single blow. An interesting source spirit, an interesting cultivation technique, truly a talent. Chu Tian rubbed his chin as he looked at Een Spirit. I found that I like you a bit. You should just come with me. Een Spirit was filled with disgust. Scram. You've already lost. She swallowed her words before she could finish because the divine servants that had been knocked down were now standing up one by one. Moreover, they didn't seem to be injured at all. Even if they were hit by such a strong, profound, Een large palm, there wasn't a single scratch on their skin. Their dark golden skin was like polished copper, giving people a mysterious feeling of being invulnerable. Your Een corpses seem a bit strange. What will shock you is yet to come. Een Spirit gave a snort. Wasn't it just a bit sturdy? She didn't believe there were Een corpses she couldn't break. So she controlled the corpse monsters and used the Black Moon Sect's secret techniques. Profound, een large palm seal. Destruction cross swords. Extreme, een demonic shadow slash. The 10 corpse monsters fully displayed their strength. Basically anything een spirit knew, the 10 corpse monsters knew. With their perfection realm cultivation techniques and various secret techniques and martial arts, their attacks were like a violent storm. The divine servants were sent flying again and again, smashing into the ground, only to stand up again and again. Chu Tian seemed like he was deliberately not fighting back. His hands were crossed in front of his chest like he was watching a play. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, as time went by, een spirit's mood went from shock to amazement and finally to despair. No matter how strong the attack was, even if the divine servants were smashed, it was useless. They could recover in a short period of time. The consumption was increasing. She couldn't even kill a single divine servant. Why was it like this? Could it be that these een corpses had undying bodies? Chu Tian saw een spirit say with a smile, I was hoping that the sect master would come up with something new, but I never thought that you would be at your wits' end this quickly. Your een corpses don't seem like much. Een spirit's pale little face instantly turned dark. The 10 corpse monsters were een spirit's pride, but in Chu Tian's eyes they were like a joke. This was simply trampling on her dignity. How could she not be angry? Chu Tian became even more aggressive as he said, Actually, this kind of bet is very unfair to you. After all, your strength is not on the same level. If this is spread, others will say that I'm bullying a little girl. I suggest we change the method. Have your een corpses stand together, and as long as they can block a single attack from a divine servant, I'll lose this bet. Going too far. Going too far. Een spirit flew into a rage. Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders. This is just a small suggestion out of goodwill. If you really don't accept it, then I have no choice but to keep fighting like this. Een spirit's teeth almost shattered from gritting. The 10 corpse monsters couldn't do anything to the 18 divine servants at all. The corpse monsters had already lost over half their strength, and if they continued to be consumed, they wouldn't be able to fight anymore. All right, since you dare be this arrogant, then let me see just what kind of arrogance you have. The 10 corpse monsters formed a triangular formation. They transmitted their strength to each other, instantly forming a black barrier. Each een corpse had a layer of black armor on their bodies, releasing 2 layers of defense at the same time. Een spirit said in a cold voice, This is a double layer of defense formed by the heavenly demon barrier and the heavenly demon armor. Let's see how you break it. A divine attendant walked out, her power slowly spreading out of her body. Runes appeared on the surface of her dark golden skin, and a hazy halo gradually enveloped her body. From weak to bright, it quickly returned, like a snow-white cocoon wrapping the divine attendant's body tightly. Een spirit could clearly feel the energy released from the divine servant's body. Although it wasn't strong, it gave people a feeling of a god descending from the heavens. The divine servant's aura quickly accumulated during this process, just like countless rivers gathering together to form an ocean. The divine servant suddenly cut her arm, and dark, golden blood flowed out of her skin. Een spirit had attacked the divine servant for a long time, but the divine servant had not shed a single drop of blood from beginning to end. It was like this monster did not have any blood at all, and the dark, golden blood flowed down her arm, finally covering it like a layer of wax. Prepare yourself. My attack is coming. With Chu Tian's kind reminder, the divine servant's power was released, and her aura was condensed to the peak. She was like a cannonball as she charged in front of the 10 corpses. The light around her body shined brightly as she suddenly raised her right arm and slammed it into the black barrier. The divine servant's white light flowed into her right arm, and when it was released from her fist, the white light was mixed with large amounts of dark golden light. This attack was not considered strong, not even reaching the 3rd true spirit layer. In terms of energy, it was impossible for it to break the barrier. However, The result of a drop of water falling on the rain cloth and a drop of magma falling on the rain was completely different. The power of the divine servants was mixed with divine power, and now, with the support of the god's blood that could break through any curse or darkness, the black barrier did not have the slightest bit of resistance and was almost completely shattered in an instant. The protective cultivation techniques around the corpse monsters all collapsed. It was like the 10 corpse monsters had been washed by magma. Smoke came out of their 7 orifices, and their bodies were burnt black as they fell to the ground one by one. At this time, the divine servant released all the energy in her body, and she also fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned. The 10 corpse monsters that the Black Moon sect was proud of, they had been defeated by a single punch from a divine servant. Een Spirit couldn't accept this reality no matter what. After being stunned for several minutes, she suddenly screamed, "No, my corpse monsters, you bastard! Do you know how long I used to refine them? Destroyed, you destroyed them all. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you." Een Spirit was like an angry gambler. She was like a child whose last toy had been stolen. In short, the bet had already been thrown to the back of her mind. Even if she had to kill all the hostages, Een Spirit would kill this damn fellow. This bastard had destroyed all her years of hard work. Why is the sect master so angry? Your corpse monsters have not been destroyed. They can still be used after being repaired. Chu Tian ignored Een Spirit's killing intent and anger as he said with a face that was asking for a beating, "But after seeing the might of the divine servant, can you still look at these normal things?" Een Spirit was suddenly silent as her face was filled with defeat and depression. She looked at the divine servant with a look of incomparable envy. Comparing her carefully refined corpse monsters to these divine servants, it was like comparing a dung pit stone to a top-quality gem. Chu Tian said in a bewitching voice, "These divine servants are my work, and I have some leftover materials, so I can turn your Een corpses into divine servants." "Really?" Een Spirit revealed a happy expression, as if she had forgotten her hatred towards Chu Tian. However, she immediately became vigilant. "Don't think that you can buy the entire Black Moon sect like this. Little sister, this isn't right. I, Chu Tian, never liked taking advantage of people, especially a minor like you." Chu Tian shook his head. "Cooperation, it is cooperation. The Black Moon sect and Miracle Commerce will cooperate. We will definitely achieve a win-win situation. You're not allowed to call me little sister. This one is older than you." Een Spirit thought of something. "Wait, you said you're Chu Tian? Miracle Commerce is Chu Tian? Sect Master has heard of this one's little name. It truly is an honor. Can we have a proper talk? Since we're talking about cooperation, you should at least show a bit of sincerity." Chu Tian released Endless Een and waved his hand at Chun Bingyu. Chun Bingyu understood and immediately released the seal, freeing the Black Moon sect elders and protectors from their frozen state. He released the hostages like this. He was just too bold. The Black Moon sect disciples saw this and immediately surrounded the 3 of them. "You can all leave," Een Spirit called out, stopping the sect disciples. She looked at Chu Tian. "Good courage, you really are someone. Let's go in and talk." Chapter 467. Chu Tian was smiling as he sat at the table with one leg crossed over the other. The little fox was lazily lying on his shoulder yawning, with Chun Bingyu on his left and Meng Yingying on his right, with the 18 divine servants standing behind him. If people didn't know the situation, they would think that Chu Tian was a rich family's young master, holding beauties on his left and right, participating in a tea party with bodyguards. In contrast, there were several dozen angry Black Moon sect elders, protectors, Vice Sect Master Endless Een, and the others. These people were all famous people in the Great Zhou country. Even a casual stomp of their feet could shake the Great Zhou country. But they could only stare at Chu Tian, unable to do anything. "Sect Master, why do we have to negotiate with this bastard? This fellow has caused the Black Moon sect to lose face. If today's matter were to be spread, our 2,000 years of reputation will be lost. Where will the heavenly Een Mountain's 10,000 years of prestige go? Kill him. The Black Moon sect's people angrily shouted. The actions of Chu Tian's group were hard to forgive. This matter would not only affect their personal reputation, it would also shame the heavenly Een Mountain, one of Great Zhou's famous mountains. Would the 1,000 years of accumulation be destroyed in the hands of a little brat? Een Spirit's little body was around 10 years old. Adding in her red robe that didn't have a single wrinkle, it made her look like a little doll. Where did she have the aura of a sect master at all? But she was sitting in the middle of the old men, giving people a very strange feeling. No matter how angry the elders and vice sect master were, her expression didn't change at all. Her large black eyes curiously looked at Chu Tian. She didn't understand why Chu Tian was so fearless without a hostage in his hands. Een Spirit had a cultivation in the 4th true spirit layer and several dozen powerful elders and protectors, as well as tens of thousands of elite cultivators. If she wanted to kill a few people, she wouldn't be able to escape no matter what. Whether it was the cool and indifferent Chen Bingyu, the young and immature Meng Yingying, or the mysterious Chu Tian, the three of them had never shown any signs of worry. This meant that they definitely had something to rely on. But what was it that they were relying on? Hey, little sister sect master, can you make these fellows who are barking like dogs shut up? Chu Tian changed to a more comfortable position and leaned against the chair. What we're going to talk about is related to the fate of the mysterious dark sect. Why are you making such a fuss? I'll say it again, don't call me little girl. Een Spirit seemed like she hated this title. Her little hand slapped the stone table, and the entire hall trembled. Your actions have already caused serious damage to the heavenly Een Mountain. I'm not considering any cooperation right now. Rather, I'm considering how to deal with the three of you. The cooperation between the Black Moon sect and Miracle Commerce is beneficial. As for damaging the reputation of the heavenly Een Mountain, I'm very sorry. This was not my original intention. But speaking of this, a bit of loss is better than being destroyed. Chu Tian's words were no different from a naked threat. The era of the Great Zhou country's 6 famous mountains is about to come to an end. The Great Zhou country will soon have a storm that will reshuffle the cards. It doesn't matter if you want to see it or not, but it will happen. Anyone that tries to stop the wheel of fate will be ruthlessly crushed to pieces. Too arrogant, Endless Een angrily roared. You want to topple the 6 famous mountains with just you? That's right, just me. Chu Tian was not polite at all. Actually, even if I don't interfere, once the Northern Eagle Burial Kingdom attacks, there won't be a single egg left intact. The Great Zhou country can't do anything alone. Even if we close our sect and hide from the world, without resources from the secular world, how can the 6 famous mountains develop? Not to mention the Eagle Burial Kingdom has as many experts as clouds. It's a problem if your mountain protecting array can block them. Not to mention establishing your sect. You might not even be able to protect your old ancestors' grave. The elders were so angry that they were about to explode. This kind of arrogant attitude and this kind of taunting tone. How could these fellows tolerate this? Een Spirit's little hand came out of her sleeve and placed it on the table. There was a flash of cold light in her eyes. I know that President Chu is very interesting, and I know that Miracle Commerce has some new toys, but you have to understand that there are many things in this world that can't be bought with just a few source stones. This Chu believes that there is nothing that can't be discussed in this world. If a few source stones can't be bought, then what about several dozen, several hundred, several tens of thousands, several 100 million, several 100 billion, or even several trillion? Chu Tian revealed a very enticing smile. If you can give enough benefits, how hard would it be to buy the entire Black Moon sect? Een Spirit revealed 2 cute little canines as she revealed a smile. This one will listen to what price President Chu can offer. Within half a year, the Black Moon sect will become the #1 sect in the Great Zhou country. whether it is a normal sect or a small sect or the 6 famous mountains. The entire great Zhou country will have to listen to the heavenly Yin mountain. Everyone's eyes popped out. Didn't this fellow know the weight of these words? The 6 famous mountains had been fighting for over 1,000 years. Even if a sect could stand out for a while, their glory would only last 100 years. This was because once a famous mountain surpassed the other mountains by too much, the 5 famous mountains would work together to keep them in check. There had never been a sect that could suppress the other 5 mountains by themselves. Wasn't doing it in half a year nonsense. Chu Tian did not finish as he stretched out 3 fingers. Within 3 years, the Black Moon sect will cover the surrounding large and small countries. The Black Moon sect will become the strongest sect in this territory and the richest sect. This was even more nonsense. Yin's spirit giggled. President Chu really knows how to joke. With your miracle commerce's little ability, you actually dare to boast like this. This is just too funny. Little sister, the sect master thinking this means that you don't understand miracle commerce. Damn! Yin's spirit was filled with anger as she slapped off a piece of the stone table. I already said not to call me little sister. Chu Tian did not care about Yin's spirit's anger at all. Look at the 18 divine servants behind me. Do you still think miracle commerce is a normal company? Humph. I admit that the divine servants aren't bad, but so what? Yin's spirit's eyes were filled with a strong desire when she looked at the divine servants. If her Yin spirit scripture combined with these divine servants, just how strong would they be? You still can't prove your abilities, right? Could it be that just because of a word from you, the entire Black Moon sect will support you? You really think too highly of yourselves. What you say is reasonable. Chu Tian's eyes turned. Does your sect have spatial crystals? Spatial crystals are very precious. But the heavenly Yin mountain has been around for tens of thousands of years, so naturally we have some. Why are you asking this? That's great. Chu Tian said, I'll immediately help you transform 10 Yin corpses, and you can use the spatial crystals to pay for this. I think this business will not be a loss for you. You can turn my Yin corpses into divine servants. This won't do. I don't have a lot of materials left. However, although I can't completely transform them into divine servants, they're not far from it. They'll have recovery abilities close to that of divine servants, and around 50% of divine servants' divine power. These undead puppets are called death servants. Yin Spirit knew that she couldn't be as strong as the divine servants, so she was a bit dissatisfied. However, hearing that she could have the strong recovery power of the divine servants, this was a large temptation to her. At least if she used spatial crystals to exchange for it, she wouldn't suffer a loss. Spatial crystals were rare, but what could they be used for? It was nothing more than creating some storage tools. Even if the death servants weren't as strong as the divine servants, they were still very strong and hard to deal with puppets. These monsters that couldn't even be killed had decent strength, and with Yin Spirit's unique cultivation technique, they would all become incarnations, possessing terrifying strength. This was enough to increase the Black Moon sect's strength by a large amount. The most important thing was that the death servants were undead monsters. This kind of monster wouldn't die of old age and could be passed down as a treasure of the Black Moon sect. What do you want the spatial crystals for? I'm planning on building a transport tower for the Black Moon sect. Once this transport tower is built in the Black Moon sect will undergo earth-shattering changes. Chu Tian said this before adding, however, what you need to pay attention to is that this transport tower isn't a free gift. Whether you agree to cooperate with Miracle Commerce or not, this transport tower will be an additional condition. The Black Moon sect can choose whether or not to keep the transport tower. If we keep it, then it will be the same as Miracle Commerce buying shares. A third of the Black Moon sect will belong to Miracle Commerce, and as for little sister sect master, you will be an employee of Miracle Commerce from now on. The expressions of the others fell. Bold. This person has wild ambitions. He actually wants to swallow the Black Moon sect. They had never heard of a sect being able to buy shares. This was simply nonsense. Ian's spirit gritted her teeth. This one is the respected Black Moon sect's master. You dare let this one run to the company as an employee? Don't speak so early. Chu Tian revealed a mysterious smile. It doesn't matter if you accept it or not. The choice is in your hands. If you choose not to keep the transport tower, I can't force you. I can only dismantle it and recycle the materials. As for you, you can at least obtain 10 death servants. No matter how you look at this, the Black Moon sect will not suffer a loss. Ian's spirit carefully considered it. She didn't know what the transport tower was, but she didn't think there would be any danger. Since she was watching from the side, there shouldn't be any problems. All right, Ian's spirit made her decision. I agree. You can make that transport tower for me. I want to see what you're planning. The Black Moon sect took out all the spatial crystals they had stored in their sect. Chu Tian counted them and found that they had enough for one transport tower, so he collected them all and had Meng Yingying build the transport tower. Chu Tian took the rest of the divine blood to help Ian's spirit transform her precious Yin corpses. The transport tower would take several days to build. But it didn't matter. Chu Tian was not in a rush. Chapter 468. Other than refining Ian's spirit's death servants, Chu Tian did not stay idle. He swallowed pills every day to increase his cultivation base. Now, miracle commerce was in the center of the forest of chaos, and there was a bustling Oldman small-town market. All kinds of resources were flowing into miracle commerce, so Chu Tian and his group were the happiest cultivators. Taking out a bottle of pills from their pockets was enough to make normal rogue cultivators fight over them. The pills Meng Yingying ate every week was equivalent to several years of savings for a normal rogue cultivator. Under these conditions, even if one's talent was mediocre, they could still become a peak expert. Of course, the pills they bought were mainly normal sacred herbs. These sacred herbs could be refined into pills that could increase one's cultivation base, but they still needed to slowly grow and accumulate. Heaven and earth treasures that could allow a person to instantly break through 1 or 2 layers were hard to buy even with Miracle Commerce's current wealth and channels. This kind of thing required a certain amount of luck. After Chu Tian fought the Lich and swallowed the Star Marrow pill, as well as a period of cultivation, his cultivation base should have stabilized at the peak first true spirit layer. On this day, he suddenly felt that an opportunity had matured. The chance to increase his cultivation base was here. Chu Tian didn't want to waste this state, so he immediately found a closed-door elder cave in the Black Moon sect. The Heavenly Yin Mountain was one of the great Zhou country's 6 spiritual mountains. This paradise was filled with spiritual energy and was suitable for cultivation. However, Chu Tian didn't rely on the spiritual energy in the spiritual vein to increase his cultivation base, so he directly took out an Eye of the Star. The starlight immortal body began to circulate. Chu Tian felt an incomparably pure power of the stars seeping into his body along with the circulation of his cultivation technique. Chu Tian couldn't help but be covered in a layer of starlight. From weak to strong, from bright to dark, the intensity of the starlight became higher and higher. His entire body was covered in light from inside out, basically turning into a man of light. The Eye of the Star in his hand became smaller and smaller. This Eye of the Star's volume was directly converted into astral energy, enough to maintain the transport tower's operation for 10 years. Now that it was all absorbed into Chu Tian's body, it was constantly attacking every cell in his body, causing every part of his body to undergo a transformation. The color of the dazzling white light suddenly changed and actually disappeared in the air, transforming into a wave that was released. Boom! A loud sound came from the top of the heavenly Yin Mountain. Yin's spirit floated in front of a large barrel, happily looking at the 10 death servants being transformed by the divine blood. She was shocked by the large explosion, Could it be that someone was attacking the mountain? Ian's spirit quickly flew out, floating 50 meters in the air. When she looked from afar, she saw a large mass of starlight explode in the sky, instantly blooming into the horizon. A resplendent sea of stars unfolded like a beautiful painting. Such a bizarre scene attracted countless onlookers. Everyone in the Black Moon sect was very curious and shocked. They didn't know what was going on. Ian's spirit's little body floated in the air, just like a little doll wearing a red dress. She could feel the attribute of this power. Wasn't it the defensive cultivation technique that these people cultivated? This kind of defensive strength was not inferior to any perfection realm cultivation technique that Ian's spirit knew. Could it be that this cultivation technique could become even stronger? What kind of powerful cultivation technique was this? Ian's spirit couldn't help thinking that if she could learn this cultivation technique, wouldn't she be able to use the Ian's spirit scripture to give the death servants this kind of defensive strength? The death servant's strength would definitely increase another step. Heavenly Ian Mountain. On a quiet hillside, Chun Bingyu was sitting alone in a daze. In the past year, Chun Bingyu often felt that her family's bloodline was slowly recovering. In the battle a few days ago, she had finally awakened her family's bloodline, which could be considered her biggest harvest recently. After her bloodline was awakened, not only would Chun Bingyu's cultivation soar in a short period of time, the most important thing was that she could use the secret techniques and powers sealed in her bloodline, so her battle strength would not be the same as before. Her originally pitch-black long hair had turned into an icy blue color. It was a kind of blue that was tinged with white, and it also looked like it was half pulled by silver threads. It was like a piece of ice that had been frozen for millions of years. Her body was constantly surrounded by cold air and cold currents. It made her aura even colder, but it also added a bit of otherworldly beauty. This was the sign of the Great Zhou royal bloodline being awakened. Great Zhou royal family. Great Zhou princess. After living for so many years, she had almost forgotten that she had this kind of identity. When she escaped from the Great Zhou country in the past, she was only 17 or 18 years old. She thought that she would find a place where no one knew about her past and study martial arts until she died of old age. She never thought that after 18 years, she would come back like this. "Hey, big sister Bing, why are you watching the sunset by yourself?" A voice came from behind her. If it wasn't Chu Tian, who else could it be? Chun Bingyu turned around and immediately found that Chu Tian was a bit different. His body was covered in a faint glow that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Only Chun Bingyu, who cultivated the starlight immortal body, could feel it. "So the commotion just now was caused by you. It seems like your cultivation technique has broken through?" Chun Bingyu stared at Chu Tian for a few seconds before saying, "Your cultivation seems to have broken through as well. When did this woman's insight become this strong?" That's right, the starlight immortal body had reached the perfection realm, and his cultivation had reached the second true spirit layer. There was no earth spirit cultivator that could be his match anymore. "Can I sit?" Chun Bingyu angrily said to this fellow, taking off his pants and farting. "Can I say no?" Chu Tian sat down on the side without any politeness. He began to chatter as soon as he sat down. "Big sister Bing, you're not honest. Why didn't you tell us about your past before? If we knew about this kind of hatred, we would have come to the Great Zhou country a long time ago. But it's not too late now. It's not a problem with our methods and abilities." Chun Bingyu knit her brows. Chu Tian asked, "What? Is there something wrong with it?" Chun Bingyu's indifferent face revealed a trace of confusion. "Perhaps you don't know, but our family's bloodline is very special. Although it can bring strength, it has a large influence on a person's thoughts." Chu Tian didn't find it strange. Sometimes cultivation techniques could affect one's thoughts, not to mention things like bloodlines. Then what kind of influence would it have? Indifferent emotions, especially indifferent to friendly emotions. Family, friendship, love. Our family is like this. Chun Bingyu lowered her head and gave a faint sigh. If I had a deep hatred when I just escaped the great Zhou country, it has already faded over the years. I can't remember the feelings my parents and brother brought. Revenge? Although I have this obsession, I don't have the motivation to carry it out. This is also the reason why I never want to talk about these things. Moreover, I never thought that miracle commerce would become like this in such a short period of time. Chu Tian finally understood. Chun Bingyu had the coldest personality out of everyone. She didn't seem to be interested in anything, and she didn't like interacting with people. Other than studying martial arts and cultivation techniques, she didn't have any other hobbies. Chu Tian thought it was because of Chun Bingyu's nature or because of her previous experiences, but he never thought that it would be inherited from her family. Actually, you don't need to worry about this. Chu Tian had a strange thought. If you're by my side, is there a large chance of being cured? Chun Bingyu was a bit stunned. Cured? Chu Tian revealed a bad smile. Look at me, I'm so handsome, talented, and charming. You'll find that you'll unknowingly fall in love with me. Wouldn't that be fine? Scram! Chun Bingyu waved her hand, and the surrounding several feet were frozen. Chu Tian quickly jumped away. Damn, I was just joking. It's fine if you can't feel love, but your reaction to anger is too sensitive. Who told you that I can't feel love? Chun Bingyu didn't know if it was because of anger or something else, but her snow-white face was slightly red. Slow, just a little slow, do you understand? Chu Tian revealed a vigilant expression, like a rabbit being stared at by a grandmother wolf. You're saying that there's still a chance that you might fall in love with me? I'm warning you, I already have a girlfriend. Chun Bingyu saw his cheap and bad look and immediately felt a nameless anger in her heart. Go to hell! In a few minutes, the entire hillside was covered with icicles. Chu Tian was chased around the mountain by this fierce woman and was in a sorry state. Just when the situation wasn't good, Meng Yingying contacted him through the communicator. It turned out that the transport tower had been built. Chun Bingyu returned to her usual cold look. Go find your little lover! Chu Tian laughed. Sister Bing, you're actually quite cute whether you're angry or happy, so don't keep a straight face all day. Smile more when you're free. How can I smile when I see you every day? These words made Chu Tian choke quite a bit. This woman's mouth was quite poisonous. Then be angry more. You're quite beautiful when you're angry. Chu Tian ran away after saying this, afraid of being attacked by the other side. Chun Bingyu looked at Chu Tian's back as he left, and her eyes slightly sparkled. She gave a soft sigh and was a bit worried and helpless, immediately following him. After several days of hard work, Meng Yingying finally finished building the transport tower. The Black Moon sect's master, in spirit, appeared with the elders surrounding her. She looked at the transport tower a few times and revealed a suspicious expression. This is what you want to build? What use does it have? Chu Tian inserted the eye of the star, and the entire transport tower was activated. He turned around to look at Een Spirit and said, Cooperation cannot be without inspection. I want to invite Sect Master to Miracle Commerce's headquarters to take a look. You want this one to go to the Great Summer Country? Wrong. Meng Yingying cut in and said with a face filled with pride, Our headquarters is in Miracle City, not the Great Summer Country. Miracle City is a city in the center of the Forest of Chaos. There wasn't a mistake. Forest of Chaos? The Black Moon sect's people were stunned. Miracle Commerce was in the Forest of Chaos. How was that possible? The center of the Forest of Chaos was over 100,000 miles away. How long would it take to make a round trip? Not to mention that the Forest of Chaos was very dangerous. Even a spirit transformation cultivator couldn't guarantee a safe trip. Chu Tian patted the transport tower beside him. Sect Master doesn't need to worry. Miracle City also has transport towers. With 2 transport towers, no matter how far it is, we can instantly arrive. It is as convenient as going to the toilet. These words shocked everyone. In Spirit's large black eyes revealed a look of shock Could it be, this is the function of the transport tower? It's more than that. Chu Tian took out a scroll made from a fragment of the Eye of the Star. This is a transfer scroll that I personally made. During the process of making it, I set the coordinates of the transfer location. With this scroll in hand, no matter where we go, we can instantly return to the city. So this thing is called a city return scroll. Little sister, sect master, do you know the value of the transport tower now? Chapter 469. A large doubt in the hearts of the Black Moon sect's people was resolved. The reason they could cause such a ruckus in the Black Moon sect was because these three fellows had instant city return scrolls on them. If they met a bad situation, they could instantly escape. No matter how strong the heavenly Een Mountains array was, it was useless. There was no such thing as a space ceiling restriction on the continent, unless the three of them couldn't activate the scrolls in time to kill them. The three of them were not weak, so it was not a problem for them to escape unscathed. It was because they had this confidence that they were fearless. Little sister sect master, do you understand the value of this transport tower? Chu Tian calmly said, in the process of miracle commerce's expansion, the transport tower will eventually appear in every corner of every country. At this stage, having a teleportation tower early can bring benefits and benefits that you can't even imagine. Even if we ignore the large benefits of the transport tower, you can use your sect's transport tower as a set of transport scrolls, which is equal to having an extra life. No matter where you go to adventure, you will have enough protection. The Black Moon sect's people were stunned speechless. How on earth was such a heaven-defying thing made?Een's spirit quickly weighed it in her heart. Was it worth exchanging a part of the Black Moon sect for the transport tower? There was no answer to this question, so she could only go to the Miracle Commerce headquarters to take a look. That's what you said. Who knows if the transport tower is really that useful? Facts speak louder than words. Little sister, sect master, please. This one will warn you one last time. You're not allowed to call me little sister. All right, little sister.Een's spirit angrily waved her sleeve as she walked into the transport tower. Chu Tian called Ying and Qin Bingyu over. The transport tower lit up and the spatial energy covered the surroundings. The spatial energy began to tremble. Was this thing really that magical? From here to the Forest of Chaos was several tens of thousands of kilometers. If the Miracle Commerce headquarters was in the center of the Forest of Chaos, it would be 5-6 times the distance. Even ifEen's spirit rode a high-level demon beast mount with her cultivation, it would take her 5-8 days of traveling through wind and rain. How could they travel this far in one go? There wouldn't be any danger during the transport, right? WhenEen's spirit's mind was filled with random thoughts, her shoulder was suddenly patted by someone. Little sister, sect master! Little sister, little your head. WhenEen's spirit was about to explode. We're here. Ah.Een's spirit was stunned. The distortion in the surrounding space returned to normal, and the teleportation light dissipated. This was a completely unfamiliar environment and scenery. The surroundings were flat grasslands, and in the distance were mountains. Countless strangely shaped and exquisite castles were situated between the mountains and mountains, making this place look like a fairy tale world. This is... Meng Ying saw the shocked expression on this little sect master's face. She immediately giggled and said, "Don't ask a question you already know the answer to. Miracle Commerce's headquarters, Miracle City." Was this the Miracle City? Miracle City's transport tower was not far from the city lord's castle. Before Meng Ying sent the transport tower, she had already contacted her elder sister. Meng Qingguo brought Vivian, Nangongyan, and the others to welcome them. "Welcome back, boss. I missed you all to death." Nangongyan was still very carefree, giving a warm greeting as soon as she came up. "Oh, that's right. Welcome, little sect master, to Miracle City. I am Nangongyan, boss confidant." This fellow only knew how to make connections. When did she become father's confidant? Ying, big brother. This Vivian teleported over first, immediately grabbing Chu Tian and Ying's hands. Was it fun outside? Teleportation? Innate spatial energy. Ying's spirit looked at Vivian and immediately knit her brows. This elven girl's cultivation was not weaker than hers. It was even a bit stronger. Miracle Commerce actually had this kind of expert? Meng Ying excitedly said, "Of course. Chu Tian brought me to play on the prairies. There's no end to the grass, and the sunset was very beautiful. We're done playing, so we'll head to the Great Zhou country." "I'm so envious." Vivian revealed a pitiful look. She was one of Miracle City's vice city lords. Her position was on the same level as Meng Qinggu. Now that Chu Tian wasn't here, and Meng Qinggu was very busy, there were many things in Miracle City that needed her to handle. How could Vivian do this kind of thing? "Remember to bring me next time. I'm bored to death in the forest of chaos." "Aunt Bing, your hair." Nangongyan made a fuss out of nothing. Why did it turn white? Chun Bingyu glared at her. "Didn't I tell you in the communication device?" Nangongyan revealed an embarrassed smile. "I'm still very surprised, but you seem to have become more beautiful and younger. It seems like I can't call you Aunt Bing in the future. I'll call you elder sister like Boss and the others." No one treated Chin Bingyu as an elder. Only Nangongyan's situation was a bit special. Chun Bingyu came to Imperial City several years ago, and Nangongyan met the 20-year-old Chin Bingyu when she was 4 or 5 years old. She naturally had the habit of calling her this, so she couldn't change it. "Up to you." All right, the guest is here. You can talk about this later." Meng Qinggu walked over at this time. She arrived in front of Yin's spirit, who hadn't recovered yet, and cupped her hands in a very appropriate manner. "Hello, Sect Master Yin. I am Miracle Commerce's vice chairman. Miracle City's vice city, Lord Meng Qinggu. Chu Tian has offended you in the heavenly Yin Mountains, so I apologize for him. We have prepared a reception in the city, Lord's castle, so please come with us, Sect Master." Yin's spirit's soul seemed to have left her body. After being stunned for a while, she said, "Does it only take an instant to return to the Black Moon sect from here? Is little sister, Sect Master, afraid of not being able to return?" Chu Tian gave Ying a look with a smile. "Since it's like this, why don't you take her for a spin first?" "Understood. Elder sister, give me half a minute. We'll go quickly and return." Meng Ying pulled Yin's spirit's hand and patted the transport tower. "Sect Master, let's go." Yin's spirit could not react in time. The teleportation light suddenly brightened. When everything calmed down again, she found that she had appeared in a magnificent hall. She was surrounded by barbarian guards. "Ah, isn't this Sir Meng Ying?" A barbarian berserker captain quickly bowed. "You came to the great summer country for official business." No, I was just casually looking around. There's no need to be so polite." Meng Ying said to Yin's spirit, "This is the great summer country. We're returning to the heavenly Yin Mountains now." Great summer country. Yin's spirit's mind didn't even have time to think. There was a flash of light. "Why did Sect Master come back?" "Sect Master, your expression doesn't seem right." "What happened? What did you do to our Sect Master?" Meng Ying revealed 2 cute dimples as she revealed a smile. "Sect Master, do you want to try again?" Yin's spirit was already completely convinced. "No need. Let's go back to Miracle City." The Black Moon Sect's people didn't understand what was going on before the 2 of them disappeared from the transport tower. In just a breath's time, the thousands of mountains and rivers disappeared, and they were transported to Miracle City once again. When everyone saw Yin's spirit's expression, they knew that this fellow was completely convinced. Meng Qinggu said, "Sect Master Yin must have seen Miracle Commerce's spatial transport technology. Actually, the spatial transport technology is just one of the many miracles Miracle Commerce has. you have enough time to inspect Miracle City. That's right, little sister sect master. Nangongyun said with a laugh. Staying here for a few days will definitely change your view of the world. You'll find how boring the world you lived in before was. Everyone returned to the city, Lord's castle. Chu Tian had left Miracle City for around half a month, and Miracle City had changed a lot. At least it looked very orderly. Meng Qingguo had a separate area in the castle, and this was the control center of the city. The first place they visited was here. This was because Miracle Commerce's first intelligent source energy matrix was placed here. In Spirit was surprised to find that there wasn't a single pillar here. It was around 100 meters long and 50 meters wide, with several giant black boxes in the center. There was a spiritual body floating in the center of these black boxes, and there were over 100 3-meter tall mirrors around it. Each mirror showed a different image. Some are forests, some are castles. And in short, they were all inside Miracle City. Zero respectfully greeted everyone when he saw them. Miracle City Manager, Zero, greets the City Lord and Vice City Lord. Is there anything you need me to do? Zero had intelligence and no emotions. This was all simulated by Meng Qingguo. In Spirit was very curious. A spiritual life form with intelligence? How did you make it? Zero replied in a cold voice. This question involves a top secret of Miracle Commerce. Your Excellency does not have the authority, so I cannot answer it for you. In Spirit revealed a strange expression. Why does this intelligent spiritual body look so strange? Chu Tian could see a few things about the central control room, but he wasn't sure, so he directly asked, "What is going on here?" Sir Vice City Lord has set up over 200 fixed monitoring points around Miracle City, 100 mobile patrol points, and the Heaven's Eye airships monitoring points for the various large areas. The images and data will all be sent here for me to control and analyze, allowing me to control the changes in the city. How is this possible? In Spirit was very curious about the image transmission ability on one hand, but she had seen the use of the transport tower, so this wasn't enough to scare her. Only she was very suspicious of Zero's words. Even if this spiritual body has intelligence, how can it observe this many places at once? Meng Yingying said, "You don't know, right? Zero is not just an intelligent spiritual body. He is also a super powerful smart brain with a powerful calculating ability. He can accurately calculate 1 billion times per second, so his information processing ability is not something we living beings can compare to. 1 billion times? In Spirit didn't have this concept at all. Chu Tian then asked Zero, "Does this have any other functions?" "Other than the monitoring function, I also have the city management function." Zero said in a fixed manner, "I can connect to the radio and communication systems, allowing the citizens to communicate with me directly. Whether it is inquiries, requests for help, or disputes, I can handle them all. Because I have obtained the authority to control the city's defense and security forces, I can directly mobilize the garrison and patrol teams, using the city's security resources to deal with all kinds of sudden incidents. Other than that, all the city's non-strategic and strategic documents will be sent to me for analysis and approval." Meng Yingying was stunned. This was too shocking. A Zero smart brain could surpass an outstanding management team in Miracle City. Chu Tian rubbed his chin. "I think your use shouldn't be limited to this." "That's right, City Lord, but my processing ability is limited, so I can only do this for now. How much do you think you need to strengthen it before you can do the other tasks?" "If the source energy matrix can be increased by 5 times, I can connect to the Miracle Shopping Center, the Spiritual Internet, the Transport Tower, Miracle Banking, and the Space Warehouse. I can control the shopping centers, banks, transport towers, and space warehouses from the highest terminal, creating the Spiritual Energy Internet, and etc., ensuring the normal operation of the important platforms. If my source energy matrix can be increased by 20 times, I can connect to the Yun Sek's laboratory and participate in complex experiments, creating a stable virtual spiritual world. Chu Tian nodded, without considering the size, adding a few more source energy matrices. It isn't hard to increase it by 5 to 20 times. Young miss, tell Central State to hurry up. Do you still need to say this? Meng Qinggu rolled her eyes at him. I've already given the order. This was simply a god. This was everyone's only evaluation of Zero. Chapter 470. Smart Brain's abilities were not limited to this. It could penetrate into all aspects of life in the future. From production automation to military construction, resource exploration, strategic planning, inventions, and even predictions, it was omnipotent and could be used in any way. Smart Brain was absolutely calm. It had intelligence and no emotions, unconditionally obeying its creator and unconditionally carrying out orders. Smart Brain would not be tied down by emotions or morals. Everything was calculated to achieve the best result. It was absolutely cold, absolutely righteous, and absolutely rational. Speaking of this, in less than half a month, the young miss had actually managed Zero into managing the city. This was definitely not an easy matter. With a super strong assistant like Zero, a meticulous, cautious, and intelligent manager like the young miss, as well as a heaven-defying person like Chu Tian, Miracle City's future was limitless. It was finally on the right track. If Smart Brain didn't appear, Miracle Commerce would only be the richest company on the continent. What Chu Tian pursued was not just this. What he wanted was to transcend. Smart Brain's appearance would increase his knowledge and wisdom by several times, allowing him to reach his goal. Zero, please introduce Miracle Commerce and Miracle City's situation, letting our little sister, Sect Master, understand. Yes, Sir City Lord. Zero's figure suddenly disappeared from the array, and his voice came from the speakers around him, projecting a phantom image. Miracle Commerce's founders Chu Tian, Meng Qinggu, Meng Yingying, and Nan Gongyin were founded in southern Xia's South Sky City a year and a half ago. When Miracle Commerce was first established, it was just an empty shell company without any fame. It relied on the Meng family's small local company, Southern Cloud Commerce. Chairman Chu Tian used source energy cooking, source energy electric lamps, and other innovative products to open up the market. Zero spoke in an orderly manner while changing the various images. Chu Tian, Meng Qinggu, Meng Yingying, and Nan Gongyin. The four of them looked at the series of changes, and they all felt a sense of time passing. Although it had only been less than a year and a half, Miracle Commerce had already undergone such earth-shattering changes. When they looked back on everything, it was simply unreal. Meng Yingying was a little touched. I didn't expect that we'd been through so much. Ling explained the history and development of Miracle Commerce. Miracle Commerce has worked hard in the Forest of Chaos for several months and has finally established their headquarters in Miracle City. Now, Miracle Commerce had a total of 140,000 employees and over 100,000 soldiers. The Yun sect had recruited 550 top scholars from the Gnome Great Elder Clark, and now they had over 3,000 high-level researchers. The Truman sect had recently recruited Druid Prophet Yoda, Shaman Priest Luz, Minotaur Arnold, and so on. They now had over 300 high-ranking guests. Miracle Commerce has 85 factories, and there are large-scale laboratories in the Great Summer Countries, Central State, and Southern State, as well as the Gnome Research Center of this era. They have a very strong development potential, and their future is limitless. Ling introduced the history of Miracle Commerce. Every product and every action of Miracle Commerce was simply described. This directly impacted Yin Spirit's heart. Although she had heard that there was an incredible company in southern Xia when she was in the Black Moon sect, there were canned food, electric lamps, and other small things that came from caravans. Yin Spirit never thought that Miracle Commerce would be this strong. It was truly a bit unbelievable. What Yin Spirit was truly shocked about was not Miracle Commerce's miraculous rise, but rather the young man standing beside her who seemed like a playboy. Rather than saying that Miracle Commerce's rise was the history of a business empire, it was more like a miracle created by this fellow. There was no doubt. Chu Tian was the absolute soul of Miracle Commerce. Although Chu Tian never interfered with the company's management, if Miracle Commerce didn't have Chu Tian, it would have been impossible for them to develop to their current scale in 100 or 1,000 years. In spirit never would have dreamed that this arrogant and hateful fellow would be this kind of powerful person. There was no other person like him on the entire continent. Mang Qingguo gave Ling a new order. Ling, please explain our plans for the Forest of Chaos. Yes, Vice City Lord. When Ling's voice fell, several dozen mirrors left their frames and floated in the air. They pieced together, tightly fitting together without any gaps, finally forming a single mirror. A bird's-eye view of Miracle City slowly appeared on it. Miracle City is a typical forest city, with over 98% of the city being covered in forest. The land is used very low, and the population is very small. We plan to develop 10% of Miracle City's area, with a maximum population of 10 million. In this image, a portion of the area was split apart, and this part of the area was split a second time. In the end, more than a dozen areas were formed, and each area was noted. From the living area, the industrial area, the breeding area, the planting area, the entertainment area, the commercial area, and the school area. They were all clearly planned. Ling released a simulation of the city. When Yin Spirit saw the simulation of the city in the mirror, her eyes instantly popped out because Miracle City was just too beautiful, and it was an ultra-modern city. Although it was only 10% developed, it was still larger than the southern summer imperial city. The mountain forest terrain could not be calculated as a flat surface. It was a three-dimensional space. It was unknown how many people could live in a 2,000-meter tall mountain. Even if the future city had 10 million people, it would be spread out, giving people a feeling that it was a perfect combination of the city and the mountain forest. It would not be as crowded as a normal human city. It was probably for the sake of transportation. Miracle City was prepared to build large amounts of rails, air transportation, and buy enough ruins mounts. This way, they could connect the large city, and it would be much more convenient for the citizens to travel. These are just normal city constructions. When Ling's voice came out, the image in the giant mirror began to rise. It passed the several thousand-meter tall mountain peak and finally reached above the clouds. There was an incomparably large object that was standing in the sky. Miracle City will gather all their resources and technology in the future to create a floating city. This floating city is not just a floating city and a fortress in the sky. It is also the core headquarters of Miracle Commerce and the symbol of the continent's peak technology. This was a plan that Mang Qingguo had Ling come up with after collecting the information and technology of Miracle Commerce. Through large amounts of calculations and analysis, Ling finally came up with the most reasonable city plan and also proposed the construction of a sky city. This was because with Miracle Commerce's ability, it was possible to build this kind of fortress in the sky. Once the sky city was completed, it would not just become the symbol of Miracle Commerce. It would also be a moving fortress and a center for launching heavy weapons. It would become a peak military deterrent on the continent, making the entire forest of chaos submit and laying the foundation for Miracle Commerce's expansion on the continent. In Spirit's mouth was wide open, almost able to swallow an egg. This trip to Miracle City had simply destroyed her worldview. In Spirit had always been proud of the Black Moon sect, even looking down on Miracle Commerce. Now it seemed like with Miracle Commerce's current strength, they wouldn't lose to the Black Moon sect. The Chu sect's guest officials included Yoda, Luz, Arnold, and other forest experts. In terms of experts, they could crush the Black Moon sect. Although the Black Moon sect had 200,000 elite cultivators in terms of military strength and completeness, they were still a bit lacking compared to Miracle Commerce. Miracle Commerce's source energy weapons could quickly arm their entire army, and with the powerful deterrence of the Heaven's punishment airships. Even if the Black Moon sect hid in their mountain protecting array, they would only be safe for a while. After the situation was introduced, Chu Tian brought Een Spirit to stroll around Miracle City. Although Miracle City had a small population and their strength wasn't outstanding in the forest, ever since Miracle Commerce moved in, this place was filled with vitality. Miracle City had just recruited several tens of thousands of soldiers, and there were many people who doubted Chu Tian's decision. But now it seemed like it wasn't a loss at all. Miracle City now had several tens of thousands of strong workers. Now that Miracle City was being developed, these several tens of thousands of people were the main construction team. The Miracle Shopping Center, movie theaters, restaurants, hotels, and gambling houses. All of these had to be built. After all, only with a complete set of equipment could it attract people. Other than that, the virtual arena, the virtual trial field, and the spiritual library, these special equipment that Miracle Commerce had to be built in large amounts. There was no need to mention the other basic equipment. This was definitely a large project. Luckily, Miracle Commerce didn't lack resources and had a strong transportation ability. Now that there were several tens of thousands of workers, and they had recruited several tens of thousands of people, large amounts of gnomes came to help, and the company wildly threw money into the construction. The city was already beginning to take shape. Een Spirit stood on a hill, looking at the bustling Miracle City. She could deeply feel the vitality of this city and the strong power hidden in this city. Whether it was the citizens or the forest locals, they were all filled with passion when it came to the construction of the city. This was because these people had already seen Miracle Commerce's strength and felt the changes Miracle Commerce had brought to their lives. The canned food, the communication device, the magnetic sound device, the video player, and etc. These little things were changing their lives in an unprecedented way. These people all had a premonition. An unprecedentedly beautiful home was being born. Who didn't want their home to be better? Therefore, when they were constructing the city, it wasn't just for Miracle Commerce. It was for themselves and for their descendants. The difference was too large. What did the Black Moon sect count for in front of Miracle Commerce? Een Spirit now completely believed the wild words Chu Tian said a few days ago. Chu Tian crossed his arms across his chest. The powers in the Forest of Chaos are very strong, and Miracle Commerce isn't willing to touch them for now, so we can only use our unique advantage to expand our territory in the outside world. Great Summer, Great Zhou, and Northern Militant. Once the 3 countries join together, the surrounding 7-8 small countries will not be a problem. This will provide a strong support for Miracle Commerce's development, allowing them to challenge the Eagle Burial Kingdom in the north and defending a region in the Forest of Chaos, creating a foundation for fighting with the forest giants. So, Little Sister Sect Master, whether you're willing or not, the Great Zhou country must be unified. That's right, this was not a joke. This had a large strategic significance to Miracle Commerce. There was no need to worry about the Great Summer Country and Miracle Commerce's relationship. The Northern Militant Country was in a state of disunity, so it wasn't hard to establish a government in the chaos. Only the Great Zhou country was a bit troublesome. There were over 100 large and small powers, led by the 6 spiritual mountains, and the special thing about the Great Zhou country was that each sect was independent. Not only were they hidden deep in the mountains, they had their own inheritances, so it was too troublesome to deal with them like this. The best method was to support a spokesperson in the Great Zhou country. Een Spirit's innate talent wasn't bad, and she was very young. Chu Tian appreciated her, so he came up with this idea. He wanted to support the Black Moon sect to become the largest sect in the Great Zhou country, allowing the heavenly Een mountain to suppress the other 5 spiritual mountains. Then he would rebuild the Great Zhou royal family and control the small and medium sects in the secular world. The Great Zhou country was rich in resources and had a deep background, so it could provide quite a bit of spatial crystals for Miracle Commerce. If these spatial crystals were used well, Miracle Commerce would have several more chess pieces. Chapter 471. This was not a small matter in the end. No matter how strong Miracle Commerce was, Little sister, sect master, couldn't make a decision on the spot. She still needed time to think about it. Even if she had decided to agree to Chu Tian, she had to at least consider how to obtain the most benefits for herself and the Black Moon sect. This is the so-called seeing is believing. How about staying in Miracle City for a few days and walking around the city? I'll find someone to play with you. Chu Tian looked over everyone and saw that Vivian was about to jump out. She had been bored to death in the city lord's castle, so of course this kind of good job was what she wanted. Vivian, you can accompany the sect master to play. It's convenient for you to have spatial abilities so you can eat, drink, and play at public expense. So have fun. Yes. It was hard for Vivian to hide her joy as she immediately stood up to greet Chu Tian. She impatiently turned to In Spirit and said, "Little sect master, let's go." In Spirit said in a dissatisfied voice, "Why do you have to add a little?" "Ha, ha, ha. According to human age, I'm already around 70 years old. I'm old enough to be your grandmother. Don't tell me I don't have the qualifications to call you that." This was the first time Vivian had used her age to suppress others, making Ian's spirit speechless. "Let's go." Vivian used her spatial energy, and the two of them disappeared. Elder sister Nangong, and I want to take a look at the trial field. You can go." Nangong and Ying happily left. Ying had been paying attention to the trial field. This trial field was going to be an amusement park in the future. As two people who loved to play, naturally they were very diligent. "Young miss, let's go as well." Chu Tian's eyes turned white, and the spatial energy he released was like a storm, instantly taking him and Meng Qinggu away. When Meng Qinggu came back to her senses, she had already returned to the city, Lord's castle. Meng Qinggu's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. "Your spatial abilities are not weaker than Vivian's." Chu Tian sat down on the city lord's throne and crossed his legs, saying with a proud expression, "Isn't this nonsense? How could my abilities be weak? Are there any new results to report recently? Great Xia's laboratory is progressing smoothly. The automatic array formation machine has been manufactured." Meng Qinggu brewed a cup of elven green tea for Chu Tian. She and Chu Tian had already developed a tacit understanding. Even if Chu Tian didn't say anything, she could guess what Chu Tian wanted to know. Therefore, she had already prepared everything before Chu Tian came back. Now that she opened an image transfer mirror in the conference room, the scene of Miracle Commerce's Central State factory appeared in front of her. Several researchers first took out a piece of crystal that had a talisman design engraved on a transparent crystal. After inserting the transparent talisman design into the machine, they added a few primeval stones into the primeval stone slot, and the whole machine started to work. The pure primordial stones extracted from the primordial stones were extracted and finally poured into a crystal stone pen. This crystal stone pen automatically began to draw. In less than 2 minutes, a complete talisman was made. After testing the talisman, it was proven that the talisman could be used perfectly without the slightest error or flaw. This meant that Miracle Commerce had entered the industrial era. In the future, they wouldn't need to spend this much effort to make the supersource energy matrix. With several hundred automatic array machines engraving talismans, they only needed to create a template, and it would be done once and for all. In the future, the production speed of these array machines would far surpass that of humans. Countless Yun sect scholars would be freed from their repetitive work. The production speed and output of Miracle Commerce's products would explode, so they wouldn't need to worry about their trade secrets being leaked. Those liberated scholars would have more time to improve and upgrade the source energy matrix, which was a very good thing. There is another very important matter to report. Meng Qinggu opened another image transfer mirror, and a picture appeared. Look! The image displayed in the mirror was of the basin where the battle with the Lich Fiend had taken place. There were several gray towers built in the basin, and one of the ruins had been completed. It was emitting death energy, and there were hundreds of skeletons around it. They were busy moving junk, chopping wood, and mining rocks. Undead Tower? Wasn't this the Lich's undead tower? When did the young miss make this thing? Zero has the complete memories and knowledge of the Lich. This is a precious treasure. How can we waste it? Meng Qinggu revealed a faint smile. The deathly energy in the undead ruins almost destroyed all of Miracle City. Although I wasn't in Miracle City at the time, I was very shocked when I heard of this matter. So that power must not be weak. If the Lich can control this power, why can't we? These skeleton soldiers use the power of the undead tower to move around. They are fast and come like the wind. They are simply natural laborers. When Meng Qinggu talked about the skeleton soldiers, she seemed very excited. No matter what kind of dirty work they do, they can do it without complaint. I think there isn't a single merchant that would reject this kind of good worker. If we can have tens of thousands of these skeleton soldiers in the future, we won't have to worry about people doing hard and dangerous work like mining. They can even replace a lot of laborers. Undead laborers, cheap economy. How could the young miss not realize this good thing as a merchant? Powerful, powerful. The young miss really deserves to be the pillar of Miracle City. Chu Tian was full of praise and affirmation for the young miss. But the undead tower isn't just used to control the undead. Have Zero prepare the blueprints. I want to study them. The energy in the undead ruins surpassed Chu Tian's imagination. Because it wasn't far from Miracle City, there would be many uses for it in the future. Meng Qinggu gently took a sip of the green tea. The two of them suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. She put down the cup. I work hard for you in front of and behind the scenes all day. Don't tell me you still want to hide some things from me? Chu Tian was stunned by these words that came out of nowhere. What do you mean? The young miss looked over with sparkling eyes. When Chu Tian met her eyes, he felt a strange fluster in his heart. You know it in your heart. Meng Qinggu looked at him from the side. In her eyes that were like a mirror, the normally gentle and filled with wisdom actually had a bit of resentment. The young miss always had the image of a strong woman in miracle commerce. There was no one in the company that didn't accept her position. This kind of person had an expression of resentment, like she had been abandoned by a heartless man. This made Chu Tian's scalp go numb. Chu Tian shook his head. I still don't know what you're talking about. Meng Qinggu saw that Chu Tian was still acting like a fool. She finally couldn't help slapping the table. It's about you and Ying. How did you know? Chu Tian was very surprised, worrying about how to explain this matter to the young miss. He remembered Ying's words on the prairies, so of course he knew the young miss' thoughts. How could he tell her this matter? Who would have thought that the young miss already knew? Could it be that Ying told you? Although she didn't tell me, with my relationship with Ying, do you think this kind of thing can be hidden from me? The young miss snappily said, I am Ying's closest big sister. Not only do we talk about everything, I've watched Ying grow up, so it's not wrong to say I'm half a parent. Outsiders can't see the changes in her body, but do you think I can't see it? Chu Tian was a bit embarrassed. Yes, the young miss is very perceptive. You two are hiding it from me at the same time. When the young miss said this, she revealed a look of grievance. Truly too hateful. Chu Tian was in the wrong, so he quibbled. The matter of me and Ying dating, I was prepared to tell everyone at the right time. But who would have thought that the young miss would find out ahead of time? I asked the young miss to forgive me. This one didn't do it on purpose. Humph, stop pretending. Do you think I don't understand you? Meng Qinggu put her hands on the table as she stood up. The power of the female city, lord and chairman, erupted. I'm telling you, since you've started dating, you have to treat her well. If Ying is wronged in the future, I won't forgive you. Ying was too pure. She couldn't hide her thoughts at all. The matter of her liking Chu Tian was known by the entire miracle commerce, and Chu Tian had always taken special care of Ying. Their relationship, developing to this point, could be said to be natural. There was nothing to say. Meng Qinggu saw her little sister's happiness as an older sister. What else could she say? Meng Qinggu was stared at by Chu Tian for a while with a strange gaze. What are you looking at? You're giving Ying to me this easily? What else can I do? Chu Tian muttered in his heart. Ying said that the young miss also liked him. But looking at the young miss' current appearance, she was very relaxed. Where was she jealous at all? Then I can be assured. I was worried that our miracle commerce would put on a good show of blood sisters fighting over a handsome man, finally turning against each other. Pei, speaking without thinking. Meng Qingwu's face turned a bit red. Are you disappointed right now? Chu Tian gave a disappointed sigh. A bit. Come here. What for? Meng Qingwu reached out her arms to grab Chu Tian's neck, gently leaning her head on his shoulder. The young miss had a dignified and steady personality, actually doing this kind of thing. This made Chu Tian feel a bit of disbelief. Hey, young miss, in broad daylight, it's not good for us to do this. Even if you can't hold it in, you should find a place with no one around. There are people watching right now. The little fox covered its eyes, indicating that it didn't see anything. You guys can continue. Don't speak nonsense. Meng Qinggu closed her eyes and softly said, I'm suddenly a bit tired. Let me lean on your shoulder. I've been working for you for so long, you wouldn't be this stingy, right? Chu Tian didn't know what to do, so he could only correct the young miss. You are Miracle Commerce's second largest shareholder and Miracle City's second city lord. How could you say I'm working for you? Meng Qinggu acted like she didn't hear anything and said in a sleep-talking voice, Remember when the southern summer country's border was broken and we almost died while running for our lives? I'll never forget it in my life. It's rare for a person like me to be in such a sorry state. We fell into the water together. You were heavily injured, and I couldn't move. We would have died in the jaws of the beasts. You could have run away yourself. So why did you send me to shore without a care for your life? You already did your best. So even if you gave up on me, you didn't do anything wrong. You have to know that 1,000 Meng Qingwus cannot compare to a single Chu Tian. This is not doing business in the market. It cannot be measured by value. This is a matter of a man's principles. There is no why. I knew it. You're like a fool sometimes. Meng Qingwu revealed a faint smile, and her voice was very calm, just like she was chatting with a good friend. Do you know, from that moment on, after Ying, there was another important person in my life. Chu Tian said in a surprised voice, Young miss, can I think of it as you confessing to me? If you like it, then do it. Meng Qingwu released her hands and revealed a blank expression. You and Ying are the people I care about the most. I am very happy that the two people I care about the most are happy, but I also feel helpless at the same time. It's like I've lost two people at once. So what do you think I should do? This is a good question. It's very philosophical and very challenging. Chu Tian asked in a probing voice. Then how about I work a bit harder and marry both of you sisters? In your dreams, you're dreaming. Meng Qingwu had already returned to normal. She first glared at Chu Tian, treating Ying well from now on. As for our matters, we'll slowly settle them in the future. You owe me quite a bit anyways. Meng Qingwu vented the stone in her heart and felt much more relaxed, continuing to work. The young miss was truly a very contradictory person. Chapter 472. Vivian began to play with Ying's spirit. Although the city was still under construction and the foundations weren't complete, it was still something other cities couldn't compare to. Vivian already wanted to have a good time, so she immediately made a plan. We'll first watch a movie, then we'll go to the shopping center, then we'll go to the Miracle Hotel to eat, and finally we'll play in the trial field. What do you think? How could Ying's spirit have an idea? She would just follow her plan. Come, we'll go to the theater to buy tickets. The two of them chose the luxurious Elven Hall and also wanted the most expensive VIP seats. The forest races all had different sizes and eating habits. So in this kind of entertainment area, It would be very inconvenient if they were all squeezed together. Therefore, they divided the different races into 4 different sized halls. There was the Ogre Hall, the Orc Hall, the Elven Hall, and the Goblin Hall. From the names, one could tell the sizes of the different halls, which meant that Miracle City had many races and was a diverse city. The 2 of them came to the VIP seats, and the large screen was right in front of them. This was the best position, but the price was not cheap. The normal seats were all filled, and they were all half-elves and foxes. There were no ogres or minotaurs in this viewing hall, and it was a luxurious viewing hall. The fees were quite high, and the standards were quite high. Smelly lizard men and such were not allowed in, so the conditions were quite good. "Hello, Vice City Lord." The 2 gnome waiters recognized Vivian, so they immediately respectfully came forward. "What would you like to order?" "Let me see." Vivian took a look at the menu in an experienced manner. "I want a cup of high-grade elven green tea. It has to be from the Eternal Forest, and a spoonful of Lost Forest's fantasy grass powder. As for desserts, I want the gnome's 100-year secret golden truffle, purple gold melon from Flying Dragon Mountain, and dragon caviar biscuits from the underground world." Vivian ordered the most expensive ones. The 2 waiters' mouths turned into O shapes. These were the most expensive things, not to mention the others. Just the price of a cup of Eternal Forest's elven green tea was enough to scare a person to death. These desserts were all expensive. If it wasn't for Vivian wearing the city lord's robe sitting here, they would have called the guards to kick them out. Vivian looked at Ian's spirit beside her after ordering. "What do you want to drink?" Miracle City has everything. There are all kinds of spirit teas, several kinds of 1,000-year wines, and there are even some that are directly transported from the space warehouse. There are also many kinds of desserts. Just order whatever you want, no need to be polite. Ian's spirit was filled with emotions. Being able to enjoy the good things of various races without leaving the house, this kind of life was truly satisfying. "I'll give you the same." "We don't have these things in reserve. All of them need to be taken from the warehouse, so we have to pay the fee first." The 2 attendants suppressed the shock in their hearts. "Vice City Lord, do you want to pay on the spot, or—" Vivian gave the menu to the waiter. "I didn't bring any money. Today is business, and I have the City Lord's permission, so everything will be recorded in the City Lord's palace. Quickly bring the things up. Don't delay Miracle City's guests." It was true that Vivian was the City Lord and had a very high administrative rank, but her rank in the Chamber of Commerce was a few ranks lower than Meng Qingguo, and her authority was incomparable to Meng Qingwu's. The cinema was opened by Miracle Commerce. Even if Vivian was the City Lord, she couldn't just eat and drink here. This kind of thing had to be confirmed immediately. How could they confirm it? The 2 attendants found the owner of the cinema and used the communication device to contact the city manager. They immediately found Vivian's situation on Zero's side. Today's expenses were all paid by the city's finance department, so they didn't have any worries. 2 cups of elven green tea were immediately brought up. There were all kinds of desserts that dazzled people's eyes. The fragrance from the VIP seats filled the entire cinema, and everyone couldn't help looking over. Vivian was in a very good mood and immediately set on her own. "There are guests coming to Miracle City today. This City Lord is also very happy. I'll treat everyone here to a cup of elven tea." Everyone loudly thanked the Vice City Lord. Ian's spirit couldn't help thinking, with the City Lord and Vice City Lord messing around like this, it really wasn't easy for Miracle City to develop to this day. It really wasn't easy for that beautiful and noble female City Lord. The elven green tea was very expensive, not to mention it came from the Eternal Forest. Ian's spirit took a small sip and immediately felt a strong vitality flowing through her body like an ocean. This was because there was a spoonful of the Lost Forest's fantasy grass powder in the green tea. This spiritual material was similar to a hallucinogen, giving people an unimaginable sense of joy. Even if it was a helpless person, as long as they took a small sip, they would feel joy in their body and mind. It was like they were in the clouds, like they were a high-up princess, the happiest person in the world. The desserts Vivian wanted were all of the best quality from the forest. The gnome's secret golden truffle, the flying dragon cliff's golden melon, the dangerous devil's mouth under Miracle City, and the dark world's dragon caviar-filled biscuits. Each one was made from the best materials in the forest. Een Spirit was the great Zhou country's Black Moon sect master, but she had never experienced this kind of enjoyment before. The movie in the theater began to play at this time. Now that Miracle Commerce's movie production was becoming more and more mature, there weren't just traveling poets participating. There were also the flower fairies, elves, and gnomes participating. Each story was filled with imagination, and the story was full of ups and downs, making people immersed in it. The movie the two of them were watching was The Demon Dragon, which was the story of a hell demon dragon and the forest's various races. From the beginning, the large races of the forest didn't like each other, fighting openly and secretly. Then the demon dragon descended into the forest, instantly turning the world into scorched earth. Finally, the surviving forest races were led by a hero and broke through their differences. Through a tragic, epic battle, they finally defeated the terrifying demon dragon. Finally, the descendants of the hero lived together and built a forest city. The entire story was 3 hours long, and it could be said to be extremely intense. It was filled with honor, responsibility, family, love, and sacrifice, mainly promoting the unity of the forest races. Finally, it hinted at the path Miracle City would take and also used this theme to advertise the Hell Demon Dragon's trial that Miracle City had just completed. Too wonderful! Een Spirit was completely immersed in this soul-stirring, epic story. It feels like I'm personally witnessing a legend. Vivian finished the green tea and ate the last half of the sandwich. There are quite a few cinemas like this, but most of them are in the Great Xia Kingdom. It is said that they have already penetrated into the non-main cities and have become the main form of entertainment and leisure for the people. We can also target local advertisements according to the needs of the local businessmen. Every movie produced can earn more than 100 times the profit. The Great Zhou Country has more people than the Great Summer Country. Just the theater alone is a large piece of fat meat. The Great Zhou Country had 300–400 million people, which was around double the Great Summer Country's population. This theater was a very common business among Miracle Commerce's businesses. It couldn't compare to the spatial transport, warehouse, spiritual energy, or communication, but it still had a high value, enough to support a large company. Come, we'll go take a look at the Miracle Shopping Center. Perhaps there'll be something you like. Vivian brought Een Spirit to the Miracle Shopping Center, which was made from a small castle. When Een Spirit walked in, she found that this shopping center was very large. Not only were there many counters, there were also some special products that were displayed through image transfer mirrors or illusions. These all needed to be ordered. The Miracle Shopping Center's advantage was something normal stores could not compare to. Just the space warehouse could bring things from all over the world to one place, turning this place into the largest and most convenient shopping center in the world. As long as one had enough money, there was nothing they couldn't buy in the Miracle Shopping Center in the future. Although the Miracle Shopping Center is not complete, it has already been connected to the Great Summer Country, Oldman Small Town, and the surrounding tribes and towns. Don't look at how small this place is. There are already over 4,000 of them, with over 500 of them coming from the forest. At this time, 2 ogre children passed by Vivian. They immediately stopped and politely greeted Vivian. "Hello, Vice City Lord. Did you come here to shop?" Vivian looked at the 2 ogre children with curiosity. Although they were children, they were already twice Vivian's age. The 2 ogre children looked very shy, and their words were a bit inappropriate. No, we came here to do business." "Do business?" This surprised cry came from Een Spirit. The ogres were a race that only had brute force and no brains. They actually knew how to do business? One of the ogres said, "Our tribe has an orchard behind us that can produce high-quality spirit fruits. Many rich human nobles like to eat them. When the esteemed Lady Dolores passed by our tribe, she discovered this fruit orchard. She generously provided us with a loan, allowing our tribesmen to develop the fruit orchard. Right now, there are sales outlets in 10 cities in the humans' Great Xia Kingdom, and we are selling plenty of fruits every day. We are here to deliver the goods, and the fruits stored in the warehouse are almost sold out. Vivian revealed an expression of understanding. Then you must have earned quite a bit. The ogres did not have any schemes, and the two ogres revealed expressions of gratitude. Our harvest this week is more than in a year. The human nobles are just too rich. These spirit fruits are everywhere in the forest, and they are willing to spend precious source stones to buy them. That's right. The other ogre said, Her Excellency Dolores has found people to build a jam factory for the ogres. In the future, we can sell the spirit fruit jams and earn double the money. There are too many good things in the forest, and we have recently opened a mine. These ores are very valuable in the human countries. Under Her Excellency Dolores' guidance, we'll soon have an ogre company. As long as Miracle City exists, everyone's days will become better and better. There had never been ogre merchants in the forest. This was because ogres were stupid and had no business sense. Now the situation was different. After Dolores inspected them, she gave them money, gave them pointers, and even found people to help them start a business. Moreover, the Miracle Shopping Center was fair and transparent. Even ogres would not be cheated. So it wasn't strange for ogre merchants and minotaurs to appear. In-Spirit now knew that Miracle City did not just make them rich, it also made the people around them make money. We still need to transport several batches of fruits. Otherwise, the great summer country will run out of stock. All right, Vivian nodded. Then you can go do your work. Yes. Our tribe is at counter 223. You are welcome to try and buy our spirit fruits. These two ogres seemed like they were very busy. They said goodbye to Vivian and immediately left. In-Spirit felt like she had suffered a large blow. A part of the Great Zhou country was on the edge of the Forest of Chaos, so they were frequently attacked by ogres. In her impression, ogres were a group of people who ate flesh and blood, wild and violent fellows. But now, the two ogres were clean leather vests. Their skin, which was supposed to be tougher than rhinoceroses and covered in parasites, had been brushed at least 10 times before they left the house. Their bloody mouths, which were used to munch on human flesh and brains as snacks, were now filled with joy and satisfaction. There weren't just ogre merchants in the Miracle Shopping Center. There were also various races, strong and weak. They were all busy and filled with order. Although the current Miracle Shopping Center was not large, with a flourishing scene in front of them and the fox merchants led by Dolores, the future could be predicted. Chapter 473. The two of them strolled to their heart's content. It was natural for women to like shopping. The Miracle Shopping Center system wasn't complete, but the products were quite abundant. They could buy dwarven weapons, they could buy special pills, and they had the most complete material market. At least it was hard to find a more convenient, comprehensive, and large shopping center on the continent. Any shopaholic could obtain the greatest satisfaction here. The convenience of shopping on the Miracle Shopping Center was not something any shopping center could compare to. Even if there was no stock, as long as there was an order, Miracle Commerce would use the space warehouse to transport it over. This platform was not only a shopping and business heaven for Miracle City citizens, it was also a large benefit to the surrounding tribes and towns. The surrounding towns and large tribes did not have the conditions to build a space warehouse, but they could use the radio to learn about the new products and promotions of the Miracle Shopping Center every day. They could use the communication device to inquire about the situation of the products, and they could send orders to the local shopping center every day. Miracle Commerce prepared 10 miracle airships to transport goods. It wasn't for anything else, just to transport goods. Orders made on the same day would be delivered the next day. With high-altitude transport, it was safe and reliable. The lives of the tribes and small towns near the city had been greatly improved. Their local products could be easily sold everywhere. They could buy high-quality human products from the great summer country or the high-quality dwarven equipment from Oldman's small towns' dwarven mines. Magnetic sound machines, video players, and etc. They were all popular in the hands of these locals. They listened to the Miracle Broadcasting Station's information every day, ate the source energy food bought by Miracle Commerce, drank the good wine from the Miracle Shopping Center, and used the various human-made pills and tools. Miracle City had been here for a month. It had already infiltrated every aspect of the surrounding locals' lives. Because of the industrial area in the forest, many locals found jobs. They didn't have the time or energy to fight all day like before, so they all entered the factories to train and prepare for jobs. Those locals who were unwilling to be ordinary had formed forest partners in groups of 3s and 5s, creating a wave of entrepreneurship. After all, they were close to Miracle Commerce's future headquarters, Miracle City, so they had an advantage that other places on the continent didn't have. Dolores then led the caravan around to guide and invest. Soon a large plantation area, breeding area, all kinds of medicinal fields, orchards, and factories would appear in the forest. It was estimated that in a year or two, they would spring up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Although these were all local businesses, they more or less had some shares in Miracle Commerce. Miracle Bank was not stingy with lending everywhere, but source stones were tight and the interest kept increasing. But there were more and more people asking for loans because Miracle City's future was just too good. Right now, they were still in a period of desolation. If they participated in the wave of entrepreneurship during this period, and with the guidance of the fox merchant, it was basically impossible for them to not be able to repay the loan, not to mention losing money. Ian's spirit felt that Miracle City was not simple. What Miracle City would become in the future was not something Ian's spirit could imagine. This place was already filled with endless possibilities. Hey, Ying, it's me, Vivian. It's getting dark. Let's eat together. Vivian took out the communication device and called Ying's number. Right. Miracle Grand Hotel. We'll see you in a bit. Finished. Vivian hung up. Let's go. Little sect master, I'll treat you to a delicious meal. With a wave of her hand, space was cut open and the two of them directly arrived at the Miracle Grand Hotel. This place was located at the top of a mountain in the center of a lake, surrounded by the clear lake water. There was a towering mountain in the center with a castle hotel standing on top of it. There were bright moons and stars above them, giving it a different style. There was no smoke within several kilometers of the Miracle Grand Hotel, but don't look at how remote this place was. The Miracle Grand Hotel was very lively, with all the rich chiefs and gnomes coming here. Several of the halls were already filled. Vivian settled down in the best room by the lake. The space here was large, and the decorations were very elegant and natural. It was even connected to a large balcony. Outside, under the moonlight, was the clear and crystalline surface of the lake. If one was interested, they could even go down the stairs and sit in the pavilion to fish, drink tea, and admire the moon. Vivian held the thick dishes and didn't look at them carefully, directly ordering the most expensive ones. Even the soup was made with the Green Religion Temple's water of life, since it was all from Miracle Commerce. The elves were said to be simple. This princess didn't seem like an elven race at all. At this time, Ying brought Nan Gongyin to teleport and stumbled to the entrance of the hotel. The two of them almost fell into the lake. Nan Gongyin immediately complained, Ying, what are you doing? We almost crashed into the mountain. Sorry. Mang Ying kept apologizing, who told spatial energy to be too complex. Even if I copied Vivian's source spirit, it would still be hard to control. Vivian immediately stood up. Over here, quickly come. The ingredients and spices for this feast were all incomparably precious level 3 materials. A source energy chef that could easily cook these ingredients had to be in the true spirit realm. This kind of person could be independent even in the Great Joe country, but running to become a chef, it could be imagined how high the cost was. Not to mention that this peak source energy chef was willing to put down the dignity of an expert to become a chef. This meant that he had a strong passion for food, so his skills were definitely not bad. This table of meat and wine was very fragrant. Each dish was worth over 100 source stones. The 4 girls were all younger than each other. Nan Gongyin looked like she was around 18 or 19 years old. Mang Yingying looked like she was 16, Vivian looked like she was 13-14, and the youngest Dean Spirit was a 10-year-old girl. For these 4 girls to order such a luxurious table that could be considered a top-class banquet, it really made people speechless. It's really delicious. Nan Gongyin was the most impolite. She grabbed a bare paw and began gnawing on it. Her mouth was covered in grease as she vaguely said, "How is your stroll today? Do you have time tonight to go to the trial field? No one has been able to last more than 3 minutes in front of the Hell Demon Dragon's trial, so I think it won't be a problem for us to team up." "All right, I was planning on going to the trial field to play anyway. I'll call Big Sister, Chinbing you over as well," Vivian said with an excited expression. "Time passes slowly in the trial field. I don't believe that with our strength we can't beat that demon dragon in an entire night." Mang Yingying tightly clenched her fists. "That's right. Defeat the demon dragon." The 3 of them were filled with fighting spirit. Dean Spirit was a bit confused. What kind of thing was this fun? "I have something good for you." Mang Yingying revealed a cute smile. She searched her storage pocket and took out 2 palm-sized things. This is Big Sister Kai Dai and Big Sister Yin Yao. They made something good in Oldman Small Town, but it isn't common yet. Only the internal members have it. Feng Kai Dai, Yun Yao, and Yun Xiao were high-level members of Miracle Commerce, but they were in Oldman Small Town, so they couldn't come to Miracle City for now. Right now, Oldman Small Town was very popular, and Miracle Commerce had the largest market there. Miracle Commerce also had a research facility in the small town, and this thing was a good thing made there. "What is this?" Vivian looked over the thing a few times. This thing was a bit bigger than her palm, and it was made of metal. It was a bit heavy, and 2/3 of the front was covered in a mirror. Vivian could see it. It wasn't a normal mirror. Rather, it was a modified image transfer. The other third had buttons for various functions. Although there isn't anything new, it is very creative. Mang Yingying seemed to like this little thing a lot. Our Miracle Commerce's #1 mechanism, Master Tong Xiaoyu, brought several experienced researchers. They combined the magnetic sound machine, the video player, the camera, and the communication device, making it into this little thing. "Don't you think it's magical? Is this true or false?" Vivian's little face was filled with shock. "Your meaning is that this little thing can listen to the radio, receive images, take pictures, and even communicate?" Of course. Our Miracle Commerce really has many talented people. Sit closer and I'll demonstrate it for you. The 4 of them moved their heads together. Mang Yingying pressed the top button, and the screen lit up. The device had been activated. There were many function buttons below it, and each button could activate a different function. There were simple diagrams drawn on the surface of the buttons, so they could basically be understood. This is the magnetic sound machine function. Yingying pressed the button on the magnetic sound machine, and the little device connected to the Miracle broadcasting station, immediately releasing the sound from the station. Although the reception was a bit weak, it could still be heard clearly. Other than that, there were 2 buttons that could switch channels. This is the video player function. Yingying pressed another button on the video player, and the image transfer mirror in the device began to change. It received several video channels, as well as a Miracle Shopping Center shopping channel. This meant that with this little thing in hand, people could lie down and buy things at home. This is the camera button. Yingying pressed the camera button, and the lens on the back of the device activated. The image it captured was displayed on the image transfer mirror, and with a press of the camera button, it could instantly capture the image. This is the communication function. After activating the communication function, do you see these 10 little buttons? These are all 1 to 0 buttons, used to call the communication number. This is no different from the communication device. Een Spirit said in a surprised voice, "This is too mysterious." She never thought there would be such a good thing. Good, very good. Vivian was also very satisfied. It really is much more convenient. Has the name of this thing been decided yet? It can be held in the hand, and it is very convenient. It combines the magnetic sound machine, video player, camera, and communication device functions into one. Of course, we need a new name. Meng Yingying paused and cleared her throat before saying, after the chief designer, Tong Xiaoyu, as well as Feng Kaidai and big sister Yunyao discussed it, we decided to call it a cell phone. Cell phone, this is quite appropriate. These people held this miracle commerce first-generation cell phone and were happily playing with it at this moment. Een Spirit also liked it very much. There was no one who didn't like convenient things, not to mention the fact that the cell phone was this useful. The 4 of them studied the cell phone while eating and drinking. The 4 of them weren't big, but their appetites couldn't be underestimated. They didn't waste anything, and most of the delicacies on the table were eaten. The one who ate the most was not Nan Gongyin, but rather the small Een Spirit. This was her first time enjoying such a sumptuous meal. The temptation of spirit energy delicacies made her fall, and she had thoughts of quitting her sect master position, coming here every day to eat and drink. The 4 of them went to the trial field after eating, and they dragged Qin Bingyu along the way. The Miracle City's trial field's newly opened Hell Demon Dragon's trial was very difficult, and there were movies showing it recently. So naturally there were many challengers. The trial field was filled with people until late at night. The demon dragon's strength was not fixed. It would weaken or strengthen according to the strength of the challengers. No matter who went into play, the challenges would be equally large. The 5 of them were tortured to death in the trial field, using all kinds of tactics, but they died to the demon dragon each time. But the more challenging it was, the more they played. When the sun rose, they had already failed over 100th time, and they left in exhaustion. What was there to hesitate about? This time, Een Spirit found Chu Tian and firmly expressed her willingness to join miracle commerce. She was willing to support the development of miracle commerce in the great Zhou country with all the power of the sect. Even if it wasn't for the Black Moon sect, for herself to eat and play, she would stay in Miracle City for a long time. This was simply heaven. Chapter 474. A shocking piece of news spread through the great Zhou country. The Black Moon sect found the missing great Zhou royal family princess 18 years ago. The Black Moon sect's master, Een Spirit, announced that they were looking for the great Zhou royal family's ancestral land, allowing the great Zhou princess to inherit the king's remains and rebuild the great Zhou royal family, ruling the scattered great Zhou world. Although the great Zhou country was the same as the other countries and didn't have modern communication abilities, so information spread very slowly. This news was still too shocking. Therefore, it spread across the great Zhou country in just a few days. The other 5 spiritual mountains and sects were all stunned. Why would Een Spirit make this kind of decision? Could it be she had already gone crazy? Who didn't know that the great Zhou royal family was destroyed by the 6 mountains working together? If the great Zhou royal family was rebuilt, would they have any good expressions? Not to mention that the secular powers and resources had already been divided by the large and small sections. Suddenly supporting the great Zhou royal family, wasn't this a cake for everyone else? When they surrounded the great Zhou royal family in the past, the sect masters and sect masters of the 6 great sects attacked at the same time. The sect masters of the other 5 sects were still here, but only the Black Moon sect's old sect master had passed away. 15 years ago, the new sect master, Een Spirit, took over the position. In other words, the Black Moon sect had gone through a generation gap, so there was still room for reconciliation with the great Zhou royal family. what about the other 5 sects? The Great Zhou royal family had become the 7th superpower in the Great Zhou country in the past. Among the rogue cultivators and small and medium-sized sects, they had a very high reputation and rallying power. Even now, there were quite a few rogue cultivators that lived in seclusion that missed them. The Black Moon sect had come to revive the royal family. Perhaps there would be many followers and supporters in the country. The retainers and guests of the Great Zhou royal family had gathered together after 18 years. This was still a very troublesome power. Adding in the Black Moon sect support, they could definitely shake the other 5 spiritual mountains. A storm of blood was likely to begin in the Great Zhou country. Chu Tian held a short meeting with Yin Spirit and Chen Bingyu in Miracle City, discussing how to take down the Great Zhou country. Yin Spirit said, "The 6 spiritual mountains are 10,000 years old, and each sect has several thousand years of history. They are deeply rooted and have great strength, so they can only be subdued and not destroyed. Otherwise, not to mention whether the large sects with hundreds of thousands of elites could be destroyed. Even if they could, they would have to pay a large price. Moreover, once half of the 6 spiritual mountains are destroyed, the Great Zhou country won't have much strength left, and they won't be able to stop the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom from heading south." "That makes sense." Chu Tian nodded. "Our main goal is to subdue them, not to conquer them. However, we still have to get rid of a few unconvinced troublemakers. We need to show them our strength." The Great Zhou country's 6 spiritual mountains were very strong. Chu Tian was most worried that the 6 spiritual mountains would join together to resist. If they really did this, then it would be a big problem. The 6 spiritual mountains were similar in strength, each one having around 200,000 inner sect disciples. This was equivalent to having around 200,000 awakened soul realm experts that were proficient in inherited cultivation techniques. The 6 sects joining together was over 1 million. Once the 6 sects joined together, it would be enough to gather all the Great Zhou sections. If they fought with their backs to the wall, it would be enough to gather 2 million cultivators. This strength would be very troublesome for the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom. This was also why the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom had never made a move against the Great Zhou country. Chu Tian didn't want to completely conquer them. Therefore, there was no need for an all-out war. Now that the Black Moon sect had completely sided with Miracle Commerce didn't need to personally come out. The Black Moon sect could use the Great Zhou royal family's name to move around the Great Zhou country, and the entire matter would become a Great Zhou country matter. Since it was an internal matter, everyone would consider their own benefits and wouldn't work together against a common enemy. This matter of re-establishing the Great Zhou royal family, although it would anger the 5 spiritual mountains, it wouldn't make them feel a sense of danger, so it wasn't likely for them to work together. In this kind of relaxed situation, if Chu Tian secretly attacked them one by one, wouldn't the Great Zhou country be in his pocket? Chu Tian asked, "What does little sister, sect master, think?" Yin Spirit said, "There has always been a legend in the Great Zhou country. After the Great Zhou royal family was destroyed, the Great Zhou king left behind a ruin." Chu Tian looked at Chen Bingyu. "There is such a thing." "This is a secret of the clan. Royal father has over 10 children, and I am ranked 11th. I am not the crown prince or the eldest princess, and was born from a side concubine, so my position is not very high. Adding in my young age, although I have heard of it, I have never seen it before." Chen Bingyu shook her head. "It said that this ruin was left behind by my clan's ancestor, and is the reason why my clan was able to rise so quickly." "That's right. This ruin is not inferior to the 6 spiritual mountains. Only those with the royal bloodline can open it." Yin Spirit said this, and then gave a sigh. "Only it is a pity that the king's ruin is missing. The 6 spiritual mountains have been searching for it all these years without finding anything. If we can open this ruin, not only will the royal family have hope, the followers of the past Great Zhou royal family will flock here to support the new Great Zhou king." "Understood." The first thing to do was to find the king's ruin. The problem now was that even Qin Bingyu didn't know what her family's ruin looked like. With how large the Great Zhou country was, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Chu Tian thought about it before saying, "There is a person in Miracle City. He should be able to help." Chu Tian didn't even finish speaking. The cell phone in his pocket rang. Chu Tian took out the cell phone. He had just obtained this thing, so he wasn't used to using it. There was a number on the screen. It wasn't someone else but the young miss. This was strange. He was in a meeting. With the young miss style, unless it was an urgent matter that couldn't be solved, she wouldn't disturb Chu Tian at this time. If there really was a problem the young miss couldn't solve, it wouldn't be a small matter. "Excuse me." Chu Tian picked up the call. "What does the young miss need?" Mang Qingwu's voice was very serious. "Our forest industrial park has been attacked by an unknown force. This matter isn't small. Can you personally come over?" "Attacked?" Chu Tian's brows instantly knit together. Damn it, who did this? In this period of time, Chu Tian had been conscripting soldiers, building large amounts of factories, helping the locals start businesses, and improving the lives of the locals. The surrounding locals all benefited from this, so they should be filled with gratitude towards Miracle City. It couldn't have been done by these people. It could only have been done by an outside force. Even if Miracle City wasn't considered strong right now, it was still a forest city, and it was a city under the name of the Eternal Forest. The people that dared move against Miracle City, their background wouldn't be small. Chu Tian had already guessed that Miracle City would be challenged by outside forces during its development. In order to prevent this matter from happening too early, Miracle City had always focused on developing, not exploring the surroundings or touching other people's interests. They focused their development on the Warhounds Plains and the Great Zhou country. Who would have thought that it would still attract the attention of some fellows? There was no way around it. Miracle City's movements were a bit big recently. Chu Tian hung up the cell phone and returned to the conference room. "There has been a sudden situation in the city, so I can't go to the Great Zhou country with you. But there's no need to worry. I will gather a group of elites to help." In Spirit knit her brows. "What? If you don't go, how will we find the ruins?" "Relax. I just said that there is someone more suitable than me in Miracle City." At this time, Chu Tian didn't have the mood to keep them in suspense, so he confidently said, "This person is the Druid Prophet Yoda, currently a guest official of the Chu sect, a high-level staff officer of Miracle City, and a spirit transformation expert. There's no need to worry. You should quickly return to the Great Zhou country." The Druid Prophet could communicate with all things and make predictions. With Yoda's ability, finding the ruins wasn't hard. Not to mention that Yoda was a spirit transformation cultivator. This kind of strength was invincible in the Great Zhou country. If Miracle City sent another group of experts, it wouldn't be a problem for the Great Zhou country. In Spirit and Qin Bingyu returned to the Black Moon sect first. The Black Moon sect had already released the news, and the entire Great Zhou country was in chaos, so the two of them had to find a way to deal with it as soon as possible. Chu Tian asked Yoda for help, and Yoda readily agreed, bringing 2 high priests and 10 other priests. Chu Tian rushed to the forest scene. Mang Qingwu was currently comforting them. Because the attack was very sudden, no one knew where the other side came from. But what was certain was that this was a premeditated invasion. It wasn't something simple forest bandits did. Chu Tian asked, "What are the casualties?" "There are around 200 casualties, and a newly open mine has been destroyed." "Are there any suspects?" "There are." Mang Qingwu said, "I think Battle Banner City is the most suspicious. This direction is less than 800 miles from Battle Banner City, and most of the small towns and tribes in between have already submitted to us. Only Battle Banner City has the strength and confidence to go against us." "Humph, their courage isn't small. How long has it been since someone dared to provoke Father like this?" "Don't be careless. Battle Banner City isn't weak, but that isn't important. The most important thing is that Battle Banner City belongs to the Savage Highlands. So it was a city with a background. It was true that Miracle City belonged to the Eternal Forest, but it was only in name. The Eternal Forest couldn't send troops to help Miracle City, and Miracle City wouldn't pay tribute to the Eternal Forest. Battle Banner City's situation was different. Battle Banner City was established by the Savage Highlands and was a very important chess piece of the Savage Highlands in the center of the forest. This is just the beginning. Meng Qingguo was very worried. If it really is Battle Banner City, they won't stop here. Miracle City has just begun to develop, and if a forest city erupts, all the hard work we've put in these past few days will go to waste. Moreover, it will lead to a large loss. Miracle Bank basically used the company's source stones and the gnome's source stones to help the locals start businesses. Once a large-scale war erupted, it didn't matter who won or lost. It was very likely that this large investment would go to waste. Not only would Miracle City suffer at that time, perhaps even half of Miracle Commerce would collapse. Chapter 475. As Meng Qingguo expected, the attack on the Industrial Park's mines was just the beginning. Although Miracle Commerce had strengthened their defenses, because they didn't have enough people and the enemy came and went like the wind, there were several other places that were attacked in the next 2 days, causing over 800 casualties. The direct losses weren't serious, but the negative effects were just too bad. It cast a shadow over Miracle Commerce's rising atmosphere. After several surprise attacks, everyone in Miracle City was in danger, which was a large blow to Miracle City's development. Chu Tian, Meng Qingguo, Meng Yingying, Vivian, and Nangongyan. The high-level people were all in the city, Lord's castle. During the most recent attack, this is the image captured by the city's surveillance cameras. Meng Qingguo said, "Zero, play the image." All right. Zero's voice sounded out, and a large image transfer mirror appeared. There was a silent image inside, which was the scene of the attack. The entire attack was launched by several elite soldiers, ending the battle in just a few minutes and causing a large amount of damage to the city. Because the enemy was too fast and their attacks were too clean, the image transfer mirror couldn't capture them clearly, so it could only see a few green figures. Vivian said, "Green skin, large heads, and the style of their cultivation technique. Although I can't see it clearly, they are most likely orcs, am I right?" "That's right, they are orcs." Meng Qingguo nodded in a very serious manner. This also confirms our suspicions that Battle Banner City is a city ruled by orcs. We can now confirm that this matter is Battle Banner City's plot against Miracle City. Just a dozen people can cause this much damage? Nangongyan said. From the skills of these people, the enemy must be a group of experts with decent strength, most likely being experienced true spirit experts. To be able to create this kind of small assault team, it can only be a power from a forest city. I don't understand. Miracle City and Battle Banner City are like well water and river water. We are developing in our own territory. Are we hindering them or provoking them? Why do they have to make things difficult for us? Meng Yingying's delicate and beautiful face was filled with anger and confusion at the same time. These people are cowards. Let's counterattack and attack their Battle Banner City. Meng Qingguo shook her head. Her little sister had followed Chu Tian for a long time, so her way of thinking was similar to Chu Tian. We can't be impulsive this time. Not to mention the fact that Battle Banner City's army is stronger than ours. Miracle City doesn't have the ability to fight right now. Why? Nangongyan stood up. Although our troops are newly trained, we have source energy weapons. Can't we make up for the difference in strength? The surrounding tribes are all on the same side as Miracle City. If we fight with Battle Banner City, they will definitely help us. Boss, don't you think so? Nangongyan looked at Chu Tian. Chu Tian shrugged. Let's leave it to Mississippi, Nangong. Have you thought about it? Miracle City's defenses haven't been built at all. We don't even have a city protecting barrier. The mountain ranges around Miracle City are more than enough to defend against normal bandits. If we meet an opponent on the level of Battle Banner City, These natural barriers have no meaning at all. If we choose to fight, Miracle City will be drawn into the flames of war. The surrounding factories, spirit fields, and farms will all be destroyed. Not only will all our efforts be wasted, Miracle Bank will also go bankrupt. Miracle City's finances will collapse, and the city will fall into a quagmire of crisis. Nan Gongyin felt a headache just hearing this. What should they do? Meng Qingwu's words were reasonable. The enemy's small assault team was enough to cause trouble for Miracle City. If they fought for a long time and the enemy kept sending small teams to attack them, Miracle City's development and production wouldn't be able to continue. Miracle Bank wouldn't be able to take back the money they invested. Then Miracle Commerce would face the danger of going bankrupt. No matter what, we have to avoid fighting. Once we fight, no matter who wins or loses, we will still lose. Not to mention that Battle Banner City is the Savage Highlands gateway to the central region. If we attack Battle Banner City, the Savage Highlands will not sit still. What I'm even more worried about is that this attack was ordered by the Savage Highlands. It has to be known that the Eternal Forest is not weaker than the Savage Highlands, but the Eternal Forest will not send troops for us. Vivian's brows knit together. The Elven Council is filled with rotten old men, damn. Wouldn't Miracle City be at their wits' end? Meng Qingwu continued to say, these attacks on Battle Banner City have caused some losses to our city, but these losses can be ignored as a whole. Their goal is not to attack the city, but rather to make us feel pressured. There are already rumors in the city saying that Miracle City is going to fight Battle Banner City, making everyone panic. From this point, Battle Banner City's goal has been achieved. Meng Yingying asked, what will they do next? Battle Banner City clearly understands our situation, so they know that Miracle City can't fight. Battle Banner City does not have any plans to attack Miracle City. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used this method to alert us. Meng Qingwu said this, and then paused before saying, they will definitely ask to negotiate with us and give us their conditions. We can't be impulsive at this time. Whatever conditions they give us, we will bargain with them and stall for time for Miracle City. Chu Tian, what do you think? A guard suddenly ran in at this time. Sir City Lord, there is a letter from the forest. It seems to be from Battle Banner City. Give it to me. Chu Tian took out the letter and looked over it before suddenly ripping it in half. The young miss is truly clear. Battle Banner City's city, Lord Cao, has invited us to meet in Bramble Flower Town, 400 miles away in 3 days. There must be an ambush. Meng Yingying quickly stood up and said to Chu Tian, these green-skinned ugly monsters are despicable and sinister. They have no bottom line. You can't fall for their tricks. Don't worry, we won't be in danger. We still have to go negotiate. I'll take a look first and see what these fellows are planning. Chu Tian said to Vivian and Nan Gongyin, Nan Gong, come with me. Young miss, Yingying Vivian, you will stabilize the situation in the city. Meng Qingwu was a bit worried. Battle Banner City can't compare to Green City in the past. Battle Banner City hasn't weakened in the past 100 years, and their overall strength is very strong. I'm afraid you will suffer a loss. The Great Zhou country situation is very tense. Yoda can't come back for now, and Miracle City doesn't have anyone that can fight. Not to mention with just a spirit transformation expert, they won't be able to gain any advantage. Since we can't gain any advantage in a head-on clash, why do we need to bring so many burdens? Chu Tian said this and suddenly said with a smile, young miss can be assured, I have the spatial ability and the city returning scroll, so there won't be any problems even if we can't negotiate. That's true. The young miss nodded. Vivian slapped the table and stood up. With elder sister Qingwu here, I can't help much in the city. I'll go with you to meet them. I want to go too. Meng Yingying volunteered. I want to see what these ugly fellows can do to us. Chu Tian shook his head. Don't be anxious. You have another important task. The undead tower in the undead ruins must be built as soon as possible. No matter how much effort it takes, It must be built as soon as possible. Ying will be in charge of this matter. Chu Tian thought for 2 seconds before saying, Vivian, your task is to make a subspace aura extraction device. It's a bit like a space warehouse. I will give you the blueprints, and the young miss will provide the resources and manpower, so you have to finish it as soon as possible. Extracting aura from the subspace? Could it be that Chu Tian wanted to? Vivian's eyes lit up. Yes, I will work hard to finish it. Young miss, I'll have to trouble you to deploy 2 Heavens punishment airships above Brambleflower Town. 2 Heavens punishment airships? That kind of power was more than enough to flatten an entire mountain. To deal with the marauders that tried to attack Oldman's small town, Miracle Commerce had used this kind of terrifying force. Not to mention that a long time had passed and Miracle Commerce's technology was changing with each passing day. Miracle Commerce's second-generation energy and second-generation weapons were becoming more and more mature. The high-altitude bombs on the Heavens punishment airships had been improved and replaced, making them even stronger and more overbearing. This was not a joke. Chu Tian had deployed 2 Heavens punishment airships above the negotiation area. Was he preparing for war? Chu Tian saw the young miss expression, and he revealed a laugh. Isn't this just in case? If the other side city lord and other high-level characters come, we'll blow them all up. Without a leader in Battle Banner City, I don't believe they can do anything to us. How could the entire high-level team come? Not to mention that even if we blow them all up, have you thought about the Savage Highlands reaction? This is basically giving them a reason to occupy Miracle City. Meng Qinggu couldn't reject Chu Tian's orders. I will deploy the airships. I hope you can remain calm. This is not a joke. If there is a problem, all our efforts will go to waste, and it will bring a large crisis to Miracle City. Chu Tian said in a somewhat dissatisfied voice, Young miss, we've worked together for so long. You should know that I am a reliable person. It would be strange if he was reliable. Meng Qinggu rolled her eyes at him. Chu Tian stood up and said, All right, everyone start preparing. This matter had temporarily slowed down the city's construction. Meng Qinggu had placed all the city's resources on the city's defenses, especially Meng Yingying's undead towers. Nan Gongyin took the eye of the star and went into closed-door cultivation, while Vivian worked overtime on the spatial device. Although they didn't want war to break out, they had to make the necessary preparations. After 3 days, Nan Gongyin had absorbed the eye of the star. Her cultivation was already high, and now she had jumped to the 3rd true spirit layer. The 2 of them headed for Brambleflower Town. Chapter 476. In a gentle valley in the center of the forest of chaos, short shrubs flowed down, giving off a soft and gentle feeling. There were various kinds of flowers, and there were countless birds, deer and monkeys moving around. In the center, there was a small town made of stones. This small town was covered in moss, and there was a layer of thorny flowers on top of the moss. If one looked at it at first glance, it simply blended in with the surroundings. This was Brambleflower Town. Brambleflower Town was a normal town between Battle Banner City and Miracle City. Just like the countless small towns in the Forest of Chaos, Brambleflower Town was established because of the forest market formed by the surrounding tribes. It was convenient for different tribes and races to trade goods and daily necessities. Whether it was the size or population of the small town, there was nothing special about it in the Forest of Chaos. In the past few days, something big had happened in the small town. The surrounding hillsides were suddenly filled with rock and roll banners. Tens of thousands of wolf cavalry soldiers rushed down the hillsides, like a black torrent pouring into this green world, and the whole town was tightly surrounded. It was the army of Battle Banner City. The people of Brambleflower Town were scared witless. They wanted to run away in a panic, but Battle Banner City did not give them a chance. The butcher's knife of death fell on the heads of these forest locals, and the 5,000 people in the town were all killed. These executioners cut off the heads of the townspeople who suffered this calamity and placed wooden sticks in front of the small town's entrance, forming 2 neat rows. It was like a cruel ceremony or a red carpet welcoming guests. The elite troops of Battle Banner City stood neatly in 2 rows, wearing black armor and fluttering banners, giving off a heavy and solemn feeling of oppression. Humph! Those cowards still haven't come? An orc with a head full of small braids was sitting in the middle of the small town, covered in blood. His upper body was covered in wounds and totems, with 2 giant axes releasing a death aura on both sides of his large seat. There was a young orc that looked like a cheetah standing next to him. The 2 of them looked similar, so they should be father and son. The headless corpses piled up behind the 2 of them like a mountain, just like a backdrop for a photo. 200 half-beastmen warriors stood in rows on the left and right. Their eyes were ice-cold and filled with chilliness. They stood motionless like statues. Father, the weak humans definitely don't have the courage to come. Why don't we tell Sir City Lord and use Battle Banner City's army to take over Miracle City? We have the absolute advantage in strength. It's not that simple, Gray. The old orc shook his head. There are more and more rumors about Miracle City, and some of them are very exaggerated. For example, they can use a spatial ability to transport anything from human countries into the forest. We can't confirm whether these things are true or false, but according to the reports from the scouts, Miracle City has indeed changed a lot, and they have many incredible technologies in their hands. Elder Brother is very interested in this, so compared to occupying Miracle City, controlling them is a better choice. Gray's orc did not ask again, because an orc walked up and said he's here. When Chu Tian and Nangong Yin arrived at Brambleflower Town, both of them frowned slightly. They didn't expect Battle Banner City to make such a big scene. Not only did they slaughter the entire Brambleflower Town, they even stationed at least 20,000 elite soldiers here. This kind of scene was very intimidating. Perhaps no one who came to negotiate would be able to maintain a normal state of mind. The strength of Battle Banner City's elite army was already very shocking. Now that they surrounded this place like an iron bucket, even a sparrow would find it hard to fly out. There's only 2 people? The orcs revealed looks of shock. Battle Banner City sent out 20,000 elite soldiers, and Miracle Commerce sent out 2 people. This was a 10,000 to 1 chance. It was truly shocking. Chu Tian was wearing the City Lord's robe, allowing people to see his identity as the City Lord with a single glance. You are Miracle City's City Lord? The old orc gave a few cold laughs. That fierce expression, along with the blood covering the ground and the mountain of headless corpses, gave people a kind of intimidating feeling. I am Battle Banner City's Vice City Lord, City Lord Cao's younger brother Kaeldon, and this is my son, Gray. Chu Tian sat down like he didn't see anything. Nan Gongyin stood behind Chu Tian with her hands behind her back like a javelin. The 2 of them were surrounded by ferocious orcs, and there were at least 10 true spirit realm experts. Kaeldon was a 7th true spirit layer spirit transformation expert, and his son Gray was clearly a strong orc expert. Under this kind of pressure, the 2 of them did not have any changes in their expressions. Chu Tian said in a somewhat unhappy voice, "This City Lord has come under City Lord Cao's invitation, but City Lord Cao did not come and instead sent an assistant. You orcs don't seem to understand etiquette." Roar! The surrounding orcs all let out beast-like low roars. Kaeldon stopped Gray, who was about to jump out, and said with a snort, "The Miracle City's City Lord has some courage. No wonder those weak gnomes gave the city to you. The Miracle City's City Lord is a straightforward person, and the orcs are also a straightforward race, so there is no need for us to beat around the bush. I'll be straight to the point." Chu Tian changed to a more comfortable position. "I'm all ears." Miracle City's recent performance has been too eye-catching. If we don't stand on the right side, perhaps we'll be destroyed. Kaeldon paused before saying, Battle Banner City is willing to become Miracle City's friend. As long as our two cities work together as an iron alliance, it will be enough to dispel the greed of most powers, and we can both increase our strength and influence. When Kaeldon said this, it was like he was a sincere partner. It was like the matter of the Battle Banner tribe attacking Miracle City had never happened at all. Chu Tian said in a non-committal voice, What are the conditions? Battle Banner City will send out 100,000 elite orcs to be stationed in Miracle City. They will guard the city for the city lord, deterring enemies and maintaining peace. Kaeldon slowly said, This way the city lord will be able to sit on the city lord's throne without any worries. Of course, in exchange, half of your city's income will be given to Battle Banner City, and Battle Banner City will send a capable person to Miracle City to be the vice city lord, helping the city lord govern the city. We're letting you station troops and giving you tribute. You're even trying to make us a figurehead? Nangongyan couldn't help glaring at him. Why is your mouth so smelly? It's like fart. Did you just eat shit? Bold. Gray picked up a battle axe. Chu Tian was not angry and just revealed a smile. City Lord Cao is truly kind, but Miracle City has a strong army, so there's no need for City Lord Cao and you to worry. Not to mention that Miracle City is a city under the Eternal Forest's protection. I think in the entire Forest of Chaos, there's no one that doesn't give the Eternal Forest face. Kaeldon broke out in laughter. You humans really like to play tricks. Who doesn't know those old fogies in the Eternal Forest? Unless we attack their territory, they won't have any reaction. As for a place like Miracle City that can cause chaos, those old fogies will avoid it. So how could they take the initiative to get involved? Saying this, Kaladin's voice turned cold. I'll tell you the truth. There are 20,000 elite troops nearby. Do you think they are stationed here to put on a show? This place is less than 400 miles from Miracle City. 20,000 elite troops can attack in 2 hours. Your Miracle City is weak inside and out, without a city protecting barrier, a strong army, or enough troops. Can you block a single attack from Battle Banner City's army? Chu Tian slightly narrowed his eyes. You're threatening me? Battle Banner City sincerely wants to be friends with Miracle City, but Miracle City dares to reject the orcs' good intentions. So the orcs don't want to show their cruel side. Nangongyin revealed a smile. You want to attack Miracle City with 20,000 people? Why don't you give it a try? Bluffing is useless. From the moment you walked in here, your lives were already in the hands of the Beastmen. Surrendering is your only choice. Otherwise we'll cut off your heads and then lead the army to attack Miracle City. Gray said with a cold smile, According to what we know, you've taken out all your assets to lend to the surrounding tribes. These 20,000 people can't attack Miracle City, but we just need to destroy your businesses outside the city, and Miracle City's investments will be lost. There won't be a second wave of attacks, and Miracle City will collapse on its own. You green-skinned frog. Nangong Yun jumped up like a cat whose foot had been stepped on. If you attack a single inch of Miracle City's land, we'll blow up all the green frogs in Battle Banner City. Gray was enraged. Who do you think you are to dare insult me? This stupid human girl has insulted the glorious orc warriors. Whether the city lord agrees or not, her only outcome is death. Kaeldon said in a cold voice, Gray, use the warrior's axe to prove the glory of a warrior. Nangongyan's 10 fingers cracked. You want to fight? All right. It seems like there's nothing to talk about this time. Chu Tian said to Nangongyan, How long will it take? Nangongyan looked at Gray and said with a look of disdain, This kind of trash can be taken care of in 10 seconds. Then 10 seconds it is. Chu Tian took out his cell phone and dialed a few numbers before connecting to the control center. Heaven's punishment number 1. Heaven's punishment number 2. Begin the heaven's punishment in 10 seconds. I repeat, begin the heaven's punishment in 10 seconds. Heaven's punishment received. Beginning the countdown 10. The orcs were stunned. What was this fellow doing? 10 seconds, defeating Gray in 10 seconds? Although this Gray was young, he was in the fourth true spirit layer. Miracle City's human girl was in the trivial third true spirit layer. This was not just a difference of one layer. It was the difference between an earth spirit cultivator and a heaven spirit cultivator. Kaeldon had an inexplicably strong and ominous premonition. Gray, do it! Immediately take care of her! Chu Tian hung up the phone and placed it in his pocket. Chapter 477. It was as fast as lightning. Gray's figure disappeared and turned into an afterimage as he appeared in front of Nangong Yin. An axe as fast as lightning sent Nangong Yin flying high into the air. Pum! Gray's spirit energy completely erupted and the ground beneath his feet caved in. A monster source spirit covered in spikes appeared, and countless spirit energy spikes wildly stabbed at Nangong Yin in the air. They instantly covered Nangong Yin's body, making her look like a porcupine. Wild spirit energy completely erupted. Gray soared into the sky, instantly exceeding Nangong Yin's height. The huge axe light heavily swung downwards. This attack was not a person swinging the axe, but rather the axe carrying the person. It swept through everything, charging forward. Even if it was a mountain, it would still shatter it. So fast! Chu Tian narrowed his eyes. When Gray attacked, Kaeldon made a gesture, and the 10 true spirit experts released their source spirits. When Chu Tian's hand touched the sword hilt on his back, various kinds of weapons covered his body. As long as he made the slightest movement, he would be instantly torn to pieces. City Lord, I don't know what you're doing. Kaeldon sat in his seat without moving, but I hope you won't move. Otherwise, I can't guarantee the consequences. All right. Chu Tian revealed a smile, looking calm. His heart was counting down. 9, 8. Nangong Yin's body was covered in flames, instantly sending the spirit energy spikes flying. Her hands were covered in flames as she sent a punch at the axe glow. Stupid woman. Gray gave a cold laugh, and the axe slightly trembled. A giant beast's roar came from within, which was the angry roar of the weapon's spirit. This weapon was a soul-connecting weapon. How could flesh and blood block it? Not to mention humans with weak bodies. Even an ogre would be turned into meat paste. The flame fist and axe glow collided. There was a violent explosion in the air. Gray's charge was cut off, and Nangong Yin fell to the ground, staggering back a few steps. Her body was still covered in flames, but it seemed like she wasn't injured at all. What happened? This human could forcefully block Gray's battle axe with his flesh and blood? This axe was a famous soul-contracting weapon in Battle Banner City. Gray was in the fourth true spirit layer, which was the early heaven spirit realm. It was not something a late earth spirit realm person could block, not to mention blocking it with his bare hands. Nangong Yin's entire body was bathed in flames, and her red hair danced in the wind. She looked like a furious flame goddess. Is that all you have? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Take it. Gray was unable to restrain his anger. He roared crazily, like a wild beast that had lost control. Nangong Yin's disdainful attitude was not only a provocation, but also a kind of insult. The incomparably heavy battle axe in his hand was as delicate and dexterous as a carving knife in the hands of a sculptor. It was as heavy and overbearing as the sledgehammer in the hands of a blacksmith. In an instant, hundreds of axe strikes blossomed like a lotus. Good timing. Nangong Yin stepped on flames, and her arms filled the sky with fists. There were no fancy moves or techniques, just extreme speed, extreme strength, and extreme explosiveness, blocking each of Gray's attacks. Although the power of each axe strike contained the power to split a mountain, if it was an ordinary cultivator, they would have already been turned into paste. However, Nangong Yin had forcibly withstood over 100 attacks without suffering a single wound, which completely overturned everyone's understanding. Gray's battle axe was swung faster, and Nangong Yin's fists were swung faster and faster. There were no fancy moves. It was pure strength against strength, speed against speed, pure strength against pure spirit energy. If it was a fight between people of the same level, it would be reasonable. Gray's cultivation was much higher than Nangongyen's, and he had a soul-contracting weapon in his hand, but he still could not defeat the other side. This was a bit unreasonable. Beast transformation. Gray combined his source spirit with his body, turning his originally green skin into a purple-black color. His back and arms began to grow large amounts of curved blade like barbs. This secret technique did not just change his body shape, it also increased his speed and spirit energy by several times, increasing his battle strength. Black Spirit, release your power. The battle axe was summoned by its master, and it suddenly released a strong black glow. This axe that was not small became 5 times bigger. What Gray sent out was not just a single axe, but rather a surging mountain and river. It was the radiance of the sun and moon, filled with an overbearing aura that looked down on all living beings. He had clearly used his finishing move. Good. This is more like it. Nangongyen faced the wild axe glow. Not only did she not dodge, she revealed a look of excitement. She clasped her hands together, trying to use them to block this attack. Gray's axe glow exploded. You're seeking death. The blade glow was like an invisible wave. This attack could not be blocked like this. Nangongyen did not have a way to block the invisible blade chi. The wild wave slammed into Nangongyen's body, instantly ripping apart most of Nangongyen's clothes. With this kind of fierce chi attack, even if this girl had the body of a demon beast, she would not be able to survive. Gray was not satisfied with this. The black battle axe swung out again. The surging river, like power, turned into tens of thousands of sharp spikes. He wanted to cut this girl to pieces, turning her flesh and blood into powder under this wild storm of attacks. At this moment, Nangongyen loudly shouted, "Starlight, immortal body!" The light blue starlight covered her body, instantly splitting apart the tens of thousands of attacks. The starlight went from weak to strong in a short period of time, completely nullifying this fierce attack. Gray's expression changed, and he immediately slashed out with his axe. Nangongyen's fierce attack was reflected back, and the battle axe shattered. Gray was forcefully sent flying. You want to kill your great aunt with this little bit of skill. Nangongyen stepped into the air and stood 40 to 50 feet in the air. The flames around her burned even more intensely, instantly covering the sky like a piece of red cloth. Under the extremely fierce energy, even the space was burned until it was distorted. The majestic fire phoenix finally revealed itself. Now it's my turn. The orcs were all shocked. Everyone thought that this girl's source spirit was only a fire source spirit. Who would have thought that Nangongyen had not used her full strength, only releasing the power of the fire phoenix at this moment? Her entire body merged with the fire phoenix as she attacked the defeated Gray. Stop! Kaeldon angrily roared as he flew into the air. His 2 battle axes released a cross-shaped blood-red glow, blocking Nangongyen's attack on Gray. Kaeldon was a spirit transformation cultivator. Although he made a move in a hurry, he was not someone Nangongyen could look down on. The cross-shaped blade glow blocked Nangongyen's path of attack. If Nangongyen wanted to kill Gray, she would inevitably be injured by this attack. If Nangongyen wanted to dodge this attack, she wouldn't be able to release this attack at all. Kaeldon would have enough time to save his son. Nangongyen was a madman. She didn't care that much. Even if she was in great danger, she didn't hesitate for half a second as she released the power of the fire phoenix. Gray's body instantly exploded as the raging flames burned him to ashes. Nangongyen was hit by the cross-shaped blade glow and was instantly sent flying. Kaeldon angrily sent out another axe strike, and Nangongyen spat out a large mouthful of blood, but she still wasn't cut to pieces. Time's up. Chu Tian revealed a faint smile and his eyes turned white. The 10 orcs did not even know how Chu Tian made this move before they disappeared in a wave of energy. Kael'dan angrily chopped down Nan Gongyan's body. Chu Tian grabbed Nan Gongyan in the air and instantly teleported several hundred meters away. Kael'dan angrily sent out a third attack, instantly creating a several dozen-meter-long axe glow in the small town. "Are you all right?" "Boss, many thanks." Nan Gongyan was not lightly injured. Her body was covered in flames, and the great Nirvana scripture activated, instantly recovering from her heavy injuries. Only Nan Gongyan's clothes were torn, and it was hard for her to not be exposed. She was held by Chu Tian, and her face was a bit red. "Stop talking, let's go." Kael'dan was prepared to tear the two of them to pieces. The two of them flashed with light at the same time and instantly disappeared. What's going on? Where are they? Kaladin's son had been killed and he had lost all reason in his rage, so he did not notice the strange change in the environment. At this time, an orc pointed at the sky and shouted in panic, "What is that?" The entire blue sky was covered in black dots. These black dots were falling very quickly, and each one was filled with a powerful destructive aura. "This is bad." The orcs did not have time to react. The first wave of bombs had already fallen in front of them. A half-blood beastman expert subconsciously slapped it with his palm, but the bomb exploded prematurely. The sudden burst of light and heat accompanied by a powerful energy wave instantly enveloped this half-blood beastman expert. Half of his body was directly carbonized, while the other half was severely burned. He fell several dozen meters away. The orcs were all shocked. They didn't have time to run. They didn't have time to defend, and they didn't even have time to think. Countless bombs rained down with ear-piercing screeches. Every bomb turned into a small mushroom made of light and heat the moment it hit the ground. Thousands or even tens of thousands of bombs were dropped in this area in less than 10 seconds. Countless small mushrooms gathered into a sea of light and fire. Thorned Flower Town was completely engulfed by the destructive power. In just a few minutes, the entire valley was razed to the ground. The intense and dazzling light could be clearly seen from hundreds of miles away. The terrifying energy fluctuations even startled some of the sleeping beasts in the forest. The earth shook, and this vibration went several thousand meters underground, causing chaos in the underground world. The Battle Banner City's Vice City Lord and the 20,000 elites all disappeared. When the energy gradually dissipated, thick smoke and charred ash filled the air. The harmonious, gentle, and beautiful basin had disappeared, leaving behind only a large pit full of holes that were still burning with flames. There was no need to say. The Power Miracle City had displayed this time would shock the entire forest. Chapter 478. 2 hours after the large explosion, Battle Banner City was shaken. The Vice City Lord had led 20,000 elites with a shocking aura, a sea of killing intent, and a domineering aura, but in the end they were instantly blasted to nothing. A resounding slap slapped the faces of everyone in Battle Banner City, stunning everyone. Who would have thought that Miracle City would have this kind of courage? Who would have thought that Miracle City would have this kind of strength? Who would have thought that Miracle City would do this kind of thing? This kind of large-scale destruction, it was like a surgical attack. If it fell on Battle Banner City, wouldn't it be enough for the orcs to suffer? Not only did this explosion send the Battle Banner City elites flying, it also made Miracle City famous in the center of the Forest of Chaos. Those local powers and large tribes felt like there was a sword hanging over their heads. As long as Miracle City was willing, they could easily destroy any large forest tribe. This explosion was like telling the forest that the weak green city no longer existed. Miracle City had the qualifications, ability, and courage to stand among the cities in the forest. Don't think that Miracle City was a weak little rabbit. Otherwise, they would end up like Battle Banner City's 20,000 troops. Battle Banner City hadn't even started a war with Miracle City, and they had already suffered such a large loss. The orcs were naturally filled with shock and anger as the entire city began to discuss this. Cao was sitting in the city, Lord's throne carved from dragon bones, currently listening to the report sent by the scouts with closed eyes. The surrounding generals and tribe leaders were already arguing. The entire army was wiped out without a single survivor? Miracle City really is ruthless. What method did they use? Have you investigated it clearly? Where did Miracle City get this kind of strength from? The orcs were all filled with rage. They wanted to immediately lead their army to kill Miracle City, but they were afraid of Miracle City's method of attack. Enough, shut up. Cao slowly opened his dark red eyes, but there was no change in his eyes. This matter might not be a bad thing for us. 20,000 elites being slaughtered wasn't a bad thing. The city lord's little brother had also died in Brambleflower Town. Of course. No one dared mention this matter. They just silently waited for the city lord to continue. Cao revealed a cold smile, exchanging 20,000 people for a good chance is worth it. We can use this reason to attack Miracle City and force Miracle City to surrender. This time, even the Elven King should have nothing to say. City Lord, you've seen Miracle City's weapons. Under this kind of bombardment, the army doesn't have any ability to resist. Our army might be blown to ashes before we reach Miracle City. The other half-orcs and the chief nodded vigorously. Miracle City had this kind of strength and weapon. It was more than enough to attack Battle Banner City. Shouldn't they be considering what kind of weapon it was and how to deal with it? Surround them? How could they do that? Once Battle Banner City's army gathered in large numbers, they might be attacked immediately. If my guesses aren't wrong, this kind of attack consumes a lot of Miracle City's energy. They can attack many times, otherwise they wouldn't have bombed a trivial 20,000 army and would have directly bombed Battle Banner City. Cao softly said, "We don't need to mobilize the army, we just need to gather the elites of the elites and form several dozen wolf teams. They will attack Miracle City from different directions, destroying their lives and production. Let Miracle City's economy collapse and then force them to surrender." It was the right thing to do. Battle Banner City did not need to fight Miracle City. One was that Miracle City had powerful aerial weapons, and the other was that Battle Banner City didn't want to ruin. Miracle City's bombardment ability was still unknown, so using a large army to attack Miracle City was very risky. The best method was to gather the elites of the elites and destroy the enemy's rear in groups of several dozen. Battle Banner City was very strong, with experts like clouds in a forest. Miracle City couldn't do anything at all. Cao didn't wait for the others to express their opinions and immediately gave his orders. Have the Air Force monitor Battle Banner City's airspace 24 hours a day. Battle Banner City's city protecting barrier will be prepared to be activated at any time. Other than that, each army will gather warriors above the 100-man commander level and 3,000 people to form a wolf assault team. They will attack Miracle City quickly and accurately. Don't directly clash with Miracle City's army. We will retreat when the enemy advances, we will advance when the enemy retreats, and we will attack when the enemy is tired. We will use guerrilla warfare to destroy all production and life, creating fear and chaos. On Miracle City's side, Meng Qinggu had been paying close attention to the Brambleflower Town negotiations. When she knew that Chu Tian had given the order to bombard the city, Meng Qingwu's heart sank, and she knew that the negotiations had already collapsed. Zero immediately send the order. Close all production inside and outside the city and have all the troops prepare for battle, preventing a surprise attack from Battle Banner City. Understood, Sir Vice City Lord. After Meng Qingwu finished arranging everything, she returned to the transport tower in the city. Chu Tian had already brought Nan Gongyan back. When Chu Tian saw Meng Qingwu, he greeted her, "Young miss, how was the fireworks I set off?" "What did you do?" Meng Qingwu had a look of resentment on her face. "Why did you directly bombard them? Didn't we agree that no matter how unreasonable the other side's conditions were, we would pretend to compromise first and stall for time for miracle commerce? They would give us at least a week to manufacture the source energy bombs. If we fall out now, we'll be in big trouble. Big Sister Chinguo, you don't know how hateful those fellows are. Nangongyin had already changed into a new set of clothes. I think boss did the right thing. We should blow those bastards to death. Meng Qingguo rubbed her forehead. This bombing is satisfying, but it will bring at least 3 bad consequences. First, we will expose the power of the Heaven's punishment airships too early, and we won't be able to attack Battle Banner City. Second, the Eternal Forest will be very dissatisfied with us. Not only will they not send an army to help us, they might even stop the Elven King from making a move. Third, Battle Banner City will have a perfect excuse and opportunity. The battle between the 2 cities will break out early. This will make us very passive. Battle Banner City was afraid of the power behind Miracle City. Although the Eternal Forest was only in name, the Elven King had given the city to Chu Tian and made his daughter the Vice City Lord, which meant that the Elven King was very supportive of Chu Tian. In other words, if the 2 cities started fighting and Battle Banner City took the initiative to attack Miracle City, with Vivian's relationship, the Elven King could bypass the council and personally come to help. Even if it was the Elven King alone, it was not a small deterrent to Battle Banner City. After all, he was a peak expert of the Eternal Forest. This explosion changed the nature of the explosion. Although Battle Banner City first harassed Miracle City did not have any evidence. This time Battle Banner City had an alliance with Miracle City, but Miracle City killed 20,000 of the other side's people in one fell swoop. This was clearly giving Battle Banner City a reason to invade Miracle City. Miracle City's city lord had treacherously set a trap. 20,000 elites and Vice City lords had been killed. This reason was too good. The Elven Council was inflexible. In order to protect the Eternal Forest's reputation, not only would they not send out the Elven army, they would also stop the Elven King from interfering. This bombing seemed like Miracle City had gained a large advantage, but it was actually pushing them over a cliff. If they weren't careful, they would fall to pieces. Blowing up Battle Banner City's 20,000 soldiers will bring quite a bit of benefits. First, it will deal a heavy blow to Battle Banner City, lowering their arrogance and making it so that they won't dare send a large army to attack us in the short term. Second, it will raise Miracle City's morale, restoring the surrounding locals' confidence in Miracle City. Third, Miracle City's name will spread throughout the forest in one fell swoop, especially to the small and medium-sized powers. Battle Banner City's attempts to rope in the surrounding small powers to surround Miracle City won't work. Meng Qingguo found that there was no use talking to Chu Tian about this. Since the bombing had already been done, there was no use saying anything else. If I was Cao, after seeing Miracle City's large-scale attack, I wouldn't dare send a large army, but I would investigate while sending elite troops to attack. How should we deal with this situation? The small harassment from Battle Banner City in the past few days had caused quite a bit of trouble for Miracle City. This matter had become this big. Battle Banner City would definitely increase their strength by 100 times. Miracle City's production couldn't continue, and there was even the danger of being completely destroyed. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to defend against a hidden arrow. If the 2 cities sent out their armies to fight, Meng Qingguo wouldn't be afraid of them. The problem was that the terrain of the forest was very complex, so it was impossible to defend against this kind of lone wolf attack. Relax, I have a way. How is the work on Yingying's side going? The undead towers have already been constructed. All right, let's go take a look. Meng Yingying had been busy directing the construction of the undead towers over the past few days. The blueprints were provided by Chu Tian, and the resources were supported by the barrier. Meng Yingying could create a death-attributed source spirit, so she could personally join in. Chu Tian had made large modifications to the Lich's undead towers. The main undead tower was built outside the core of the undead ruins, and the other undead towers were scattered around Miracle City. The main undead tower transmitted energy through the underground spiritual veins, forming a defensive line around Miracle City. Of course, the defensive value of the undead towers wasn't high. This was because the undead towers were too sparse. It wasn't enough to form a defensive zone around Miracle City. Meng Qingguo was very confused by Chu Tian's design. Rather than this, it would be better to be like the Lich, gathering large amounts of undead towers in one place and releasing their energy into the sky, creating an area of effect attack. Meng Qingguo was confused, but she didn't question this. These undead towers had been personally modified by Chu Tian, and Chu Tian's modifications couldn't be worse than the Lich's. So there had to be a reason for this arrangement. Chapter 479. The crater around Miracle City was now called the Miracle Mountain Range. The Miracle Mountain Range was a standard circle with a circumference of around 6,000 kilometers. The highest peak was close to 10,000 meters, and the widest was over 100 kilometers. Most of the locals and tribes related to Miracle City were in the range of the Miracle Mountain Range. Those outsiders that came to Miracle City, most of them moved their tribes to the Miracle Mountain Range. The mines, factories, and farms that Miracle City worked with the locals were mostly in this range. Therefore, the Miracle Mountain Range and Miracle City would form an inseparable entity in the future, just like a small, independent kingdom. Miracle City only developed in the crater and didn't extend their tentacles to the outside world, so it was reasonable to say that they wouldn't touch the interests of other powers. They never thought that they wouldn't be able to avoid fighting and killing like this. Miracle City hadn't been developed for a long time, so the city's defenses hadn't been built yet. This weak time was when Miracle City was most vulnerable to being attacked. So Miracle City's managers had to think of a way to strengthen the city's defenses. The method Chu Tian thought of was to use the undead towers. The terrain and environment of this world were mostly related to the direction of the spirit veins in the ground. The main peaks of the Miracle Mountain Range were where the spirit veins intersected. After Chu Tian modified the undead towers, he first built a main tower in the undead ruins. The undead energy was like water being pumped out of a well. Chu Tian's modified undead towers were like giant water storage tanks, and the spirit veins in Miracle City were like water pipes, allowing the water to flow. The undead towers were built on the main peaks of the Miracle Mountain Range, allowing the energy to be sent to the towers through the spirit veins. The energy contained in the undead ruins was very strong, and water could carry a boat, but it could also capsize a boat. The energy contained in the undead ruins could almost destroy Miracle City in the past, so it could also protect the entire city. The undead towers could control the undead, but there was a limit to their range. If the undead towers were built in the undead ruins, the undead would only be able to move around the undead ruins, which would be very useless. Now that the undead towers had been improved, not only had their corrosive and polluting properties been reduced, Chu Tian could even surround Miracle City with large amounts of undead towers. This way, they could form a ring of defense around Miracle City, and because there were large amounts of minerals in the mountains, they could borrow the hands of the undead to mine them. Wasn't this the best of both worlds? Meanwhile, in the Miracle Mountain Range, they stood on a main peak, and their field of vision was filled with green peaks, strange rocks, waterfalls, and precipitous cliffs that were like broken blades and spears. There was a sea of clouds and deep ravines. This kind of complex terrain, although it was hard to pass through, if the enemy was strong enough, they could hide themselves and Miracle City wouldn't be able to find them. This mountain forest is the industrial park created by Miracle City and the locals. Meng Qingguo looked at the uninhabited wilderness in front of her and said, "Even though there aren't any strong beasts in the Miracle Mountain Range, but because there are many demon beasts, we can't directly open a factory in the forest. Therefore, the factories have to be built near the mountains or in the middle of the mountains, so it can't be seen from the surface." Miracle City's mountain range was large enough, there were many resources, and there weren't any strong wild beasts, so it was an excellent place. But to the Battle Banner City experts, it wasn't hard for them to sneak in and cause damage. The enemy was in the light while they were in the dark. Once they caused damage, they would immediately find a ravine to hide in, and Miracle City wouldn't be able to find them. That's right, they had too few people. It would be good if the green religion had more green protectors. These strong puppets' battle strength wasn't bad, almost reaching the true spirit realm. They were just slow, but they could be used as tools for defense. It was a pity that even the green religion at their peak only had 2,000–3,000 green protectors, which was only enough to protect the city and the main roads into the city. And now, perhaps they couldn't even protect the city. Miracle City's mountain range was this big, and there was a mountain forest around it. How many green protectors would be needed to completely defend it? When Chu Tian was thinking about this, Meng Yingying ran over and reported, "Chu Tian, it's done. You can go in and take a look." There was a cave behind them, and there was a tall tower in the center. From the tower's appearance and aura, it was the Undead Tower. Only the Undead Tower had a slight change in appearance after being modified by Chu Tian, and the aura it released was not as cold and evil. There were also many translucent spirit creatures surrounding the Undead Tower. Meng Qingguo could vaguely feel the energy released by the Undead Tower, which should be used to control the undead monsters. So, if there was an Undead Tower in this area, the undead could move around for a long time. Of course, Miracle Commerce didn't have many undead right now, so the spirits surrounding the Undead Tower were recently made. Nan Gongyin looked at the Undead Tower with curiosity. "Boss, why did you build the Undead Tower here?" The Undead Tower itself has a defensive ability, and it can release energy to attack Ru Qing at a critical moment. Other than that, it can provide large amounts of energy for the undead to fight. If we can build several thousand of these Undead Towers in the ring-shaped mountains in the next year or two, the effect won't be inferior to a city protecting barrier. City protecting barrier? Meng Qingwu's eyes lit up. So you're saying that this Undead Tower itself is a kind of city defense? For the cities in the Forest of Chaos, whether it was a forest city or an underground city, the city walls did not have much meaning. They couldn't defend against invaders or demon beasts. But most of the strong cities had their own city protecting barrier. This kind of barrier could cover a large area of the city and ensure the city's stability. This kind of large-scale barrier was very difficult to arrange. This was like the Great Zhou country's large sex mountain protection barrier. It would require a large amount of time and energy. When Green City was at its peak, they could use the green protectors to arrange a semicircle barrier that had no dead angles, ensuring the safety of the entire city. Now that the green religion was weakening, they could only set up a barrier at the entrance to the city. They couldn't cover the entire city, not to mention the surrounding mountain range. It's too late for us to create a barrier now. Meng Qinggu knit her brows. With our current talent and resources, no matter how fast we are, it will be hard to complete it in a year. Distant water cannot quench present thirst. Young miss, I'm not stupid. Of course I won't create a barrier to defend against enemies. Chu Tian revealed a mysterious smile as he walked beside the Undead Tower. This Undead Tower has an important ability after being modified that can make up for our weakest link. What ability? Detection. Chu Tian said, "Do you see the spirits surrounding the Undead Tower? These undead spirits were deliberately added by me." They looked up at the Undead Tower. There were large amounts of spirits quickly moving around the Undead Tower, just like a protective layer of the Undead Tower. Chu Tian continued to explain, "Spirits do not have physical senses. They can use a kind of spiritual wave to detect life and energy to detect the existence of objects. They are especially sensitive to life detection." Could it be? Meng Qinggu looked at the Undead Tower. "You're using their ability to detect the entire area." That's right. This ability will be amplified by tens of thousands of times through the Undead Tower. Within a range of several hundred miles, as long as a living being enters, especially a strong body or a large number of enemies, the undead tower will be able to detect them. Chu Tian pointed at the undead tower. This spiritual radar system only needs to be connected to a normal smart brain, and it will be able to detect all kinds of changes, accurately giving us information about the enemy. The undead tower's energy was the complete opposite of the energy in a living being's body. When an undead tower could detect the existence of living beings within 1,000 miles, once an expert from Battle Banner City entered, the undead tower would be able to detect them. It didn't matter if they hid in a valley or a cave, it was useless. Even normal stealth methods would be hard to cover them, not to mention that they had to show themselves and they couldn't hide forever. With the smart brain's powerful analysis ability, it would be able to accurately determine their location. Chu Tian continued to say, "The little fox's divine eye can also be used at this time. If the enemy has a powerful stealth technique, we just need to determine their general location and let the little fox use its divine eye to observe them. Any stealth technique would be useless, and it would be like they are standing naked in front of us." "Good, this is great. We've solved this urgent problem." Meng Qinggu thought of something and said, "In our known research base, we've recently developed living puppet beasts. It can increase our ability to defend this area." Living puppet beasts? Chu Tian and the others didn't know what it was. Meng Qinggu took out a small egg-sized bird from her pocket. This bird didn't look any different from a living being, but the others looked at it and found that it was strange. This right eye was cold and empty. These puppet beasts have cameras inside them, and they have a shaman goo controlling their brains, so they can move according to our will. Each one is equivalent to a mobile surveillance device. There are already several hundred of these puppet beasts, and they are all in the forest near the industrial area. Once we find a strange situation, we can investigate it from a close distance. Wow, this is great! Nan Gongyin felt that this city's warning system was simply perfect. Everyone didn't need to run around chasing after the enemies, but what can those idiots do to us? They're walking right into a trap. Chu Tian clapped his hands. "All right, since the measures have been taken, everyone quickly prepare. Nangong, you'll have to work hard for a few days. I'll gather all the Miracle City experts, and you'll be in charge of killing the mice. We want everyone to see our abilities and increase their confidence in Miracle City." No problem. There was another fight to be fought. Nan Gongyin was looking forward to this kind of work. Chapter 480. Meng Qinggu quickly brought over Smart Brain. After the Smart Brain connected to the pagoda of the undead spiritual radar started to operate normally. The main pagoda of the undead pagoda extracted energy from the undead ruins, and this energy flowed along the earth veins to the main peaks of the ring-shaped mountain. These undead towers on the main peaks extracted energy, and after being transformed by the source energy array, the 100 Spectres' detection abilities increased by a large amount. Finally, they could send out a detection wave every 2 seconds. The data collected was too large. A normal spiritual body couldn't tell it at all. Miracle Commerce's Smart Brain was used. The Smart Brain itself was a spiritual body, and after connecting to the undead tower, the Smart Brain could collect all the data and analyze it, creating a simulated image. After a few hours of collecting, the distribution map of the creatures in Miracle Mountain Ridge was basically presented. The life forms below the 7th awakened soul layer were screened out, eliminating 99% of the life forms. The rest were processed by the Smart Brain and finally created a creature map. This map had already been created. If new life forms came in, the undead radar would be able to detect them. The fluctuations of demon beasts were different from intelligent life forms, so they only needed to focus on the fluctuations of intelligent life forms. In the City Lord's castle's dining hall, Chu Tian was currently eating with everyone. "Ying, eat more of this, it can help your chest grow." "Pei, I don't need it." Ying said this, but she stuffed it into her mouth and swallowed it in 2-3 bites. Then she ate several mouthfuls of the high-quality spirit rice produced by the elves to cover it up, as if she hadn't done anything. Chu Tian laughed from the side, and the others all had smiles on their faces. Ying's face instantly turned red. Nan Gongyin revealed a look of envy. I just found out that boss is already with Ying. I really envy you all. I'm already 20 years old, and I still don't have anything to look forward to. You also worry about this kind of thing? I thought only the young miss would. Before Chu Tian could finish, the young miss fiercely stuffed a chicken leg into his mouth and glared at him at the same time. Eat your food. Don't speak nonsense. I am also a woman, all right. Nan Gongyin was very dissatisfied with Chu Tian's words. Which woman in the world doesn't want to find the best husband? Ying, I really envy you. Why didn't I meet boss first? I don't think anyone wants me. If I can't get married in the future, I might as well ask boss to take me in as a concubine. I don't want a title. I don't care about that. Puff! Chu Tian spat out the chicken drumstick. Meng Ying was also stunned. Everyone already knew that this demoness had a big mouth, but they didn't expect her to say something like that. No matter what, Nan Gongyin was still a great beauty. Other than being a little fierce, she was definitely in line with the mainstream aesthetics of the continent. How could no one want her? Nan Gongyin saw everyone's expression and solemnly said, I'm very serious, Ying. You won't dislike me, right? I'm absolutely loyal to boss. I can enter the bedroom, leave the hall, and even fight. Meng Ying scratched her head and was a bit embarrassed. Our relationship is this good, and we're already sworn sisters. How could I dislike you? I've always felt that it's good for everyone to live together. Chu Tian, what do you think? Fuck, since Ying says this, then what else do I have to say? You. The young Miss Fiery eyes swept over at this time, and Chu Tian felt like his tongue had been nailed shut. Ying was soft-hearted and easy to talk to, but that didn't mean other people were easy to talk to. He could only give an embarrassed smile. Let's eat first. Let's eat first. This is a matter of ethics. We'll talk about it later. Nan Gongyin was a bit disappointed, but she was a bit thick-skinned, so she didn't care too much. When everyone's atmosphere became a bit awkward, a voice suddenly sounded in the dining hall. City Lord, Vice City Lord, the second miracle has already completed the life form map of the undead radar. Should we take it out now? This was the smart brain that the second miracle had just sent over. This entire city defense system was completed by the second miracle. Although the second miracle's authority and power couldn't compare to Zero, it was still a complete smart brain, so there was no need to doubt its ability. Meng Qingguo stood up. Let it out first to take a look. Understood, Sir Vice City Lord. As soon as Zero's voice fell, several image transfer mirrors came together, finally forming a giant mirror. It first showed the mountain range around Miracle City, and then there were large amounts of different lights scattered across it. Nan Gongyin and Meng Ying looked at the dense light and felt dizzy, feeling a bit like trypophobia. Perhaps only a fellow with a super abnormal calculation like Smart Brain could calculate the amount and intensity. Zero's emotionless voice rang out. This is the life form distribution map of the Miracle Mountain Range. The intensity of the light represents the strength of the life forms, and we have calculated that there are 5,630 one true spirit realm beings. Impossible. Meng Ying put down her chopsticks. How could there be this many true spirit realm experts? You must have made a mistake. Smart Brain can't be wrong. Meng Qingguo shook her head. Although she was shocked by the data, she still believed in Smart Brain's calculations. Most of these are demon beasts. That's right, Vice City Lord. Zero's calm voice slowly echoed. From the data we've already detected, there are 5,072 non-human true spirit creatures hiding in the Miracle Mountain Ridge. According to the classification of magical beasts, they are level 3 magical beasts. There are 7 of them that are high-grade level 3 demon beasts. Everyone revealed a shocked expression. High-grade level 3 demon beasts were equivalent to the spirit transformation realm in the true spirit realm. Not only were there 5,000 true spirit realm level 3 demon beasts hiding in the mountain range. There are even 7 spirit transformation realm demon beasts. This was truly too shocking. Miracle City's location was very good, so the activity of demon beasts was very low and there weren't any super fierce beasts. Even so, there was still this kind of data. It could be imagined how many demon beasts there were in the Forest of Chaos. This is too shocking, Mang Inying said. These demon beasts can destroy Miracle City. Chu Tian revealed a smile. What are you so nervous about? The Miracle Mountain Range is not smaller than the Great Summer Country's Qing State's Green Ridge. What does a few thousand level 3 demon beasts count for in such a large mountain range? This is the center of the Forest of Chaos, after all. There are over 500 true spirit experts. Meng Qinggu nodded in confirmation of this data. The accuracy of the undead radar Chu Tian made should be reliable. It'll be easy to find the target like this. The enemy will likely send large amounts of true spirit experts, and once they enter, we'll be able to detect them. Let's use the highest level of detection now. Yes, 0 left. Meng Qinggu revealed a rare smile. With this undead radar in hand, Miracle City's safety will increase by at least 10 times. We can't be careless, Chu Tian reminded. There are many ways to hide the aura of life in this world, and some dark or undead creatures don't need to hide. We can only monitor the area with the life distribution map, so there is a limit to it. There was nothing perfect in this world. This detection system was already enough to make Meng Qinggu feel pleasantly surprised. After the undead radar operated for a day, the second miracle had collected more and more data. It had even grasped the movement patterns of most of the demon beasts. At this time, a strange piece of data appeared on the map and immediately attracted the attention of Smart Brain. A second one, a third one. At least several dozen pieces of data appeared. There were 200 people that matched the true spirit realm and around 2,800 people in the peak 9th awakened soul layer. This was definitely an elite team. Not to mention there was a spirit transformation expert leading them. The target has appeared. They really did use this kind of tactic. Since they've walked into a trap, they can't blame us. Meng Qinggu gave an order to 0. Please analyze their route. Nan Gongyin will mobilize the special forces and keep in contact with headquarters. All right, Nan Gongyin quickly left. Meng Qinggu locked onto the strongest team. This team was made up of 25 people, and there was a spirit transformation expert among them. He should be the leader of this operation. Whether it was their identity or their threat, these fellows were undoubtedly important targets. Little Fox, go take a look. Chu Tian used the little fox's divine eye to scan from a distance. The divine sense scan made it impossible for hidden targets to hide, and it could gather information about their fighting style, allowing them to make a better battle plan. They're heading for the airship factory. Could it be that they've already found out that the airship was responsible for blowing up their 20,000 people? Meng Qinggu was surprised that this team was heading straight for the airship factory, but this surprise did not last long. She immediately gave the relevant information to Nan Gongyin. They will pass through a canyon. That is the best place to ambush. Nan Gong, it's up to you. Remember, you have to be careful. There are spirit transformation experts among them. Nan Gongyin obtained the detailed information and was filled with confidence. She held a single-source energy cannon and said with an arrogant expression, "Looking down on Miracle City? We'll make them pay a heavy price today. Everyone follow me." This was an elite team of around 1,000 people. This team not only had over 50 true spirit experts, there were shamans, druids, and green religion priests. The others were all experienced soldiers in the forest, so this was definitely a very powerful team. Under Nan Gongyan's lead, everyone quickly began to move. The 1,000 people placed the 4 new cannons in the canyon and also placed large amounts of mines on the ground. All kinds of preparations were done, and several hundred storm rifles were on standby, with the muzzles pointed downwards. Battle Banner City's people never would have dreamed that their carefully planned route would lead them to the gates of hell. Chapter 481. 25 orcs wearing camouflage cloaks quickly moved through the forest. Their bodies were covered in scent removal medicine, so even the most sensitive wolf dogs would find it hard to detect them. These people were all true spirit realm experts. They were all famous people in Battle Banner City. Some of them were tribe leaders, and some of them were famous generals. They were led by the commander of Battle Banner City's army, forming this most elite assault team. Battle Banner City's retaliatory attack had already begun. They were prepared to destroy Miracle City's outer structures in one fell swoop and create chaos. Then they would infiltrate Miracle City and capture high-level members, forcing Miracle City to compromise or surrender. "Commander, we're about to reach our target." "All right, let's speed up." The body of the half-beastman commander was a size larger than that of an ordinary half-beastman. Every muscle was as tough as a rock, and its entire body was shrouded in a layer of powerful aura. Its weapon was a thick wolf-tooth mace, and every spike was dancing with sparks of electricity. There was no doubt about the energy contained within. The 25 of them were all peak experts, so their feet didn't touch the ground during the entire process. They crossed 100 meters in the blink of an eye, and no matter how steep the terrain was, it was no different from flat ground in their eyes. Although they were very fast, there was no sound of breaking the air at all. This kind of large mountain range, this kind of secret route, and this kind of silent advance, even if Miracle City knew that their outer structures would be attacked, they couldn't do anything. After all, Miracle City didn't have many troops they could use. Even if they went all out, they couldn't control the entire mountain range. Not to mention that if they split their forces, Miracle City's defenses would weaken, and these Battle Banner City experts could take advantage of them. Although it was like this, but it was strange. The orc commander had a strange feeling like he was being watched, but he didn't feel any killing intent when he looked around, other than a normal gray bird on a branch not far away. Looking at these intruding beings, he didn't find anything strange at all. Was it an illusion? It should be. This kind of speed, stealth, and small-scale advance, Miracle City shouldn't be able to find them no matter how skilled they were. The orc commander thought like this as he led his troops into a canyon. They were very close now. The airship factory was at the end of the canyon. As long as they destroyed this factory and burned all the airships in the factory, Miracle City's air force would be greatly weakened. This was the reason why the commander had personally led the troops to attack this place. Enemy target confirmed. The orc great commander looked at the exit of the canyon. He could already see some leather processing sites outside the airship factory. He immediately raised his mace and roared, "Everyone attack! Flatten it in 3 minutes." Yes, half-beastmen's brains were weaker than humans. They didn't even understand the terrain before the great commander gave the order to attack. The 8-9 chiefs and warriors shot out like arrows. When they jumped out of the canyon, a faint source energy array appeared all around them. What? The beastmen discovered that there were a large number of talismans buried in the rock wall at the exit of the canyon. These talismans displayed their effects together, and countless lines began to spread out like water seeping into a crack. In just 2 breaths of time, a giant source energy array was formed around the valley, releasing a powerful restriction that made these cultivators feel their source spirits being suppressed. "This is bad. We've been ambushed." The orc great commander's face fell. "Retreat!" The orcs charging at the front quickly stopped their charge. Although their source spirits were temporarily restrained, these people were not ordinary people. They first stopped in the air and then quickly retreated. They stepped on the ground, when they were prepared to use their strength to break free. At this time, a powerful energy fluctuation came from under their feet. They didn't have time to react before they were swallowed by the explosion and energy. This explosion was very strong and covered a wide area. It was clear it was set up to kill them. Several Beastman powerhouses were blown to pieces on the spot, while the others were badly mutilated and heavily injured. The energy flow produced by the explosion actually swept out for several hundred meters, tearing apart all the flowers, plants, and trees. Even the others were affected to a certain extent. The orc great commander felt a strange aura. Two sides, there on the two sides! A large number of figures appeared on both sides of the mountain ridge. Several hundred people began to fire with their storm rifles, and there were even a few annihilator machine guns that spat out beautiful flames. Countless powerful source energy bullets were like a river flowing backwards. Even with the strength of these people, in this situation where they were caught off guard, they were beaten into a sorry state, and most of them were instantly injured. The orc great commander released his spirit energy in a rage, condensing a thick layer of spirit energy around him, blocking all the attacks coming at him. He shot into the sky like a rocket. This fellow was a spirit transformation expert. If they were allowed to close in, perhaps no one would be his match. Nan Gong-yin had already understood the situation through the reports. Therefore she had been on guard against this orc great commander from the start. When she saw him attack, she didn't even think, as she immediately raised her source energy cannon and fired at the great commander. Nan Gong-yin's shoulder cannon was made from new energy, and the terrifying recoil almost sent a violent woman like Nan Gong-yin flying. The giant source energy cannon shot right at the orc great commander. This close, this fast speed. Even if the orc great commander had the strength of a spirit transformation expert, he couldn't dodge it. He could only block it as the beam of light slammed him into the ground, creating a large hole in the ground. Although the orc great commander wasn't killed, he still suffered some flesh wounds. Damn, his skin is really thick. Even this can't kill him. Nan Gong-yin threw away the burning cannon and shouted, "Heavy cannons! Where are the heavy cannons? What are you doing? Do you need this old lady to remind you? Fire the cannons and kill them." When had the orcs ever seen such terrifying source energy weapons before? In just a few short seconds, they had been caught off guard. The 4 source energy cannons were ready, and a terrifying energy storm was brewing in the valley. These source energy cannons were strengthened versions of the source energy cannons. Although they were still using the white crystal oil cannons, they were several times stronger. With a single shot, normal Earth spirit cultivators would be instantly killed, and Heaven spirit cultivators would be heavily injured. Now that 4 cannons were firing at the valley, what kind of scene would that be? Countless storm rifles and destroyer machine guns suppressed them, not letting the orcs fight back at all. The 4 cannons fired 3-4 times, and the gap in the valley became larger. Other than the orc great commander and a few stronger ones who were still holding on, the others had already lost their lives to the cannons. Ha! You're all too useless. Nan Gong-yin jumped down from the cliff. Miracle City's people, it's time to kill the enemy. Immediately charge with me. Miracle City experts kept jumping out from the 2 sides of the mountain, and large amounts of elites charged out from the valley. The orc great commander was wildly surrounded. So how could he block the already injured orc great commander? Nan Gong-yin slashed through his neck and ripped off the orc great commander's head. The enemy leader has been executed. The enemy leader has been executed. The Miracle City people instantly cheered. The battle on this side was just the beginning. Battle Banner City's carefully planned strategy was now completely in Miracle City's hands. Each hidden team was surrounded by Miracle City, and almost no one could escape. This kind of elite team was almost completely annihilated. Miracle City rewarded them based on merit. The natives who participated in the battle this time were all promoted or rewarded. The soldiers never thought that the army would have this kind of benefit, and their morale was instantly raised. The undead spiritual radar had just been tested, and this completely dispelled the doubts in the locals' hearts. Miracle City didn't need to worry about being ambushed at all. Meng Qinggu promptly announced that all production would resume as usual. Miracle City didn't have the urgency of a battle and quickly returned to the bustling scene from before. Meng Yingying was once again filled with admiration towards Chu Tian. This thing is too powerful. We don't need to be afraid of being harassed anymore. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Chu Tian helplessly said, the undead tower requires large amounts of dark and death-attributed rare materials. We don't have a lot of these things in stock. Didn't we have no other choice this time? We can't be careless. Battle Banner City has suffered 2 heavy losses. They will definitely fly into a rage out of shame. When everyone was feeling proud, only Meng Qingguo was still very cautious. Miracle City's army isn't strong enough. Although they have powerful source energy weapons, it isn't time to start a city war yet. Chu Tian said with a smile, Young miss, you're worrying too much. Although Miracle City isn't strong enough, we're on the defensive side. Even if Battle Banner City really attacks, we have no reason to lose. Battle Banner City has suffered such a heavy loss. Perhaps they won't dare act rashly. What does the young miss think they will do next? They will definitely ask for reinforcements. Meng Qingguo gave a soft sigh and said, This is also one of the things I'm most worried about. Miracle City doesn't have any allies in the Forest of Chaos, and the Eternal Forest won't help us. But it's hard to say for Battle Banner City. Not to mention that Battle Banner City has the shadow of the Savage Highlands behind them. Who knows if the Savage Highlands will send experts or troops to interfere? The young miss worries were reasonable. Miracle City had displayed strength that exceeded everyone's expectations twice. Although it was enough to attract the attention of various powers, Miracle City was still isolated and could only rely on themselves no matter what happened. Fortunately, Meng Qingguo looked at the man beside her with an indifferent expression. Miracle City and the company still had that fellow Chu Tian to rely on, so she could only hope that he would make a shocking move at a critical moment. Chapter 482. The Battle Banner City's great commander did not make a single contribution and was killed in a single day. Not a single one could escape. If the Bramble Flower Town matter could be explained as Miracle City using despicable methods and unknown weapons, what else could they say now? The one who ambushed them was Battle Banner City. Miracle City did not just have a strong offensive ability. They also had a watertight defense. This matter couldn't be prevented from spreading through the forest. The Orc City did not have any production or creativity. They mainly relied on protection fees, extortion, and robbery. Now they had suffered 2 consecutive losses, which was a large blow to Battle Banner City. Not only had they lost 2 spirit transformation experts, they had also lost all of Battle Banner City's face and reputation. How could they collect protection fees in the forest? City Lord Cao seemed to have disappeared after learning of this matter, and no one saw him in the city for several days. He didn't come out to calm the situation or announce a strategy. The discussions in Battle Banner City continued for 3 days before Cao finally appeared again. He announced a general meeting to discuss how to solve the problem in front of them. There's nothing to say. We'll directly fight it out with them. Gather the troops and slaughter all of Miracle City's people. The suppressed rage of Battle Banner City's generals and advisors all erupted at once. This great shame had to be washed away with blood. Otherwise, how could Battle Banner City continue to stand in the forest? Cao faced the generals who were sharpening their blades, but his attitude was very cold. There was no change in his expression at all as he used his eyes to look at the troll old man holding a cane sitting in the first seat on the left. I am also very angry about this matter, but in this special period, everyone must remain calm. This was the giant demon clan's guest elder, Kino. He was currently Cao's chief advisor. After the Vice City, Lord, and Great Commander were killed, Kino's position in Cao's group had skyrocketed, and he was now the number 2 figure in Battle Banner City. We were defeated because we underestimated Miracle City too much. We can't judge how many cards Miracle City has hidden, so we can't act rashly. Kino, have you been scared out of your wits by Miracle City? Battle Banner City has hundreds of thousands of warriors. Would they be afraid of Miracle City? Although Gino's position in Battle Banner City was already the second in command, as an outsider, it wasn't easy to accept him. especially in this kind of situation where everyone's opinion was completely different. He was naturally ostracized by the generals. I didn't say we won't fight. Cao ignored the clamoring generals. Let Kino speak his opinion. Reporting to the city lord, Miracle City's momentum has grown and the morale of the people has reached the peak. The surrounding tribes cannot be turned and will only work with Miracle City. Battle Banner City still has a strong army. But even if we ignore the unexpected factors and directly take down Miracle City, there are still 3 major problems with doing this. Nonsense. What's wrong with attacking Miracle City? Are you from Battle Banner City or not? Kino didn't care about these brainless, boorish people at all. He just slowly said, first, from these 2 performances, Miracle City's strength is not weak. This is an indisputable fact. There will be losses under a strong attack, and the gains won't make up for the losses. Second, it is impossible for Miracle City to take the initiative, and there are many people eyeing this fat piece of meat. These fellows haven't made a move yet because they are just watching from the sidelines, waiting for us to fight with Miracle City and then reap the benefits. How could we let them have their wishes? Third, Miracle City's city lord is directly appointed by the Elven King, and Miracle City's vice city lord is the Elven King's daughter. If we attack Miracle City, we will inevitably offend this peak forest of chaos expert. In summary, using the entire city's strength to fight Miracle City to the death is not rational. We need to change our strategy. The orc generals were all filled with righteous indignation. But thinking about it, Kino's words weren't without reason. Cao softly asked, "Do you have a solution?" Kino cupped his hands. Our first non-war method was to pressure Miracle City into joining Battle Banner City. Now that this strategy has failed, we can't solve this problem without a large-scale war. So we must fight, but we need to make a special plan. Since they had to fight, how should they fight? This one thinks that in the current situation, it is better to share it with many than to swallow it all. Kino slowly explained there are many forces eyeing Miracle City in the forest. So instead of waiting for both sides to be heavily injured and waiting for them to reap the benefits, we should use this chance to unite all the forces and attack Miracle City together, sharing the benefits together. Doing this will reduce our losses and increase our chances of victory, as well as avoiding future worries. Cao closed his eyes. How do we divide it? Cities and powers align together. This was not strange in Miracle City. The problem was that everyone had their own plans and wanted to obtain more benefits, so it was very difficult to divide it evenly. The city, treasures, resources, and source stones. We don't want them, let them fight for them. Kino slowly said, we'll steal large amounts of people in the name of revenge, seizing the chance to capture Miracle City's city lord, Chu Tian, and the production and research staff. The large cities in the forest don't know Miracle City's true value, only seeing the superficial benefits. We'll let them fight for the treasures and land. If we throw away these hot potatoes, we can avoid quite a bit of trouble and conflict, and we can obtain benefits that everyone won't be greedy for. In the future, when Miracle City's technology is used by Battle Banner City, it will be too late for them to find out. The orcs looked at each other in blank dismay. How could there be such a thing as taking over a city and not taking anything but people? All right, Cao opened his eyes, and a glow flashed in his eyes. I'll leave this matter to you. I want to see the results as soon as possible. I won't disappoint the city lord's hopes. Kino left Battle Banner City to visit the nearby cities as an envoy. An explosive piece of news appeared in the Forest of Chaos. In the Winged Race's Cloud Peak City, 100,000 Winged Race soldiers moved out. They were like a gray cloud that covered the sky as they charged towards Battle Banner City. In the Green Giant Race's Jadeite City, 100,000 green giants passed through the mountains, crushing countless trees and forests along the way. They were like bulldozers as they charged towards Battle Banner City. Other than that, there was news that the underground world's spirit insects had sent out an army of over 100,000 spider race spirit insects under the orders of a spider to gather in Battle Banner City. when these unusual signals gathered together. There was a message that a war was about to erupt in the forest. The power behind the winged race's Cloud Peak City was the Dragon's Ridge. The power behind the Green Giant's Jadeite City was the Giant Mountain Range. The underground race was a power under the mysterious Spider Queen. In other words, other than the sea race in the Western Sea and the elves in the Eternal Forest, almost all the superpowers in the Forest of Chaos had gathered together, clearly pointing their spears at Miracle City. Of the 4 allied cities, other than the underground world's spirit insects that were relatively mysterious and not known to many people, the other 3 cities were large cities in the center of the Forest of Chaos. Miracle City didn't have a high chance of winning against any one of them, not to mention the 4 cities working together. After a few days outside Battle Banner City, an army of several 100,000 spread out over several miles. The winged race looked similar to humans, only they had a pair of giant wings like a bird. They were a rare flying race, being born with the ability to fly. The 100,000 winged race could completely suppress Miracle City's weak air force, directly destroying Miracle City's facilities and defenses. The Green Giant race was a subspecies of the giant race. They were muscular and had dark green bodies. They were over 3 meters tall, and their bodies were not inferior to the ogres or minotaurs. Their skin and flesh were hard to penetrate, and they had boundless strength, comparable to berserkers. The 100,000 green giants attacking at the same time. This terrifying scene was hard for normal people to imagine. The battle strength of the spider soldiers was not weak. They were good at using poison, making traps, and had strong scouting abilities. They were especially good at digging tunnels, having the ability to attack enemies with earth spikes and earthquakes. It was hard to defend against them, and they were very cunning. Finally, there was the orc army from Battle Banner City. The orcs were brave, and they were definitely the core battle strength of the battlefield. The alliance this time covered the sky, the ground, and the ground. The battle strength gathered was definitely overwhelming, and Miracle City could not resist at all. The winged race leader directly announced, "We want Miracle City's source stones and materials." The green giant leader said, "Miracle City's city belongs to our Jadeite City." The spider race leader said, "The spider race is interested in the mines and Miracle City's underground research facility." Good, good. Everyone has come from afar. Of course, I won't let you suffer a loss. Cow raised his wine cup high up and loudly said, "Let us drink this wine together and destroy Miracle City in one fell swoop, erasing them from the map of the Forest of Chaos forever." Good, we'll destroy Miracle City. Make those damn humans scram out of the forest. The leaders saw that Battle Banner City did not fight for benefits, and they were all very surprised. It was probably because Battle Banner City had suffered 2 losses at Miracle City's hands, so benefits were not important to Battle Banner City anymore. The most important thing was to destroy Miracle City as soon as possible to restore their face. The allied army of the 4 cities was officially formed. This cooperation had never been heard of in 100 years. The local tribes in the forest that were wavering all sided with the allied army without any suspense. There was no other way. Although Battle Banner City was cruel, the allied army was too strong. These 4 cities were all first-rate cities in the center of the Forest of Chaos, with experts like clouds and powerful armies. Green City could only be considered second or third-rate. Even if they were renamed Miracle City and taken over by Chu Tian's group, what could they change in such a short period of time? Even if they brought out all the source energy weapons, with the amount of troops Miracle City had, it was impossible for them to block the elite armies of the 4 cities. Miracle City would definitely lose this battle. This was because in front of this overwhelming strength, Miracle City had no allies and the Eternal Forest would not help them. So it was useless no matter what they did. Countless forest bandits and natives were forced to join in, and their numbers numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Like this, all the large and small powers in the area were pointing their swords at Miracle City. This was an unprecedented crisis. Miracle City could be razed to the ground in an instant. Chapter 483. Vivian reported the situation to Chu Tian. Big brother Chu Tian, I've already completed the task. Is that so? Chu Tian was busy strengthening the divine servants. But when he received Vivian's call, he immediately stopped. Your speed isn't bad. I'll remember your merit. Go and have a good rest first. In a valley in Miracle City, Chu Tian had placed a spiritual gathering array, gathering most of Miracle City's spiritual energy here. It was not inferior to the great Zhou country's 6 spiritual mountains. It was not inferior to any naturally formed cultivation treasure land on the continent. After all, this was a place he created. The spiritual energy in the Miracle Mountain Range was all gathered in this valley by the spiritual gathering array. Therefore, it was even more pure. It was even possible to use it to cultivate immortal herbs. Chu Tian felt like he had entered a paradise when he entered the valley. The valley was filled with blooming flowers. The flower fairies had moved a small portion of the flower fairy garden over. Miracle Commerce's tens of thousands of living herbs were all planted here and taken care of by the flower fairies. This was one of Miracle City's secret gardens. There were several hundred flower fairies living in the miracle gardens. The flower fairies were aloof from worldly affairs, so they liked this kind of environment. The miracle gardens was personally modified by Chu Tian, so the spiritual energy here far surpassed the flower fairies' garden. The flower fairies had already considered this their home. The little fox's eyes lit up as it charged into the medicine field, but it was stopped by a group of flower fairies. Lulu stood in front of the fox with her hands on her hips. Little fox, are you here to steal food again? Are you worried about being spanked? Chu Tian bent down and grabbed the fox by the neck. He looked at Lulu with a faint smile on his face. It's been a long time since we last met. Are you used to living here? Ayaya, why did you come? Lulu and the flower fairies all called out as they surrounded him, chattering non-stop. This place is pretty good. It's not worse than the flower fairy garden at all. Moreover, we often rehearse movies and make spiritual spaces, so life is much more interesting than before. Only big brother Chu Tian, you're really something. Not coming to see us at all. Could it be that you've already forgotten about us? Sorry. I'll definitely come often in the future. Chu Tian said perfunctorily and went to the center of the garden. There was an empty space here that had been specially cleared. It was about 100 meters in diameter, and there was a 6-pointed star-shaped formation set up. If one looked carefully, they would find that each of the 6 corners of the hexagram was a subspace capture array, which was the original technology of the space warehouse. In the middle of the hexagram was a hexagon formation. Its structure was very complicated and profound, and it was connected to the 6 subspace capture formations. There were several silver energy pillars surrounding the hexagram array. Each one was around 10 meters tall, simply like a row of towers. These were all used to power the source energy array. Chu Tian checked and confirmed that there were no problems. Vivian was quite meticulous in her work. Have your sisters come over. Chu Tian said to Lulu on the side, we need to start working. Lulu and the flower fairies revealed serious expressions. They knew what Chu Tian wanted to do. This was something that the flower fairies had wanted to do for thousands of years. If Chu Tian could really do it, he would be a great person that could create miracles. Take out the seed first. Lulu took out a normal-looking seed. This seed did not have any special characteristics. It was simply like a stone that could be picked up from the side of the road. Please place the seed in the center. The entire process will require the support of the flower fairies. The flower fairies carefully place the seed in the center of the hexagram array. Several hundred flower fairies surrounded the seed with their hands, and a faint glow was released from their palms. It wrapped around the seed and slowly seeped into the seed. There was no effect at all. The essence of the flower fairies could nourish top-quality immortal herbs, but it had no effect on the seed at all. It was like it was a normal stone. At this time, Chu Tian began to open the source energy array. The 6 spaces were captured by the source energy array, and the primordial space aura was extracted from them. Finally, it was directed to the center of the hexagram array, and like a sponge absorbing water, the seed instantly swallowed the spatial aura. After around 10 minutes, there was suddenly an almost undetectable cracking sound. On the rough surface of the seed, there was actually a small crack that appeared. There was suddenly an incomparably thick energy that was released from inside. When Chu Tian felt this energy, he felt like all the meridians in his body had been opened. What kind of ancient and pure life energy was this? Ah, there's a reaction. There's a reaction. The flower fairies cried out in pleasant surprise. But there was just a small change, and for this stone to completely germinate, it was not something that could be done in a single day. Chu Tian felt traces of energy leak out, and his meridians became clear. If there was a bit more, he didn't know what effect it would have. Interesting. Was this the legendary tree of life? Chu Tian said to Lulu, "There might only be one chance like this. If we fail, it will be even harder to awaken the seed next time. You have to focus all your attention. Even if the sky falls down, you can't do anything, do you understand?" "Yes, we will definitely succeed." The flower fairies' voices were a bit trembling. Awakening the ancient tree of life seed. This was their dream for thousands of years. When Chu Tian found Vivian, she was eating fruits while chatting with Meng Yingying and Nan Gongyin. "Big brother Chu Tian, how is it?" "You've done pretty well." She was almost tired to death in this period of time, but there was nothing she could do about it. Who told only 3 people in miracle commerce to have spatial abilities? Chu Tian definitely wouldn't personally do this, and Meng Yingying's mirror image ability was only half-baked. Like this, who else could do it but her? She was very tired, but being able to play her unique role made Vivian feel very proud. At least it was better than working in the city, Lord's castle all day. After all, in terms of managing a team or a city, she couldn't even compare to a single finger of Meng Qinggu. What did Big Brother Chu Tian want to do? Did he really think he could awaken the ancient tree of life seed? Whether it was the flower fairies, the elves, or the treants, they had all been studied for over 10,000 years. This was impossible. So many things have happened in the past few days. Those green frogs deserved to be unlucky. Vivian took a hard bite of the fruit, like she was treating the fruit as city, Lord Cow. She used her teeth to crush it. "Provoking our miracle city, they're tired of living." Right. The 2 girls nodded. Miracle City was becoming more and more prosperous from the chaos. Miracle City was not just a city managed by miracle commerce. It was also the perfect home that everyone worked together to create. No matter who it was, they were filled with feelings for the city. "Sir, sorry to disturb you." Zero's voice suddenly came through the speaker in the room. "The Vice City Lord has an urgent matter. She asks you to see her in the discussion hall." Meng Qinggu had an urgent matter? They didn't dare be slow. Vivian teleported, and everyone arrived in the discussion hall. Chu Tian saw a figure he hadn't seen in a long time. She had a graceful figure, long white hair, and the characteristics of a spirit beast. It was the fox beauty Dolores. Dolores was Miracle City's finance minister and was in charge of managing the city's caravans. Wasn't she away all this time? Why did she suddenly come back? She most likely used a rare return city scroll to instantly return to the city. Seeing her panting and anxious appearance and Meng Qingwu's serious expression, it seemed like something big had happened. "Young miss, what happened?" "I'm afraid it's not a small matter." Meng Qingwu said, "Let's listen to the information Dolores brought back first." The fox caravans finally found a few partners with great difficulty, but they've all chosen to separate themselves from Miracle City in one night and even want to expel the fox people. Dolores spoke of the recent matters. I finally found out the reason after asking around. They're all prepared to join the 4 Cities Alliance to deal with Miracle City. 4 Cities Alliance. Meng Yingying felt this was strange. What 4 Cities Alliance? You don't know, But Miracle City's recent performance has made the surrounding powers drool. Because of Miracle City's fast development and strength, these large powers feel threatened and have already become the target of everyone in their area. Dolores said with a serious expression, Battle Banner City, Jadeite City, Cloud Peak City, and Crypt City. These 4 cities have decided to work together and have mobilized over 500,000 people, all of whom are their elites. The most terrifying thing is that their momentum is too strong this time. There are many large tribes and local powers in the Forest of Chaos that want to fish in troubled waters. Their troops are quickly growing, and I suspect they will surpass 1 million people. Everyone was dumbfounded. 1 million? 1 million people scale. And they were gathering the strength of 4 cities? Like this, Miracle City had no chance of winning no matter what. What is the current situation with the gathering? Meng Qinggu quickly asked. How much time do we have to prepare? There's no time. When I came back, the 4 cities had already gathered, and the forest tribes and locals had responded. Dolores said with a pessimistic expression, Miracle City was transformed from the gnomes' green city, so whether it is in terms of defense or diplomacy, they're very weak. We can't find any allies at all, and we can't resist this power. Our current situation is very bad. Miracle Commerce has met a large problem this time. Meng Qinggu had guessed that Battle Banner City would use external forces, but she never would have guessed that they would gather this kind of strong force. How could Miracle Commerce just meet trouble? This was simply a calamity. What should they do? What should they do? Everyone's eyes fell onto Chu Tian. Who would have thought that Chu Tian would spread out his hands? Don't look at me like that. I'm not a god. With the 4 cities working together, even if I have heaven-piercing methods, I won't be able to change anything in this little bit of time. Even Chu Tian didn't have any methods? Could it be that Miracle City really had no hope? Dolores's face instantly turned ashen. All these days of hard work were going to turn into bubbles like this? You don't need to worry. There will be a way in the end. Chu Tian suddenly said in a profound voice, Vivian, can you take me to the Eternal Forest? You want to go to the Eternal Forest? Humans can't enter that place. What are you going there for? I think it's time to have a serious talk with the elves. Chapter 484. This seemed to be the only way out. Would the Eternal Forest help them? Those old-fashioned elves didn't want to be involved in disputes. Not to mention that behind the powers dealing with Miracle City were the strongest powers in the forest. The Eternal Forest and the elves always protected themselves. It was almost impossible for them to be involved in this kind of fight. Chu Tian helplessly waved his hand. No matter what, we have to try. Otherwise, we can only wait for death. Vivian hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. All right, we'll try. Meng Qinggu was still a bit in disbelief. Chu Tian, you really plan on begging those stubborn old men in the Eternal Forest? Do I look like I'm joking? Other than the Eternal Forest, there is no other power that can save us. Can you convince them? It doesn't matter if I can convince the elves or not, but they will definitely send their troops. Where did Chu Tian's confidence come from? Was he this certain that the elves would save Miracle City? I'll leave Miracle City to you. Chu Tian patted Vivian's shoulder. There's no time to lose. Let's go. Vivian left space without another word, and the 2 of them instantly moved several hundred miles away. Although Miracle City was far from the Eternal Forest, with Vivian's spatial abilities, this distance didn't count for anything. When Vivian's strength was about to run out, the 2 of them appeared outside the Eternal Valley. There was a white stone path covered in fluorescent moss. Vivian pointed at the long path and said, This is the only entrance to the Eternal Forest. The Eternal Forest environment was very special. It was similar to a secret realm. Other than this white path, there was no other path into the Eternal Forest. Even if they deviated half a foot from the path and walked in the same direction, they would never be able to enter the Eternal Forest. Because the Eternal Forest's spatial structure was very special and there was a very high-level barrier set up, the white path was the only entrance. This made the eternal forest a paradise that was easy to defend and hard to attack. The elves lived inside, free and rich, so they were aloof from worldly affairs. Vivian was a bit uncertain in her heart. Me bringing you here is already breaking the clan's rules. There will definitely be elven experts guarding the eternal path, so whether we can enter or not will depend on our luck. It's okay, let's give it a try. Vivian saw that Chu Tian wasn't slow from beginning to end, as if everything was under his control. Her heart instantly calmed down. There was nothing in this world that Big Brother Chu Tian couldn't handle. Since Big Brother Chu Tian was this confident, then she would go all out. The worst result was being locked up for several decades. What did this bit of trouble count for saving Miracle City? Stop! Who are you? Chu Tian had just walked a few hundred feet away from the trail when he suddenly felt a cold wind blowing on his left and right. Out of nowhere, more than a dozen elves appeared, each with a fully drawn bow. The two elves at the front were pointing their swords at Chu Tian, the guards of the eternal forest. Vivian quickly stood up and said, "Don't misunderstand. I brought him here." "Your Royal Highness Vivian?" The leader, a mature-looking elven woman, was a little surprised. "Why did you bring a human to the Eternal Trail? Don't you know that this is a serious violation of the clan rules? Although you are the Elven King's daughter, the Elven Council has the final say in the Eternal Forest." Vivian quickly explained, "This is Miracle City's city. Lord Chu Tian, he was personally appointed as the city lord by Royal Father. He is helping our Eternal Forest develop and manage the city, so he is considered a member of the Eternal Forest. There is nothing wrong with me bringing him here." This reason wasn't even enough to convince herself, not to mention convincing the Eternal Forest guards. What Vivian never thought was that when these elves heard Chu Tian's name, their eyes lit up. "Ah, this is the famous Mr. Chu Tian. Put down your weapons. Put down your weapons. It's a misunderstanding." Vivian's eyes popped out. It can't be. Chu Tian was very surprised. Didn't the elves want to cut humans to pieces? These elves' attitudes were too good. Was it because he was handsome? The leading elf looked at Chu Tian with a gaze of worship. There are many things produced by Miracle Commerce in our Eternal Forest, especially the video disc player and the magnetic sound machine, which everyone likes. It's a pity that there is no signal here, so we often secretly go to places with signal to listen to Miracle Commerce's channel. "That's right," another elf said. "When will you cover this place with the signal? This way we won't have to go through so much trouble." "Ha ha ha, easy, easy." Chu Tian gave a few laughs. "But I've met a bit of trouble. Can you big sisters let me in?" The elves were a bit hesitant. There has never been a human in the Eternal Forest before. "We must report this to His Majesty, the Elven King. Please wait a bit." After saying this, the elf flew away. Vivian rarely came to the Eternal Forest. She never would have thought that Miracle Commerce's products would have this many customers among the elves. It was because of these products that the elves' impression of Chu Tian and Miracle Commerce had greatly improved. Perhaps they would really help them. In the end, the elf that reported to Chu Tian did not come back. There were over 100 dark, golden-armored elven guards holding long blades charging out, quickly surrounding Chu Tian and Vivian. Vivian's face sunk. "What are you doing? Do you know who we are?" These elven guards did not say much as they escorted the two of them into the Eternal Forest. Although their posture was not very good, Chu Tian was the only human to enter the Eternal Forest in the last 10,000 years. The Eternal Forest was filled with an incomparably strong vitality. The suns released a warm and bright light that covered the entire forest. There were over 1 million elves living in the forest, using the trees as houses, living carefreely. The beautiful elven songs filled every corner of the forest. The Elven King's palace was grand, hanging off a cliff covered in waterfalls. It was carved from pure white jade, with each detail being filled with an unimaginable sense of art and culture. Chu Tian did not have time to properly appreciate it before he was sent to the Elven Council. Several dozen elven elders had already arrived. The youngest among them was around 40 years old, giving off a gentle feeling like jade. It was like every inch of his body was condensed from the essence of the world. Royal Father! Vivian's arm was locked by the guards, and she quickly shouted, "Make these annoying fellows let go!" The Elven King shook his head with a bitter smile. "Vivian, why did you come here? Don't you know that you can't casually enter the Eternal Forest?" The speaker, Augusta, coldly stood up. "Vivian, entering the Forest of Chaos without permission is already a serious violation of the clan's rules. Now bringing an outsider in is even more unforgivable. You are that human Chu Tian who likes to play tricks, making the current young people more and more restless. You are simply a sinner that has broken the 10,000-year tradition of the elves. I didn't pursue this matter, but you came to the Eternal Forest instead. What is your purpose? If you don't give a reasonable explanation today, don't think of leaving." Although he already knew that the elves were pedantic, he never thought they would be pedantic to this degree. It seemed like Ulysses was already considered good. Chu Tian said in a voice that was neither servile nor overbearing, "I'm here to ask for forgiveness." With these words, not only was Vivian stunned, the Elven King, Ulysses, and even the speaker were a bit stunned. Chu Tian came to the Eternal Forest just to ask for forgiveness? Chu Tian continued to say, "I failed the Elven King's trust and couldn't protect the city, so I'm guilty." Augusta looked at the Elven King beside him. "City? What city?" The Elven King helplessly replied, "He's referring to Green City." "Your Majesty, you're actually giving Green City to this human to manage?" Augusta revealed a look of disbelief. "That city does not belong to the elves. What qualifications do we have to manage it? Not to mention that even if it belongs to the elves, the transfer of the city should be decided after the council votes and public opinion. You privately transferring the city like this does not conform to our democratic laws. This is a blasphemy against the elves' etiquette. Our great ancestor Fama once said that democracy is above everything else." Chu Tian suspected that if this old elf kept talking like this, he would be able to talk for 3 days and 3 nights. He quickly gave a cough. "The city is already in danger, and this one is incompetent, unable to protect it. So I'm returning the city to the Eternal Forest. I hope that the Sir Elven Council members can take back the city and save Miracle City's millions of citizens." The Elven King asked with knit brows, "What happened?" Chu Tian truthfully told him everything that had happened recently. Right now, Battle Banner City, Cloud Sky City, Emerald City, and Crypt City are working together to attack Miracle City. Only the Eternal Forest's power can turn the tide. I'm willing to return the city and ask the Elven King and the Elven Council members to save Miracle City for the sake of the innocent citizens." The Elven King immediately knit his brows. Augusta immediately jumped up and said, "This city was not recognized by the Elven Council, so it does not belong to the Eternal Forest. How could the elves enter a war for an illegal city? The elves have not fought in many years. We are a peace-loving race." In order to make his words more persuasive, Augusta then said, "The facts have proven that it is because of this that no matter how many powers have fought in the forest, the elves have not been affected at all. So we do not need extra cities and lands, especially cities that will cause chaos and slaughter. Seeing that you are saving the citizens, we will exempt you from the crime of charging into the Eternal Forest. But please leave this place immediately. The Eternal Forest does not welcome humans." The other Elven Council members all nodded. It was like they were afraid that Miracle City would break the peace of the Eternal Forest. Vivian gave a bitter smile. Most of the Elven Council members were old-fashioned like this. Who could persuade them to send out their troops? Let's see what methods Chu Tian had. Chu Tian's eyes popped out. The Eternal Forest really won't save Miracle City. We won't save them. The Eternal Forest will really abandon Miracle City. This city has always been illegal. All right. Chu Tian revealed a solemn expression. The Eternal Forest does not accept Miracle City, so I asked the council members to sign a contract with me, letting Miracle City cut off its relationship with the Eternal Forest. From now on, Miracle City belongs to me alone. No matter what happens, the elves cannot use any excuse or reason to interfere with Miracle City's internal affairs. What was this human thinking in his head? Chu Tian said with a determined expression, "Since the Eternal Forest is not willing to recognize and accept Miracle City in this final moment, why should Miracle City fight under the Eternal Forest's banner? I just want the citizens to fight for themselves in this final moment." Augusta didn't even think about it. It should be like this. You can't go back on your word. The elves are a race of laws. How could we? All right, sign it. Under Chu Tian's supervision, the Elven Council passed the fastest decision in history. They signed a contract with the humans, announcing that Miracle City was illegal to the Eternal Forest and recognizing Miracle City's independence. From now on, Miracle City would be an independent city. Since it's like this, I'll be leaving. Chu Tian looked at Vivian and said, "This trip is dangerous. I ask your highness to stay in the Eternal Forest." After saying this, Chu Tian took out a scroll and disappeared, leaving behind a dumbfounded Vivian. Chapter 485. Chu Tian spent so much effort running to the Eternal Forest just to sever his relationship with the elves? This was too strange. Could Miracle City still be saved? Vivian wanted to activate the scroll, but Augusta flicked his finger and the scroll flew out of her hand. "What are you doing?" Vivian was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Return the scroll to me." Miracle City already has no relationship with the Eternal Forest. What is the elven princess doing with the humans? Augusta grabbed the scroll and said with a glare, not to mention that Miracle City is very dangerous right now. "For the princess' safety, please draw a line with humans like Chu Tian from now on." "I'll draw your head." Vivian's palm cut open space, wanting to take the scroll back. In the end, a faint golden light appeared around Augusta's palm and blocked Vivian's power. How could the elves have such an uneducated, rebellious princess? Augusta's face sunk. "Your Majesty is too lacking in discipline." "Vivian, you can't be rude to the council chief." The Elven King was a bit embarrassed. He couldn't do anything to this old elf. "You don't need to care about this matter for now. Since you're back, you should stay in the Eternal Forest for a while." "Royal Father, even you treat me like this. I have to go back. Miracle City needs me right now. Pay attention to your words. You are an elf, and you've already violated enough rules. If you are punished one by one, perhaps you'll face the wall for more than 100 years. Augusta said, "The Elven Council can't let you continue acting willfully. From today onwards, you'll have to learn the Elven race's 10 great laws and 96 etiquettes. When your actions conform to the rules of the Elven race, the Elven Council will let you regain your freedom. Even if I die in Miracle City, I won't learn those broken things. This isn't up to you." Vivian wanted to use her strength to escape, but Augusta pointed at Vivian. The difference in strength between them was too big, so Vivian's source spirit was directly sealed and she couldn't use any strength at all. "Bring her away. Let me go, Royal Father." Several elven guards escorted Vivian away. Augusta turned around and looked at the Elf King. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. Think about the princess' future. She is still young and has a lot of potential. Her rebellious personality needs to be polished. As the youngest princess of the elves, she should be a role model for the other young elves." What else could the Elf King say? Although he was the Elven King in name, he had been the Elven King for less than 100 years. Whether it was influence or prestige, how could he compare to this old fellow who had been in charge of the Elven Council for 500 years? Out of the dozens of seats in the Elven Parliament, only a mere 5 or 6 seats belonged to the Elven King's faction. The rest belonged to the conservative faction and the traditional faction led by Augusta. They had been adhering to the etiquette and laws of the elves for thousands of years as their highest standard. Their stubborn thinking was not something that could be easily broken. The elf king looked at the scroll in Augusta's hand and said, "This scroll seems to have the ability of long-distance teleportation. This is an unheard of technology. This human named Chu Tian has even mastered this kind of spatial technology. I'm afraid that the human race has already progressed at a tremendous pace. Humph. The ancestral teachings tell us that benefits will blind our eyes. Excessive development like this will only bring about destruction." Augusta's face was full of disdain as he said, "Only by returning to nature and standing aloof from worldly affairs can we become one with the world and exist forever. This has been the elves' path of survival for tens of thousands of years. Humans have overused their intelligence, abused their military force, and wantonly developed. In the end, they will inevitably become the public enemy of the continent. They are not far from extinction." The other people in the Elven Council nodded. The chairman had said too much. The elves were strong enough to protect themselves. Excess power would cause people to lose themselves, breeding slaughter and evil. Vivian was sealed like this and locked up in a golden copper tree. The Elven Council began to force her to study the Elven Codex, as well as all kinds of etiquette books. Those hundreds of pages of books gave her a headache. She bit her pen while angrily complaining, "Big Brother Chu Tian, you really are an out-and-out scoundrel. You actually left me here by myself." At this time a voice sounded from outside. "Your Majesty, why have you come?" "I've come to see Vivian. You can leave first. Nothing will happen." "Understood." The Elven King walked into the treehouse. When he saw that Vivian was still angry, he helplessly smiled and said, "Are you angry that I didn't help you? Or are you angry that Chu Tian left you behind?" "Both angry, both angry. You two are about to make me explode with anger." Vivian almost jumped up when she said this. One was her father who loved her the most, and the other was her most worshipped big brother Chu Tian. These two actually treated her like this. Vivian felt as if she had been abandoned. How could she not be angry? "Silly girl, you've been with Chu Tian for a few months. Can't you see what kind of person he is?" Vivian stared blankly. "What did you say?" "Although I don't know what he wants to do, there must be a reason for doing this." The Elven King looked at Vivian and said, "As for what it is, I think we will find out soon." "Really?" Vivian was full of doubts. However, when she thought of Chu Tian's way of doing things, she felt that this matter was very strange. Could it be that Chu Tian deliberately broke off with the Eternal Forest and deliberately left her in the Eternal Forest? What was his goal? Could Miracle City hold on? Could it be that big brother Chu Tian knew that he couldn't save Miracle City, so he didn't want to implicate me, so he sent me back? Vivian's heart suddenly tightened when she thought of this. At this time, all of Miracle City was in a mess because the news of the Four Cities army gathering had arrived. An army of several 100,000 was charging towards Miracle City. Flags were flying all the way, covering the sky and giving off an aura that could swallow 10,000 miles. "Flatten Miracle City! Flatten Miracle City! Flatten Miracle City!" The sky above the ancient forest was filled with shouts, filled with killing intent. The army spread out over 10 kilometers, and the winged race army covered the sky. There were some winged race experts that could even fly 10,000 meters in the air. Once the airships attacked, these winged race people would notice them. The green giant moved like a small mountain, just like a green wave crushing the forest. Wherever he went, it was like he was being bulldozed by a bulldozer, turning the trees into a mess. Over 100,000 orcs were riding war wolves and giant leopards, quickly moving around, surrounding the left and right wings of the green giant. Once they came into contact with the enemy, the orc cavalry would be able to charge at them in a short period of time. The spider race was in charge of the rear and underground, so Miracle City had no chance at all. This kind of scene was rarely seen in the Forest of Chaos. All the locals fell down at the sight of this. They all listed Miracle City's crimes, expressing their irreconcilable hatred with Miracle City. They vowed to join the Four Cities army to attack Miracle City, as if Miracle City was an irreconcilable enemy that killed their families. Wherever the Four Cities army went, there were more and more people responding. Whether it was the tribes or the bandits, they didn't want to miss this chance. Miracle City was finished. There was no suspense in the result of this battle. This was a large forest city that had been in operation for several hundred years. The resources and wealth accumulated were enough to make people drool. Who didn't want a piece of the pie? The commander of this city extermination battle was personally appointed by the Battle Banner City's city, Lord Cow. Cow, personally leading the troops, was enough to show how important Miracle City was. They didn't want wealth, they didn't want land, they didn't want resources, and they didn't want weapons. Battle Banner City had to obtain Miracle City's technology. Send out a message. First, send out 50,000 winged race troops to attack the mountains around Miracle City, destroying Miracle City's defenses and subduing the tribes that submitted to Miracle City. They will occupy a few strongholds for us, and the spider race will build a temporary camp. Yes, Sir City Lord. The messenger quickly sent out the order. A large half of the winged race troops left the main army and covered the sky like a swarm of locusts. They quickly moved towards the mountain range around Miracle City. Fireballs, wind blades, rocks, all kinds of attacks fell down like a wild storm. They did not encounter any decent challenges, and the winged race troops easily swept through the few defensive facilities. Miracle City is too weak. They didn't even resist at all. It didn't take much effort for the Four Cities army to attack Miracle City's perimeter because all the tribes in the mountains around Miracle City seemed to have evaporated. All the tribes were empty. This was a bit strange. Could they have all escaped? Impossible, they all escaped. Why didn't they see them on the way here? Most of these tribes had some savings, so even the smallest mosquito was meat. If they ran into them, they wouldn't let them off. But they didn't see any of these tribes, and they didn't find anything valuable in searching their tribes. Did they all move into Miracle City to take refuge? Strange, with such a large army pressing down on them. Not a single one of the outer forces surrendered. But what did it matter? They were going to be destroyed anyways. Over 100,000 spider race soldiers dug through the mountain rocks and created a temporary camp in less than half a day. Cow led the main army to enter, and various defensive restrictions and barriers were set up. This army of close to 1 million soldiers faced Miracle City. The Four Cities army didn't even have a stable footing. There are unknown objects flying over. These must be Miracle City's strange weapons. Cow gave a cold laugh. Have the winged race shoot them down. Miracle City shot out several hundred guided missiles. The Battle Banner City people knew the might of the source energy weapons, and if these things fell into their camp, they would instantly cause large amounts of damage. Therefore, the winged race immediately moved out. This was a race that specialized in speed, with true spirit experts that could easily surpass the speed of sound. Miracle Commerce had just started developing the guided missiles, so there weren't many of them. They were all cut down by the wind blades in the air, and not a single one hit their target. Miracle City has already exhausted all their tricks. Cow was completely assured seeing this. The Four Cities army was a three-dimensional army. The winged race was enough to form a strong defense line, making all of Miracle City's weapons lose their effects. Miracle City was already sealed off, without any supplies or reinforcements. Although their weapons were very strong, in this kind of situation, how long could they last? Send down the order. Prepare to begin the first round of attacks.